So since it is 3 o'clock now, and that means that the weekly reset happens, I'm gonna go ahead and go towards the gold saucer, and after that, I'll probably throw myself into the feast a bit more. Also, I was thinking, Neon. I think in the coming, in the next couple of weeks, or during the next couple of weeks, or whatever, if everything goes well, that is, I was considering setting myself like a limit, I guess, to help me get my goal in PvP, since I really don't want to like spam that and get my anxiety through the fucking roof like I used to do with Smite and League. I was think.
Are we live right now?
Yes.
Okay, I was wondering why you called me Neon. I got to making sure.
Anyways, so I was thinking I could set myself like a limit, like maybe do 10 wins a day, or at least try to, something like that. Because I figure that way it would get me the 80 wins I need pretty quickly without overloading me. And of course I could do more if I feel like it, or I could do less if I feel like it, but try to set a goal of like 10 a day. 10 wins, that is.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Though, if it becomes too stressful during a certain day, lower your goal down a few, like to 8 or something like that.
Oh no, the goal would stay 10, but it would be flexible in my own mind. Okay. I would just want to try to reach that.
Since it's reset and stuff, will you wait for me to do expert and stuff?
Sure.
I just want to finish with this demo again before I get on for it. How long will that take? It shouldn't take too long. I know this demo extremely well at this point. So this actually is in the game. I'm going to be able to fly through this part.
I wonder if it's going to be like 15 where it's just a variance on where the story takes place and it's actually much different.
I hope it is, actually,
It probably will. Because that's, I think, how you should do a demo. You give a teaser without actually giving anything away.
Yeah, I agree. I hope it is just a variant on things.
That is, like, to be honest, I'm sure other games have done that in the past, but 15 is really the only game that I've ever seen actually do it, where it gives you story without giving you story. I mean, 12 sort of did it with its demo in the Dragon Quest VIII package, but not really, because it didn't really give you any story. I mean, yeah, it let you go through, like, Wraithwall's tomb and like, the
It was more about showing you gameplay.
That was more about gameplay more than anything. It didn't really seem to have anything to do with the story in and of itself. Okay, let's see how fate fares me, because it's time to grab my winnings.
I honestly don't know why I played this near Automata.
2 Platinum Triad cards. Alright.
As many times as I have.
Furion card, probably fucking not. Let's find out. Yeah.
I played it a hell of a lot.
Card, and that is not the Furion card. Cool. Can I merge those together to make a Furion card? No? Cool. Fuck. I got 2 Ultima Weapon cards. Damn it. And sadly, and this is really what sucks for me right now, the Furion card is literally the last card I fucking need that is currently available before I have them all that are currently available. There's 3 in the data that are in the game, but they're not available yet because they're not even statted. They're just, they're like placeholder cards.
There'll probably be there sometime, probably the next update, if anything. Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, tomorrow is going to be 3.55B, so I'll probably want to stream some of that if there's anything interesting added.
Wait, it is?
Yeah, the 8th. It'll be tomorrow at 10 p.m.
They're gonna do that after release. What the fuck's wrong with you, Square? You're releasing a new title and a new game for play now. Oh, but here, keep playing this game too. I'm already paying for it. Come on, give me a week. Release it next week, goddammit.
Well, yeah, but you gotta remember, it's not just Square; it's multiple teams.
Yeah, fuck them. Release it next week. So I can enjoy the other new game.
Either way, I don't really know what's supposed to be coming in 3.55B. It's probably just the new Diadem, because I'm not really sure if this is the next half of the whatever big patch is. I forget the title of it. Something like Far Side of Fate or something like that. I don't know if it's Far Side of Fate Part 2. That's supposed to be coming like soon. It should be coming soon. So, like
can
I
you
said,
see my fight, though?
No, not really, considering you can divide your time.
I want to focus, though.
Yeah, you can do that, too. Like, 14's not going anywhere, and neither is Nier Automata.
Yeah, but it's got weekly shit and daily shit.
Yeah, but you can just do that and be done. You don't have to be on it 24/7. Anyway,
Alright.
But I don't know if they're going to be adding the next leg of the MSQ this patch or not. It might just be the diadem. I'm not sure. Which, if it is the diadem, that could be interesting to check out. But I don't know. Seems even Ren's having computer problems lately.
Everyone's having PC problems. PC Master Race, yo.
Oh, don't I know it.
Hey, what's this going on? 20 viewers.
What? Really?
If that's true, hello everybody, that's awesome.
Let me check. I only see 5, according to what mine's showing.
My thing says 20 are now watching.
It could be people who are not logged in. That's probably what it is, because I'm only seeing 5 names. And that's what only showing me on. That's only what I'm seeing on the viewer list. But
Well, hopefully everybody's enjoying.
Indeed.
Sorry for my bitching. It's just I want to enjoy a new game. They're listening to. It's just it's a first world plight.
Yeah. Right now, I'm just waiting on a PvP queue. The word queue is such a weird word.
Queue.
Because, like, I keep wanting to say quay because of how it's spelled.
I'm gonna enter the quay.
Yeah, like, I don't know why I do that.
Well, it's like when you spell key with Q-U-E-Y.
True.
That throws me off because I want to say quay.
Just, yeah,
not
exactly.
Key.
It's either... I don't think it's a bug, Dreamer. I think what it is people who are not logged in. It's just like lurkers, really.
Yeah, and sometimes people might be watching from like devices where they can't log in from or just don't feel like it.
Exactly.
Like if I was to watch from my PS4, I could watch without logging in, and it wouldn't count me at all. It would just count me as a viewer, because I've had that happen before.
But yeah, because like that spelling of key as well. I think that's the Chinese variant of CHI or KI. One of those. There's so many ways to spell chi or key. It's like so languages are confusing, all of them, even English.
What is the key to this word?
Exactly, right? But yeah, no, the word queue, like is in to wait in a queue or wait in a line. That's one of the weirder words to me because it's spelled Q-U-E-U-E.
What about Q as in the awesome Star Trek cartoon?
It's just spelled Q with the letter Q.
Just Q. I know. I'm getting beat up.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. But it seems like everyone's having computer problems lately. And here I am trying to freaking get, money to upgrade mine, because I have been having frequent intermittent blue screens. And they're variable, varied blue screens as well, which leads a few friends of mine, like Dreamer in the chat there, to believe that my motherboard's dying. Which my motherboard clearly has damage, considering the net card don't work, neither does the onboard audio anymore. So it's gotta be something. Well, that's good. I don't know.
Only you loved your motherboard more.
What? The fuck are you talking about?
You showed your motherboard hate, now it wants to fell on you.
Well, the motherboard is like 4 years old now, 4 or 5.
This is only about 2 or 3 though, dude.
No.
You haven't had your computer built that long.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
It's been about 3 or 4 years, dude.
3 maybe, not no 4.
I'm pretty sure it's been 3 or 4 years, man.
Perhaps. I know my computer's old as fuck at this point. I keep telling you guys, they're all like, "Oh, AMD, that's cheaper. Look how long's mine lasts, and it's Intel." But the new Ryzen though does seem good. I wouldn't mind having it myself.
Yeah, we got options for the build though.
But I also have a first generation i7, so
Yeah, and they made those too strong.
they made them built to last accidentally.
Yeah, really. What was really weird though is the water loop that you had. That thing was only supposed to last 3 years, and you made it last 10 somehow.
Made it last over 6, almost 7 years.
Mm-hmm. I get why companies make their shit to fail, but I don't get why.
It feels shitty, but it's the reason why a lot of old stuff is still working to this day. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why there is a bit of nostalgia for older, like, hardware and stuff, because it was so damn sturdy, yeah?
Yeah, though to be fair, Dreamer, I do kind of push my computer with streaming, recording, and gaming all at the same time, and I can game quite a while. Like, I'm sure you guys have seen from my streams, I can game 12 hours a day or more if I really wanted to, so. But the thing is, I take care of it, I shut it down every night, you know? But then again, some people say you shouldn't shut it down every night because that could cause power surges into your system, and it's actually better just to let it hibernate. Because hibernation will effectively shut it down. It'll give all the perks of shutting it down, but it'll actually keep it to where it powers up easier and thus reduces the chances of power surge to your...
Guess which one uses more power, though?
No, I know. Like, if you let it hibernate, it does make it use a bit more electricity because it uses some charge to keep it going, but it doesn't give it, like, spikes. It doesn't, like, spike it off, spike it on. It's just a little bit at a time, so it keeps it used to it, kind of thing. It's a little bit like someone who takes a dip in cold water and then gets out and then takes another dip versus someone who takes a dip, gets out for an hour, and jumps back in. Their system will get spiked and shocked every time. Whereas the person who dips in, gets out, dips back in about 5 minutes later, they're always going to be used to it, that kind of thing. But I don't know.
Yeah, but we're not aquatic creatures.
Except it will, apparently, because Linus Tech Tips is the one that said that. But the thing is, it's one of those cases where each are as good and bad as the other. There's arguments to be had on all camps. Hell, there's even arguments for leaving it on, period, not letting it sleep or hibernate.
And the thing is, though, that's all if you have a stable power source. We do not live in a region with stable power sources.
And I wasn't meaning power surge, Dreamer. I was meaning more spike in
No, I get what Linus is saying, but the thing is, though, is he lives in a place where there's stable energy.
True.
You can't risk that in a place like this, or you're going to damage your equipment.
True.
Because there's random thunderstorms, random freak weather shit all the time.
That is true, yeah.
Oh, I want to play the full game just to see what's behind these fucking elevators that you can't open in the demo, goddammit. I know it might sound weird, but fuck it. I want to know.
It don't sound too weird to me.
What's the point of a fucking power hit if you can fucking interrupt it? Fuck you. I hate these little robot bastards. These were the whole Linus tips thing. Most of the time, I enjoy watching his just showing off products and watching him build things. Like I would love to build my own computer desk like that,
That
my
would
own
be cool.
PC desk. I don't got that kind of money though. That the parts in that are retardedly expensive.
Tell me about it.
So my biggest thing with that is I don't get why he used actual glass as the cover.
It was probably reinforced glass.
Yeah, but they're worrying about breaking it while carrying it, whereas I would have probably used plexiglass. Because plexiglass is a lot less likely to shatter if you fucking drop it, but it's also not as shiny and also not as clear as actual glass. So I guess there's the... And with actual glass, they're kind of wanting to show off the parts and shit, so I guess that's really it.
Yeah, really.
All I know is I guarantee within a week I'd had that scuffed all the fuck.
That's the unfortunate part of it.
Oh, okay, what's up?
I just, hate it when it eats my cooldown, but then freaking doesn't heal them. Shit, man. Wait, what? Oh, our team only got 1 kill. Wow. And I didn't even get the assist for that? Wait, no one on my team got any of the... Wow, okay, whatever.
You gotta kill off in the distance somewhere.
Yeah, it seems like it, because no one got an assist on my team there. I was doing my damnedest to keep the other healers alive and everybody around me, but it's like everyone was so scattered, what the hell could I do?
I'll be right back. AFK for just a bit.
Cliffhanger's up in the gold saucer, by the way, Wonder Square.
Oh, so not, if I get it, but I don't know. AFK though.
Yep. That was rough, man. Look who's coming to dinner for. Thanks. Thanks for that game. Thank you so much for playing my game. Cringy. Alright. Oh, what? How many freaking medals did that person have? Oh, 50. Okay. So I got heavy metal 1. That's okay. Oh, come on! I healed him. Yeah, right, game. Ugh. Oh, come on! It ate my cooldown but didn't offer any effect. I hate when that shit happens, man. That happens way too much. Stun has no effect. And it won't have any effect either. Where do you think you're going, little buddy? man. You missed. Still immune to stuns, though. All my shit's on cooldown. All right, there's a victory. A little annoyed I died at the start there, though. Normally I don't die in these things. Oh well. That happens every now and again. Oh, not that. I want achievements last 5. Wait a minute, last 5. 200 matches. Oh, jeez. Vape up. God, has every match tonight been on this map in particular? I think it has. Now, it's supposed to be chosen at random, but geez, man. I don't like this map. It's hard to keep up with everybody.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna go this way. No. I almost picked that up by accident. Did you like doing 0 damage with that? Because I like doing 0 damage with that.
I did. It was fun to do 0 damage with that. What was I doing 0 damage with?
That Bard was like Imperial Arrow, and I'm like, yeah, you got it on Barrage, good job, but you do realize I don't have any debuffs on me, right? So it's gonna do, like, nothing.
Hey, I tried. Why are you being mean to me? I was that Bard, wasn't I?
No.
Why wasn't I?
I don't know.
What? Why are you so mean to me?
Well, all I know is I'm doing my best. It's just difficult to keep getting rid of all the venomous bites and shit that you see on people.
Squimbly bimbly gibbly goo.
Because the thing is, like, Bard's biggest amount of burst comes from having venomous bite, wind bite on you, and then using Barrage with Imperial Arrow. If they do that, they'll get, like, a fuck ton of damage, and so as a result, I try to keep myself free of those debuffs in particular.
I don't blame you. That's one major advantage you do have over every other class. Damn healers. Can remove everything. That's something they should give Red Mage. The Red Mages can be badass in Pep.
So I disabled the fucking Bard, which would reduce their damage right there. Then I had the thingy that lets me cast uninterrupted, which apparently they fixed because I got stunned, but yet it didn't interrupt my cast, so that's good. It's only one. Yeah, it's like an ability that has a longer cooldown, though, so it's not broken.
It's an ability. I thought it was you were talking about a trait or something like that. That's unfair. Yeah.
No, the key word was I used. Fuck.
You're rapid firing things though. Kill, 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 kill.
Well, I'm doing what I can, but it's not easy, man. I'm telling you.
Cast magic on them. Hit them with magic missiles, Serenia.
Good lord, so many fucking limit breaks just went off. Did you see that shit? And most of them missed.
Use magic missile.
Heal, heal. Mana back. Heal. Swift cast protect. Shuffle that, use that on myself.
Oh, that's cute.
I do kind of feel that there needs to be some sort of a turret in this type of PvP to prevent exactly what this summoner just fucking did. I can't do anything for that. Maybe I can.
Turret? What?
Yeah, like if they try to come into your base, it should like automatically kill them. Just like, no, don't attack them at their base, dummy. Because I don't think that you should not be allowed to keep them pressed into their base 24/7. That's so wrong.
Well, I also want to make another caveat. I don't think you should be able to cast magic or do damage from afar if you're up on that little ledge either, where you start at.
I agree.
Because I've watched healers keep their people alive from that position, which is bullshit.
I think if you're in that position, you should be safe, but unable to really interact. I think that is fair. Or at the very least, have your shit reduced. So, like, you take 90% damage, but you also deal 90% less damage and healing. Something like that. To, you know, that way you have a chance to recuperate. Because that's what that base should be, but then again, this is also not a MOBA. So.
Exactly. It's not like you're trying to get points. You're trying to beat the shit out of each other.
Exactly.
Well, by get points, I mean positions on the map. I was clarifying for the audience.
I know. Got plenty of range DPS though, apparently. I didn't even notice that. It's a close match, but we're probably gonna lose. Dunno.
Give it hell. That's all I can say.
That's what I'm trying to do. Fuck! Oh, we're actually in the lead. Not for how long, though. Benefit 2, go. Yeah! We won that one. Jeez.
Right.
That was tough. That actually was tough. Shit. I only got 2 assists, really. Wow.
I'm on 14, Miller. Just going to the gold saucer.
I feel like I should have had more assists there. I really do. Man. Lame.
That's how it goes.
Yeah. Alright. Well, considering there's like 22 kills with my team, and I only got 2 of those assists. That means I was not present for 20 kills. But I was also busy trying to heal people and kind of like keep them recuperated. So I should have gotten a lot more assists. I don't know.
I don't know if that game comes out today. That'd be one I wish that you both had.
What?
Ghost Recon Wildlands War.
Oh yeah.
Because remember we were talking about that one before. That would be fun to play together, wouldn't it?
Yeah, could be.
I see you over there.
Hmm? Oh yeah.
I found them like Hackbot. You can add me and we can do stuff.
Well, I'm right now waiting on a PvP queue again.
I'll join you for that. I don't care. Just let me finish my... I'll have to wait just a moment. You don't get like points for the feast, do you?
I know, I don't think so.
I'll switch to warrior then.
Which is kind of weird. You'd think you would.
Is that me? Let me switch. Like I could probably try it.
You don't. I tried it with my white mage, remember?
Oh yeah. Let's see, that's what part I'm on with my Dark Knight weapon.
I guess it kind of makes sense because the feast is meant to be the more serious PvP, so they're not going to let you dick around with trying to work on your relic weapon. I guess that kind of makes sense, but at the same time, does it really make sense considering it caps everything to 150 anyway?
It makes more sense that they're doing that on the ranked PvP, not the unranked.
Yeah, true. Anyway, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. You know, interestingly enough, I have noticed a weird trend with players. I've been noticing more and more that there's a lot of healers that have 10k HP or more in PvP, and I know why. It's because they're speccing into Vitality, which is something that, you know, maybe I should do outside of the PvP Vitality spec. But then again, I rarely die as it is, so I don't know. But an extra 1,000 HP would go a long fucking way in PvP, for fucking sure. So, I'll consider it. Especially with how cheap those books are. I could easily respec. I just haven't really felt the need to.
I'm surprised they haven't set it up to where you spec PvP stats instead of like the normal PvE spats. No.
That would give
But
that would give credence to the PvP gear at least, but who knows?
but at the same time though, there'd be no reason for them to implement that, considering that they plan on changing the entire system with the expansion.
That is true.
That's just a few months away, so that would just be a waste of their time to change that type of system.
I do wonder how they would change the system, though. Like, knowing my luck, they would change it to where it's something I could actually get into outside of just simply doing this stuff right now for a couple of mounts. And then I'd have to really get into it. But then again, you never know. It could make it worse, so I could actually be saving myself some headache later. I don't know.
Well,
That's the problem with the unknown.
I kind of wish they'd make the PvP gear more relevant for PvP.
I do too.
So you have a reason to actually get that gear. Because we got PvP gear, but it really doesn't have that much purpose in PvP other than... I don't even know if it does in ranked.
It don't.
I don't plan on doing ranked.
It doesn't.
So what the fuck's the point of all that shit?
That's a good question.
Like, the PvP materia feels grade A fucking useless.
It is. And I don't even know if you can use PvP materia outside of PvP, so it is 1000% useless. Which is annoying, because I didn't know that at the time, and I thought I was being all clever, so when I, put shit in my PvP gear, I was like, oh, they're gonna try to sleep and stun me to death,
Here's the thing, if it worked like it's supposed to, that would be good.
Mm-hmm. I thought I was being all clever and putting myself with a bunch of debuff resistances between, what was it? I don't even remember. I know I had a bunch of stun and sleep resistances. I think I had a third one, but I'm not sure. I know it was like stun and sleep for sure. And then I had, vitality in my PvP rings, and yeah. I was going to go all out and stuff, but it's like, no, bad.
It's almost as useless as the elemental materia. Actually, I think the elemental materia is more useful, because I think it actually has some use in crafting. I'm not sure.
I think it does, yeah. Because certain crafts you cannot even begin to try to craft unless your elemental attunement is just right.
Yeah, whereas the PvP materia is more useless than the elemental materia.
Oh, yeah.
You should feel bad about that.
It had some use back when they first added the Wolves Den, but then, I don't know. And hell, they even tweaked morale and then made it useless. Because morale used to be what affected your attack and defense in PvP. So if you had like someone with no morale versus someone who has a ton of it, you're probably going to get one shot, which a lot of people deemed unfair, because that means you had to do like PvP to get the gear, but you couldn't do PvP without the gear, so it was a catch-22. But, the flip side of that is there was the front lines, which already... But you could do front lines. You did front lines to get the gear to prepare for the Wolves Den, and that was perfect.
Front lines didn't exist when they first added PvP, though. It was only the Wolves to do.
Yeah, but they wanted to add front lines at the same time. It's just there was problems with it.
Yeah, but it wasn't added till quite a while after.
Yeah, it's like a month later. It wasn't that long.
Oh, it was like over half a year later.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's just a month. Well, either way, it don't matter too much. But like the point of it is, then they tweaked how morale worked. Then they made it to where all it does was boost the item level of the gear equipped by the number of morale. So again, it would affect your attack and defense just in a more fair way.
Even though your item level capped, so it's still fucking pointless.
Exactly. The only way that even matters is so that if you have item level 135 stuff, it'll sync up to 150 and you're beyond par. That's really the only thing it fucking does. And so that you can use cheaper PvP gear, like the crafted stuff, and be able to actually hang with people who actually have the proper item level gear, essentially.
Yeah, but at that point, though, you could quickly earn all that gear. That gear doesn't take that long to earn at all.
Oh, yeah. But I don't know why they have it synced so low, though. I mean, I guess it's for availability, because, like, you do have players just hitting fresh 60, and that's usually the item level they have is 150. So I think it's that, for that. But then I think they need to add a mode where you do have completely uncapped,
Yeah, but like that, it's just unfair for the people that want to play more PvP than anything else. So.
Well, I guess that's the point of the custom matches, because if you get like 8 people together, you can do a custom match probably where you can have it uncapped as well. I don't know.
Oh, that's still that doesn't feel right, you know.
I don't even know how you would set up a custom match, to be honest with you. I do not know.
Ditto. And now nobody really uses PvP here. There's no real reason to.
Well, I use it just to min-max, because I went for, you know... I mean, I could use my PvE gear just the same, but, meh, don't matter.
We're not getting any real bonuses.
No, I am. I'm getting the substats. Like the spell speed and
that's
crit.
more of just changing your stats to be more how you want them to be in it,
Exactly.
not so much.
I mean, it's still useful, it's just not as good as it could be.
It's useful in the most vague sense of useful, you know?
You know what? I'm actually going to try something. Let's see how I do in my PvE gear. Just because I should effectively... You know what? Actually, how much piety do I have in PvP versus... Oh, that's a big difference. Okay. How about how's my spell speed and crit looking? I lose a bit of crit. What about my spell speed? I lose a tiny bit of spell speed, but I get a lot of piety. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Because the amount of spell speed I lose isn't really that much, but I do. But the mana gain that I get is kind of huge.
I'll try this match in my PvE gear as well. Instead of switching to PvP.
Yeah.
I look pretty damn cool actually with this color in this gear.
Mm-hmm.
I love how the helmet kind of has an earring too.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we do have ad low. So I'm mad.
Yeah, flaming axe of fiery doom. Wham! Oh, that's so fair. Welcome to home game. Now they're gonna have to change. That healer came up running up here like a big shit. They're gonna have to change something about healers in PvP, dude. So when they're able to do that, you can get away with it.
Waffle, total waffle. Anyway.
Alright. It's time for me to switch to pure defense.
Oh god.
And now I'm heavy metal. I'm glad I switched to defense. No benefit too for you.
Oh, disabled your elixir field, buddy. Oh shit.
No, I can't grab that.
I was trying to target his ass.
Someone else needs to grab that, I can't.
Or the Machinist can. I ain't not. I was trying to target him so I could hit him with Stella, but I couldn't target him. Damn it.
Oh. I don't feel like I'm slow. There's another one for somebody else to have to grab. Oh! Oh, motherfucker.
Oh, the white mage benediction to you. Dragon kick, gone. Give me a bowl.
Oh my god, the more you stun me, the more it makes me immune, shitlord.
Yeah, you can only get stunned 3 times before you're immune, but that immunity does eventually wear off.
I'm just a running target right now.
I know, that's why I'm trying to keep you shielded. Even though you just canceled my stone skin because you ran behind the barrier.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, I got you though.
I'm trying to juke.
I know.
Am I the only melee in our fucking group? I am. That's awkward. I knew there would be an influx of fucking ranged eventually, though, because of how much of an advantage ranged has. They're going to have to either make range easier to kill, just straight out, or they're going to have to. People are going to start picking up these points. Because you see how this is going with the fucking ranged bullshit. Why'd I do that? Like right there, that fucking black mage. Okay, fire that. Oh, I hid behind a barrier.
He just LB'd you.
Well, I just healed myself.
Where do you think you're going?
Ooh. Can you grab those points down there? That he dropped?
Here you go. No sleep for you, motherfucker.
Oh, you can't hit me with it. I love that it's easy to fuck with mages. All I got to do is just a barrier. Oh. Come on, monkey.
They keep trying so fucking hard.
They want me bad.
Well, no shit. You got 300 medals. I would want you too.
All I gotta do is hide behind this barrier. Come on, come and get me. La 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 la. Target me. It's getting ridiculous. Come on, monkey. Oh. They're trying their damnedest. Oh. What? How?
I think he got crit by a flare or something.
And that is the reason why ranged is horseshit?
Yeah, they do have way too much range.
Again, there should be diminishing returns when you overstack on things, dude.
Well, there normally is. Because, like, you do kind of put yourself at a weird disadvantage.
But now, I'm beefy as fuck. Ooh, I'm a black mage. I'm so powerful. I just got killed by a fucking warrior in goddamn
Pink.
Defiance.
And in pink.
Guess what? I got heavy metal again. Suck my dick. Ooh, I got all my points back.
Here you go, Black Mage. Have some fun. Or not.
Focusing me was a bad
Yeah,
idea, you
it kind of was.
dumbass.
It kind of was, yeah.
I had tons of fucking HP. There would have been a better pass.
Yeah. Flaming Hand of Fiery Doom. Oh my god. Why'd you use that on a fucking peasant? That felt like it went better in my PvE gear. Weird. I guess
can't
honestly
believe I
because of the
drew
extra
for
mana.
that long. Yeah,
That was nuts.
that was fun. Like, who the fuck, like, focus targets a tank like that?
Well, you did have 10 stacks.
Yeah, but when I came back out, I got all 10 stacks back.
True. That you did.
Oh, goddamn. I wasn't expecting it that fast. I was kind of wanting to kill some of these hunts here while we were waiting. Not pshing, right after I get out.
Well, I mean, right now, we're in a good time period, I guess. How many viewers does it say I got right now?
I don't know. 4. Lame.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see me PvP.
I'll hang on to that. I didn't even see how many medals I had that last match. I think I had like 115 or 130.
And what does me being in pink got to do with anything?
I don't know. It's adorable. You pink you wore pink career? I don't know.
You don't think that I look good in pink?
You do.
Hard.
My hair almost is the same color as your armor.
I told you.
Wow.
No. My armor is almost the same color as your hair, you mean? Sarah's adorable. Bikini Mage.
Indeed.
How would you feel if they actually made that a class?
I don't know. That'd be weird.
Would you full switch that class just for identity's sake?
Depends on what.
Considering they'd probably have more bikinis than anybody, because they're a bikini mage.
Yeah, but I really don't see that happening. To be honest with you.
Okay. What if it's a harvesting class?
That'd be fucking funny. Oh no, you only slept me and nobody else? I'll take it. Because you wasted a cooldown for that.
Who wasted the cooldown? Me or them?
The enemy black mage that slept me and nobody else when they did raid thingy.
I don't think mine was a waste.
Bullshit, man!
They died.
My freaking cure got interrupted somehow. I
don't give a fuck about no goddamn ninja. Oh, he's going after a black mage! Stop him! Repose his ass. Oh, I hate how fast ninjas are! Come on. Get off me, ass clown. Fucking monk.
Sorry, Bards, I pay attention.
Alright, it's time for me to switch to defense. I'm at 7. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
I got you. I got you.
What the fuck hit me like that?
Probably a bard with Imperial Arrow Barrage.
I think that
and
was
Death
a
Flare with a
summoner.
summoner. Your Death Flare, probably.
Range has too much power, dude. That's stupid.
I agree. But the thing is, especially with like bards, range is their friend. If you get in their face, they can't hurt you. And I think the same is true. I think the same is true for mages. Not really sure.
Yeah, you fucking run like a puss when I get it. Fuck off!
Jesus Christ, too many people to heal. Ah!
I'm heavy metal. Huh?
Double shutdown.
Whew.
Damn.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Hey, 007.
What's you up to, Dreamer?
Dude, you got 262 medals.
Where'd all the viewers go?
We scared him away with our nerdiness.
Damn it. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I plan on streaming Robot Butt later. On my channel, too.
Yep, I still have to help you set up a donation button. And stuff. Hell, I still need to add my Patreon to my fucking stream. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, you meant to do that, didn't you?
I keep forgetting. It's just not in the forefront of my mind, although it should be. But I'll worry about that later. Realistically, the Patreon's only really there for my YouTube anyway. So, I don't know. It feels a bit weird using it for my Twitch, considering what Twitch already is. You know.
I go.
I think that's why it's not the forefront of my mind. Because I've got it linked all over my YouTube videos, you know. I don't know. Speaking of YouTube, I've got to get some more content going on my channel, because ever since I, you know, announced the problem with my computer, I haven't made a single YouTube video outside of the one where I was, you know, talking about how I was almost in a tornado. Like, jeez.
Well, I think the biggest reason is it's a lot less stressful on your computer to just stream than it is to start rendering and shit.
That is true. And honestly, I've been having a lot more fun than I thought I would when it comes to the streaming. I mean, I will do videos for YouTube still, obviously, because that's kind of like my main source of income right now. But I think I will switch gears and shift gears. And what I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably stream anywhere from 3 to 4 times a day. I'm in a week. And then I'll probably do like a video. I'll probably have like 2 or 3 videos out on YouTube a week or something like that, all depending.
I swear, if we at least live closer to you, I would help you with a lot of this.
Oh, I know.
Because I know that's your biggest thing is like you don't feel like you get enough time to do things that you want when you're doing it too hot and heavy.
Exactly. Then again, if I get the new system, maybe that'll change. Who knows?
How fast is supposed to render shit? Because the rendering time is the one of the things that gets the most in your.
Because with the uploading thing,
it's not even the editing; it's the rendering.
Yeah, the editing I don't mind because it's like, okay, I've got the mindset of, okay, I'm rendering, you know, or rather I'm editing, so I'm actively doing something. Here's what I'm doing when I'm rendering.
Are you John Cena?
Twiddle, 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 twiddle.
This is where it'd be cool if you could get ahead enough to get a PS4. Because if we had PS4 by now, that would alleviate that problem a bit. Because you at least have something. But you're poor. You don't got enough to do. You just sit there. Why does my helmet have an earring on it? I don't know, but I like it.
But yeah, no, that's kind of how it goes, though, for me. Like, when I'm editing, I'm actively doing something. When I'm streaming, I'm actively doing something. When I'm recording, I'm actively doing something. When I'm rendering, I can't do much because rendering eats my CPU like fucking for breakfast. I can play shit on my PS3, but there's nothing on there that I really want to play anymore. And since I don't have Final Fantasy XIV on my PS3, well, yeah.
If you had any games that you haven't played before on your PS3, it'd be different, isn't it? But it's a bunch of games that you've already had for a while. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have games that I can loan you, but the thing is, I don't have a vehicle or a license, so I can't, or I'd bring them over for you to play.
Exactly. But yeah, you know, like rendering, it wouldn't be so bad if I could do stuff while it was rendering, but as it is, it takes about 3 hours to render. Like if the video is 40 minutes, it takes an hour and a half to render it, and then I have to run it through Handbrake, and that, you know, because when I run it through Handbrake, that takes about another half an hour, and I'm sitting there doing nothing. I mean, yeah, I can watch videos on YouTube or whatever, and I do that on occasion, but that only goes so far, you know, because it's like, that's really what triggers my impatience. It's when I can't do anything. If I can't distract myself or do something, you know.
I know what that's like. Quick, everybody, help contribute to get Serenia a set of lube and butt plugs to keep them distracted.
I don't know, man. But
Just because they know about that. That's the way you should do it.
Like we'll figure something out for sure, but like, yeah.
Lube mates.
But what it comes down to, though, is I think if I had, you know, hell, even if I had like a laptop or something that I could use as a workhorse, you know, transfer the recorded file over to that, edit and render on that, and then there you go, there's my computer freed up. But then that would undersell my computer parts. So there's catch-22s wherever you go. So it's just, I guess you got to pick your poison, as they say.
Or you could try to find a way to get your way into college to become a banker, and then cheat the system as best you can.
Oh God, yeah. Take like $5 off the top of every transaction that I do. No one's gonna notice. I'll be walking away with $1 million while all those millionaires will be like, "Huh? I thought I had $1,005. Oh well."
No, that's what'll get you, because you're only skimming off a small amount, and they'll notice that.
Yeah, I guess that's true, because like if you have $1 million, you probably will notice the smaller amounts. Like if I took 20,000, they'd be like, "Oh, everything's in check because the last digit is where it should be." You know?
Exactly. You take some amount out of the middle digit there, and like, yeah, that seems a little odd, but
yeah,
whatever.
It's kind of weird. I don't know, man. Not a clue.
I don't know. I'm just in that category. Like if some really rich banker fuck lost every bit of their savings and they went into like pure poverty and then they fucking killed themselves or whatever, lose no sleep.
Well, you don't even really know that person, so.
Exactly. And odds are they got to the position they are through fucking crooked means. So I lose zero sleep over that motherfucker. Now, like if their kid or something was to kill themselves, yeah, that's a different story. But that motherfucker themselves, nah, don't give a shit.
Technically, okay, this is gonna sound heartless, but I don't mean for it to. Technically, if anybody killed themselves that you don't know, you might feel sad, but you ain't gonna lose any sleep. You're only gonna lose sleep if it's someone close to you, because that's just how human nature is.
That's kind of true. Or if
like,
it's someone that's
that
had,
sucks.
or if it's someone that might have had some type of impact on your life. That's the reason why people cry over celebrities.
They're close to you.
Well, no, they don't even have to be close to you for them to have an impact on your life.
I don't mean physically or relationship close. I mean, like our heroes. You know, like.
Yeah, well, for example, I died. No, I cried when Dio died.
Yeah, you know. Hell, like when we lost Michael Jackson, that kind of sucked. And Robin Williams too. Oh man, Robin Williams, that one hit me kind of hard, because like, it didn't see it coming. At least with Michael Jackson, you had time to prepare yourself because he was looking sicklier and sicklier until just bam, you know. But Robin Williams was out of the fucking blue, man.
That one hit me pretty hard too. Dio's death's probably one that hit me the hardest, but I think that's because of how much impact his music's had on my life directly.
Yeah, but I think the other thing There was actually 2 cases that was strangely similar and came out of nowhere. Robin Williams and Juwario.
That one was really sad because I'd been watching this stuff for a long time. Like, oh god, that one. Yeah, I don't like to think about that one.
And it's just, yeah. But that's just how it goes, you know?
Yeah. It's... A lot of people don't seem to realize how deadly depression can be, though.
And that's just how it goes, because while on the surface they may appear to be the happiest person alive, you don't know what's actually going through their mind. And and here's the other thing too. I don't know how true this is for everybody, but a lot of the time when it comes to suicide and the like, and by the way, I'm not trying to belittle this. I know it's a heavy topic, but it's one of those things where if someone says, "I'm going to kill myself," there's a good chance that they're not. But if they're going to kill themselves, they're going to do it. But if they say that they're going to do it, they're probably asking for attention. Now, that doesn't mean you should take it lightly. If someone says, "I'm going to kill myself," unless they know verbatim unless they're known for being a jokester, or it depends on how they say it, sure, but I say never take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I'll always at least pay attention to that person to make sure. And
yeah. Now, I'm not trying to say listen and believe like these people want to treat rape. Like, if they say, "Oh, I was raped," you should believe them automatically. No, investigate it. Always investigate it, but never take it with a grain of salt.
Well, with the whole concept of rape, like, it all depends on the person, how well you know that person, that type of thing. But then there's other factors to throw in, like, treat them as if you do believe it and try to comfort the person if it actually happened. But don't automatically demonize the person that they say did it because you don't know for a fact.
Exactly. Like, and never.
There's no reason to demonize somebody until you have all the facts.
Now, here's the other thing. Never dismiss a claim of rape or suicide threats unless you know that person is a boy who cried wolf. But even then, don't automatically dismiss it. Just don't put much thought on it. Don't really put much stock into it.
That's the reason why the whole concept, why the story of the boy who cried wolf exists, because you can only is that warning. You can only fuck with somebody so much before they don't believe you, and then if something actually happens, well, you got nobody to blame but yourself that nobody believes you.
Exactly. So it's a little bit like if I went around telling everybody, "Oh, I was raped," even though I never had. There's a good chance that if I ever was raped, then no one would believe me, even if it was legit this time, because I'd already burned the bridges.
Exactly. That's the whole concept of that story.
Oh, but excuse me, I'm a man. I can't be raped. Fucking stupid logic, I swear, man. But that's for another time. I really hate people because there is no such thing as reverse rape. Rape is rape, and it's still a touchy subject. It's like, why do people automatically dismiss the fact that men can indeed be raped? And it's not made to envelop. No, not at all. Oh, he was hard, he wanted it. No. If that were the case, then a woman being wet means they wanted it, and that's not how it works.
Well, I've been sexually assaulted before. It's not the stories I really want to delve into, but I have my own cases of that, and I don't appreciate it. And it's been by women. So
that's why definitions are stupid. Rape should just simply be made to do a sexual act against your will. Because that's what it is. It's not made to envelop. It's not anything. It's not even being sodomized. Made to penetrate. No. It's even if they give you a freaking hand job that you didn't want. Let's be real here. But it has to be, the defining thing needs to be anti-consensual, against your will.
Exactly. Oh, that's how you properly use sleep. That's a good job. I'll give you a bit of credit, Black Mage.
How did they why did that kill them? What, it took my cooldown, my essential dignity went off, but nothing came of it. It didn't even heal them. They just dropped dead even like 3 seconds after the animation went off.
I forgot black mages could do that shit.
What?
Teleporting to other people.
Oh yeah.
That's such a fucking... They got a lot of black mages.
They only got 2.
Oh, I thought they had 3.
No, only 2.
I just saw one of them twice process it. Running around. It must have confused me. What's all? Bitches.
Oh wait, I'm in diurnal sect. Oops, I thought I was in shield stance. That's why I was spamming my AOE aspected Helios so much. But no, I'm in diurnal. I need to remember that. Oh yeah, culling time. Gone. They died right as it went to culling time, and that was because of a crit, really.
Okay. Fuck you. Oh my god. Something about this map feels like a fucking clusterfuck. I kind of like
I hate this map. I fucking hate this map.
You and I have completely different reactions to it. I love it.
Well, it's hard because there's so many barriers. There's so many ways to line of sight your team. Your own team. And it feels like you can't really line of sight the enemy as much. It's... Yeah.
Come get me. Get over here. Fuck this asshole. Make him die. Where's their fucking healer? I'm done with it. Get over here, you piece of shit. I'm done with your bullshit.
That ain't gonna work, dude.
Man. I think with dots, you should only like be able to put so many times where you start resisting.
I honestly, I think they should give bards the same treatment that they gave healers. And any class that uses dots, with exception to Summoner and Scholar. Like, what I mean by that is if it's a Summoner using it and then a Scholar using it, sure, let those stack. But if it's a Summoner and a Summoner, or a Scholar and a Scholar, yeah, no. And if it's Black Mage and a Black Mage, no. If it's Ninja and a Ninja, no. It should only allow one set of dots on you at any given time from a unique from a unique perspective.
Man, these guys are playing like cheap assholes.
Yeah, because like with regen, it will not stack in any shape or form in PvP. Like White Mage will not stack with White Mage, and White Mage will not stack with Astrologian. That's so like regens will not stack. So why should dots? I mean, it's like I get why you want to fuck with healers in PvP and make it to where they're limited. Otherwise, the DPS will never get a kill if the healers are good. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels a little unfair when you don't see it going the other way.
Well, the range factor, it makes it impossible to be a melee because of this type of garbage right here. Because they just keep running back and forth. I don't think that they should be able to move and do their shit at the same time.
They can't.
I'm sorry, I mean mages. The moment a mage moves, it cancels everything. I don't think there should be a move that allows you to do it either.
No, there is. Like, you have to time it right. It's called slide casting.
I don't think you should be allowed to do it, period. That's just my opinion. They're playing like cheap fucking bastards.
All they have is range, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, no, they got a monk. Ooh. Got a fucking monk. I'm dead.
Couldn't do
I know you couldn't. Why would I accept that? I guess, but I don't think it gives you back anything.
It gives you HP, MP, and PP, and doesn't put weakness on you. That's my one ability, Divine Breath. They just tried to combo their freaking limit breaks and failed. Guess I'm not too surprised.
Alright, I think it's time that they make all range extremely weak in PvP. To the point that they can be killed in 2 to 3 hits. Because this is stupid at this point.
That would be unfair. Then no one would play ranged. I mean, I get.
Well, good.
I get what I get what you're saying, but
they just killed me in 2 hits.
No, they didn't. That was a bunch of them on you at the same time.
Being able to melt
Jesus
the tank
fucking Christ. That's because they're actually focus firing. That's why I haven't been able to keep people alive very well.
Diminishing returns on stacking classes. That's the only way that this will work. Fuck off!
I mean, I'm doing everything I know to do right now.
And the worst part is we're letting them fucking control us. They're bullshit.
Well, I'm not. There's just only so much
Although
I
they're
can do.
keeping us at that little fucking spot. Get over here. Really? Alright, it should refund me my shit back then if it's going to do that.
Wait, did my Purify remove your home gang? They won.
How?
I don't know. But we did.
I guess through a war of attrition. I felt like that was some dirty fucking tactics though, dude.
I got another Finn Rear Pup.
Oh no, if you look at the points, we barely won.
I know. But I mean, we shouldn't have. They had more kills. It was 12-5, with 5 being ours. But we managed it somehow.
I think we won through timer, you know?
Well, that wouldn't have mattered, you know, because they had more kills, therefore they should have had more medals. But I think what happened is they didn't spread their medals out properly, so the kills that we did get were critical kills.
Yeah, they were worth more.
That's the only way that makes any sense. And they kept trying to harass our healers instead of actually going for prime targets like you.
No, they took me down 2 times.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they were too busy focusing us. So that's why our team was able to get those kills. They kind of got too big for their britches a little bit.
Yeah, they let too many people stack too high, and that's probably how we got it, is by killing.
Alright, so did you get the Fenrir pup, or do you want the one I just got? Otherwise, I'm going to sell it.
I did not get a Fenrir pup.
You want it?
Sure, I'll take it.
Alright, where are you at?
Let me land.
Sure.
I'm in a weird spot, so it'll take me just a moment.
I mean, that team, man, that was rough, because I was doing everything I could to heal everybody and anybody, but every time I would go to heal somebody, they'd just outright die.
I'm on the ground.
But I mean, I think I denied them a couple of key kills. I know what I was doing. The worst part is, I only got 2 of those 5 assists, man. Like, the hell?
Thank you for the pup.
No problem.
What's the other one that you can get?
Fae Pup. And Hell Pup.
They're actually different achievements, though, aren't they?
Yeah, like the Fae Pup is from getting 300 assists, and the other one is from getting 300 knockouts. Though I hear there's an alternate way to get those, but it requires doing 4v4 feast and actually scoring high or something. I don't know.
I want to ask something, because I know Dreamer is kind of like me and enjoys collecting the minions. If either one of us gets another Fenrir pup, would you want a Dreamer?
I've got 137 minions myself. Huh?
Why does Fenrir have a horse face?
What?
Fenrir Pup has a horse face.
No, it doesn't. It looks...
Look at his face. It looks like a horse face. It makes you think of a unicorn or some shit. Or a dragon.
No, it looks normal.
I'm not talking about the big Fenrir. I'm talking about the little...
No, I know. Look at the Fenrir pup. It's got... Remember, it's a pup. You know?
Yeah, but why does his nose curve up like that?
Look
like
at Fenrir's nose. It does it too.
He doesn't have a dragon nose.
Yeah, he does. Look.
He has a dog nose.
So does that thing, but it's a pup. It's not fully developed yet. If you compare it to Fenrir, it looks normal.
Keep like that. Let's see if this works. Where are you on my list? Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Fucking dog.
Hey, look, I'm playing Mario Brothers.
Eat the apple. Eat the apple. Hit Yoshi in the back of the fucking head.
Fenrir, that's very inappropriate. What are you doing, Fenrir?
I'm actually happy that I'm not the only person that thinks that whenever Yoshi does like the eating motion with his tongue,
it does look like Mario's like.
It looks like Mario's just like hitting him right in the back of the fucking head. Whap! Eat that fucking shit, man. I've thought that ever since I was a kid. Why is he hitting him in the back of the head?
82 more wins before I'm done with the feast. Or can be done with the feast, I should say.
2 weeks. Sorry.
2 weeks. Shit, I wish I would have kept track of how many wins I had so far. I think that was 4. I feel like it was 4, yeah.
Why was that?
Remember, I was going to do the thing where I try to go for 10 wins a day.
Oh.
God, I really need to pace myself on that. I can't just go gung-ho.
Pardon me. Unless you had one day where you decided, I just want PvP today. Then that's a different story, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I don't really want a PvP, but at the same time I do. It's weird, because like if I do PvP, a lot of the time my anxiety shoots through the fucking roof, but at the same time I can't get enough of it. But I don't really enjoy it. Not really, but I kind of do. I can't...
I think you enjoy it more than what you think. In a lot of ways, just lets you enjoy the game that you like a lot in a different way, you know?
Well, the only reason I'm even doing it at all is because the Garo event. I mean, I've got everything I want from the Garo event, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, at this point, you're doing it because you seem to be enjoying it, though.
Well, I mean, okay, here's the thing. Because I had to do so much Feast and Frontlines for the Garo crap, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, alright, I got a little bit leading towards this thing, might as well. But that's the dangerous thing for me. If I think might as well, I will do something that I hate until completion. And it's because of my obsessive mindset. I hate leaving things unfinished.
I get you.
But I'll tell you one thing. One of the worst tortures I've had in this goddamn game, honestly, was going for this fucking mount. Where is it?
Oh, yeah.
This fucking thing right here. Because this was when Frontlines first came out. You didn't have the Frontline freelancer thing. And I'm a Twin Adder! Yay! Or should I say Twin Batter? Oh my god, the Twin Adder were so bad back then, man. Like... I would only get...
could have definitely used the freelance shit back then.
Yeah. Because to get this thing, I had to do 300 frontline campaigns. 302, to be exact, to get 100 wins. 2 of them didn't count because of disconnections, and then after I get my worst... like, seriously, the very next day after I get it, they do a patch that's like, oh, yeah, if you get disconnected and come back in the match, it'll still count for you. It's like... really could have used that before.
Yep.
You know. But yeah, I mean, I would say I have a pretty decent frontline spread. I'm 33% on everything. 353 matches with 119 first place, 114 second place, and 118 third.
Let's give credit where credit's due, though. Like, all the content they keep adding whenever they update stuff, they've been doing a good job of making it play better and feel better. Like, and, yeah. And making it more inclusive to where you can actually play it with your friends instead of being stuck in a group where you can't, you know?
True.
And I understand why they did that, because it goes along with one of these original goals of wanting, like, people to work together, you know?
Yeah, although I'll be honest, man, if and when I get, the 200 feast wins and the 200 frontlines win I need, I say 200 because it's 200 for the first ADS mount and then 100 shatter wins, but shatter counts for both, so if you do, if you get 100 shatter wins, you get the other one too, or at least I will, because I already had 100 frontline wins. Whatever. Basically, I don't know what I'm going to do once I get all those mounts. I don't know if I'll just stop doing PvP altogether or if I'll just do it sporadically. I'll probably just stop doing it, because at that point...
You might do it sporadically, because it's still a concept you never know what else they might add later.
Yeah, exactly, but at the
And
same
by the time you get it, maybe they'll add something cool again.
Right, but at the same time, how do we know it's going to be retroactive? So, like, if I do... Let's say
well, even if it's not, that just makes you have to do more.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Let's say, for example, they add another one that's like, okay, get 500 feast wins, and it's this really cool mount, and then I have 1,500 feast wins because I did it sporadically. Would it count, or would I have to do 500 from when they added the achievement?
It all varies, isn't it?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So for me, it feels like it would be better just to wait until they did add something that I wanted. But then there's the offset, oh, maybe it is retroactive. It's like, well, shit, get 1,000 feast wins, but I only have 200. Get to feasting. Fuck!
You just mean the thing that I'm glad I got my war bear, my war lion, and my war panther before they changed the shit again.
Yeah, now you have to do it in a full party.
I'm glad that I got my shit before that. So I'm in the clear on that. I got all 3 tank mounts. Until they add more, then it's back to the grind, yeah.
Yeah.
Give me a jetpack for my bear. I want a flying bear mount. You know that would be awesome.
I wish these achievements here, like a wolf in white robes and stuff, I kind of wish that they were just for doing a match. It should be like, do the match from beginning to end as a healer rather than having to win, but whatever.
Well, they gotta encourage you to get victories.
That's what I'm saying. I guess that is the point. It makes, because that way you can't just freaking scrub your way through it. You gotta at least try. So I guess that's fair enough.
What's wrong with my keyboard?
Is no one else gonna switch to healer? There we go.
I think my keyboard's breaking.
Oh?
Certain buttons on it aren't working at all. Or it might be the batteries. I got batteries charging right now to replace them with, so I'll have to just do that later. Which means that.
It.
I hope that's it. If not, then ugh, there goes some money. Because I'm gonna have to have a keyboard.
To be fair, that keyboard is cheap, so it's fine.
Well, also to be fair, I've had this keyboard for what, 3, 4, 5 fucking years now, but not longer.
I have the same keyboard. Don't forget.
Yeah, but look at how much I've used mine in comparison.
True, because I got mine because I thought I was gonna be playing 14 on the PS3 more, but that didn't pan out. I had the PC version more.
But I've used my keyboard a lot, so even if it breaks now, guess what? I've definitely eked out every penny of it. I haven't. There's no way I can deny that shit. Oh! You shouldn't get behind the barrier, bitch. I'll just stay in your grill, motherfucker. And I don't think distance matters like you think it does.
It does.
Sadly.
It does. It's just that Bard probably had the offensive kit.
Ow! Stop hitting me. Really? Alright, come over here, Drew. Come on. I'm just gonna work on this stupid fucking bullshit here. Stupid ass fucking.
Ah, shit.
What's with this group's not thinking that they don't need a tank nowadays?
I know.
Have you noticed that too?
I have.
Ow! That hurts. To be fair, though, from what I heard from a lot of people, Warrior's the only really relevant tank in PvP most of the time. I don't know how true that statement is.
Yeah, they just tried that. It didn't work. Shit, I disabled the white mage because I couldn't target who I wanted to target. Okay, I need to get that venomous bite off of there now.
That was a crazy ass, let's try to lock them down bullshit method. I'm dead.
Fuck.
I knew that was coming.
Well, yeah, considering I'm the only freaking healer right now.
Bye-bye, lemon pepper. That's what happens when you try to get in our grill, bitch. Fuck off with your Garuda.
Yeah, summoners are really annoying with that. Oh, I didn't. I thought they had more buffs than that.
Aw, I hate you, Summoner.
Summoner killed the summoner.
It's a weird amount of irony there.
Stop going where I can't reach you! Fucking raw destruction.
Ryoko's on our team? Cool.
Might be a different Ryoko, though. That name is kind of popular.
It is kind of popular, yeah. It all depends on the server that they're on.
Yep. Just letting you know I know you're there, buddy. Hey, Sam.
Hello. Alright, come on, ninja boy. Ow. What the fuck knocked me back that guy? I'm gonna die. No! Come on, boy. Oh, yeah. Y'all, fuck. Well, I shouldn't grab that.
I think I did. Not sure who got it.
Ow! Summoners are so fun. You really shouldn't raise me because it feels like. Ugh.
I don't raise you. That's divine breath. It gets you back into the fray faster and allows for superior positioning if you utilize it properly. Not to mention, the other thing to keep in mind is if I use that, it makes it to where your knockout counter doesn't increase if you get KO'd again. Because remember, it goes up by every time you get KO'd, so it takes you longer to respawn, but that saves you a respawn. Yeah. 0011.
And yeah, it's not the same one. They're from Siren.
Oh, man. Nice job. Nice job. Okay.
I need a moment before I go back in. I'll be quick. Right back.
Mm-hmm. What the hey? How you doing? Cannabis Lux. And Sindri Lux. Beware.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I have T2. Alright. I think we should probably go ahead and do our extra roulette before we get out of hand with that. Oh, wait, you know what? I just realized I need to go to Idleshire for a couple of reasons.
One of them is drugs.
I need a new Chloe book.
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me of that one.
Yep.
I need to do a couple of things on me.
I almost forgot about that.
Oh god damn it. One moment. Fucking mixture got unplugged. There we go. Time SS is not him for extra.
I know.
I got a couple things to do before we jump in the expert. Also, we're going to do expert roulette. I'm switching to Dark Knight. You know exactly why.
Do I?
Well, I want a certain part of the relic. Guess which one?
Oh, yeah. Okay. There was another reason I was coming. Oh, yeah.
Oh, you had it. Dreamer as well? Okay.
I figured why not, because I didn't see Rognir.
Give him time.
I know. Leon, help!
Oh, my head.
Yeah, well. I just want to look at these again. Wish I could filter them by healer instead of having to actually, like, cycle through them. Okay. Yeah. Kind of feel like I have... Yeah. I kind of feel like I've got the better rings there, at least in my opinion.
Well, if everybody grabbed them, there is an using thing that we can do.
And this, see, that one right there is the only one that I really have interest in, but at the same time, I think I've got my stats balanced a bit better as it is, so that's why I don't really... And then, of course, I don't like that earring at all, although it is good for the piety, but I would sacrifice 59 spell speed, so...
Warg!
Yeah, not Party Finder. I have to click on Friends List. I'm just hoping that my raid group will be able to clear A11S this week. Because I'll be honest, I don't want to have to do my own personal clear again. I want them to be able to clear it too. And then we can start working on A12S, although, for me personally, I've got no stock in A12S anymore. But, you know.
Well, other than the victory.
Yeah, other than the victory, sure. And I'd love
well,
to
you get a cool mount from it, too.
Possibly. It's not guaranteed.
I think the coolest mounts in the game.
It is a cool one, yes. You know, here. I'll just do it this way.
We're just waiting on you to get on, Sammy. I think, right?
Yeah. How do I make this shit private? Oh, there it is.
Well, is he wanting to join us from this other character?
I don't know. I'm just going to make it easier on everybody.
Hmm. Give me a bit. We'll try to switch some batteries out. This is frustrating the shit out of me.
Alright.
I'll set my headset down for a moment.
There we go.
One moment.
I love that. You join U's party. They haven't fixed that yet. That's funny. So now you can join whenever you're ready, Mr. Orognia. And you can join as whatever character you want, hence why I put it on the cross-party server thingy. You can hide him, I guess.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Did you give him the password somehow, or?
I did, yeah.
There you go.
Of course, it occurred to me that people could have seen it when I made the password, so... Hopefully that's where pixelization was actually in my favor. You know? Oh well. But then again, it's not likely that someone's going to join the party anyway, outside of who I haven't intended to. What?
Ugh, I might have to buy a new keyboard.
Did you already replace the batteries?
Yeah, but it's with ones that were actively charged. I'll know better later whenever I have a full charged set of batteries that I can pop into it. And if not, then I guess I'm buying a new one.
Well, you can just get a cheap one. I'd say you get like a $10 one or something for your PS3 4.
I have a cordless one at this point.
Hmm.
I prefer to have a cordless one at this point.
Hmm.
Because I'm so used to this.
Well, to be fair,
Cord it won't get in the way with how much. You know how many cords I already got in the way?
well, that's what I'm saying. To be fair, you can probably get a better one now. Because I know that you've had complaints with that keyboard before, as have I. Also, since I have one, I'll show you what kind of keyboard he's using.
It's been good to me, though, to be fair.
Yeah, it's this one right here. It's a Logitech brand. I don't know the model number. Is it on the back here? K400R.
Yeah. It's been good to me for as long as I've had it. It's had moments where it's pissed me off, but it's been good to me.
The only thing I don't like about it is there's no LEDs anywhere. So you won't know if you have caps lock on or not until you start tapping in all caps.
Yep.
And it has a built-in touchpad, which is weird, but yeah. It is a pretty good keyboard for the price. I think we only paid, what, $15 for it?
20. Well, it's worth $20 though. Bum, 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 bum. I could always get one of those chunky ass thumb text ones that I can attach to the bottom of my controller. I don't think I'd like that. Oh, here's a colored one. I don't know if I like the story mount on it. So shitty chocolate keyboard. That's a Bluetooth keyboard. Excuse me.
There we go.
My brain hurts.
Oh, apparently I forgot to remove slots on whatever.
Yeah, I really wish that I had my computer, like, we both had, like, our computers up and running properly. Because it'd be fun to play that Ghost Recon game together, dude.
You can invite him if you want, Neon.
What? No. Huh?
What? Who? What? When? Where? Why? The ghosts.
Well, let's ask. Sammy, Dreamer, do you guys want
They
him?
both said they do.
Do you guys want to give me cocaine? I'll add people. Add. And. Add. Add to call.
No.
What?
That's what I hate about Skype. When a new person gets into the call, it fucking pops it up over my screen.
Haha, you're funny.
That's why we haven't started anything yet. Yeah?
Hi, my name is Dreamer Rigastorm, and this is Jackass.
Lol.
Actually, this is Jackass. I should start running through.
So we got a pink knight, a bikini healer, an MMA fighter, and a potato.
They sound delicious.
Wow.
Actually, get it right. I'm the full course meal of potatoes and onions.
You are not an onion potato.
Does that make us the Four Horsemen?
Fuck you, Neon! Oh my god. Fuck yeah, dude.
That was a good one.
Wow.
See, I can do horrible puns too.
My name is Rodnir Nordheim, commander of the Homes of the North, general of the Makote legions, loyal servant to royal servant to myself.
Speaking of which,
With
did
your
you see
lack
what
of
the-
clothes, I would assume you're the commander of the Homeless Legion.
So did you see the message that I left on the search thingy?
I did.
What message did you put? Because I didn't look at the search thingy at all.
Something to do with my surname in the game.
Yeah, if you're happy and you know it, go to the North Home. I like doing wordplay. Sometimes it's not so clever.
By the way, anybody in the audience, again, I will be streaming it a new game that's releasing later today.
Yep.
What's that?
Nair Butamata.
But
Oh, alright.
I'll be playing as the butt droid.
Or should I say, butt automata.
Oh, God damn it.
By the way, I'm not sure if it's supposed to be pronounced near or Nair, because the only thing that we've ever heard was from a Japanese promotional thingy, and they pronounced it near, but, you know, dialect and all that.
Yeah. I still want to call it Nair because of the way it looks, but...
Actually, I think you'll find it's called Nier.
Yeah, exactly. Or perhaps it's N-E-A-R. Who
There
knows?
might be Automata as well, not Automata, but...
Well, to be fair, like me personally, I've only ever heard the word automaton pronounced one way, but I have heard people lately starting saying it really weird, like automaton or automaton. And I'm like, what? Why is the inflection so weird lately? I always thought it was just automaton. And to me,
Accent.
Faggotry.
you know. But I mean, I think really, that's the thing. I don't really care how people pronounce things as long as it's at least understood what you mean.
As long as you know what the fuck they're talking about.
The weird,
Yeah.
the weird thing is, you say automated. You don't say automated.
That's true. And that's the other weird thing, you know? Like, the word changes based on the tense that you're using. Which is the other thing that makes language so fucking confusing. Sometimes.
I'm pulling them down to the Steam.
You know? Because it's a little bit like, you know, machine versus machination. You don't say machination, it's machination, even though it's a root of the same word. And usually meaning the same thing, or at least...
Well, I have heard machination.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too. You know?
To me, I really don't care too much, as long as people understand what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's
I
about
mean,
robots. Deal with it.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or robot.
Because it's not like it says the word.
Robots.
Unless it says it in the game, then I have a problem with it. You know?
Yeah.
Or
Well,
somewhere in the promotional material they've said it.
Well, it's a little bit like how a lot of people on 14 call it machinist, and yet I say machinist. In fact, I'm not the only one that says machinist. I know quite a few people that do. And really, I think both pronunciations are just as valid as the other because, you know, like...
Because of machina and machine. They both
Exactly,
work.
yeah.
No, only my inflection works. Everyone else is wrong.
Well, but then it comes to names. Like, names are where, like proper names are where things get a bit weird. Like the name Tidus from Final Fantasy X isn't a, you know, because it's Tidus, right?
But it is officially Thetis, yeah.
Yeah. But that at the same time, dialect still matters. For example, a Japanese person, like a native Japanese person, might pronounce my name Zak or Zaksan rather than Zach. You know. So I don't even
Well, in
think that...
Spanish, my name is pronounced. My real name
Tomas.
is pronounced Tomás.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think dialect really comes into play there too. But another name, and this is a big one for me, because I can't tell you, man, how many times I've seen in forums and shit with the character Kate Sith in Final Fantasy. They're like, no, it's Ket She because it's based off the Gaelic creature of the same name, and I'm like, yeah, that may be, but the character's Kate Sith.
The creature is Kate She, but the character isn't.
Yeah, exactly. The character is Kate Sith. The creature is Ket She.
The
So,
one that used to.
I hate it when they try to grammar Nazi that when they're wrong.
The one that used to get me is Bastok versus Bastu.
True. The game pronounces it Bastiu, but I've always said Bastoke myself, or Bastok. I kind of alternated that.
I call it
So-
Rocky bullshit.
Because if you think about it, right, if it was Bastu, then it would be, if you were a member of that society, you'd be a Bastuan. Which
That
doesn't
was
make any
true.
sense.
I just called America.
But to be fair, like the other one that was weird with pronunciation was Sanduria.
Sanduria.
No, because a lot of my friends, Tom included, used to tell me that it's Sandioria because it's D apostrophe Oria. No, it's Sanduria.
No, if you're doing it off the French, it's Sandoria.
Well, yeah, that's. I don't know why
'Cause
I'm putting
it's-
so much on the
No,
Duke, but yeah,
most of-
Sandoria is how I always said it.
Yeah, the D and the O and the R, it's door. French.
Now, of
Oh
course,
God.
Chateau-
All right, you know me. You didn't know me as well back then. You know me well enough now. Serenia, do you think that I was fucking with you, or do you think I was being serious?
honestly, looking back, you were being serious because you weren't the same back then either. Like you played it fucking straight, dude. You don't have any sort of inflection that could hint otherwise, or at least back then you didn't.
That's
Well,
Wait,
I've learned
But
how
the
to
thing
do
is,
it.
though, Tom, you're not the only one that was doing that. I've had other people try to tell me it was Sandioria. You had Joseph believing it for crying out loud, and he thought you were being legit. But I knew.
As much as Joseph is kind of awesome, he's also a gullible idiot.
True.
Sadly
But-
true.
The other one though is
Now, Hume did throw me off, though. I'll be honest about that one.
yeah, because I always said Hume, but you know.
Same. That Hume
Well-
threw me off.
It's funny, like when I started playing it, I instinctively thought Hume. So
I was thinking Hume too, but Tom had me convinced that it was Hume.
Well, somebody else had me convinced that it was that too, though. So I ain't gonna take
Yeah.
full blame on that.
To me,
Well,
yeah,
I'm
to me,
not-
as soon
I
as I saw
wasn't
it,
blaming you either. I wasn't even really saying you're responsible for it. I'm just saying you had me convinced.
because I've actually had somebody try and convince me that it's not Ellison, it's Elysian.
Elysian, I can't
Yeah,
see
I
it.
know.
Elysian.
Oh, it
It's
is.
Ellison. We know.
Oh, I know
Just
it's
like Mikote. Like we finally got an official pronunciation of Mikote in the game itself.
Nah, I was
It's
calling
Mikote.
Makote from the
No,
moment that
I know,
fuck-
but what I'm saying is now we at least know for sure. Not that you could pronounce Mikote any other way, but Ellison.
Yeah, I don't know how you could have pronounced that. But
Because I mean,
Mikote.
Elazon is another way you can pronounce it, or Elysian.
You could potentially.
Another one is Hyur versus Higher.
True. Now there is one that I would love to get a fucking official pronunciation for. I really would, and that's Rogaiden. Because apparently
it's
it's
either
actually
Rogaiden
supposed
or
to be
Rogadine.
Grogadine.
Rogaiden. Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you never hear you don't hear anyone official or otherwise say Rogaiden. You hear Rogaiden. That's the one you
Well, the
hear
thing
the
is-
most. Even
well, the
among
thing
the
is-
press. So I was like, ah.
I know, but here's the thing, right? If it was Rogaiden, it would be Gaydn. It's Gadyn.
That's true. But DYN can also be Dine, so Rogaiden, it could also work.
Yeah,
That doesn't really
yeah,
roll off the tongue. But Din,
yeah, but Rogaiden doesn't work.
true.
Rogadin.
Ninja Rogaiden.
Yeah, Rogaiden is the one I hear most commonly, but Rogaiden is another one. It's a variation. I'm guessing that one's just dialect, really. Because I have a problem with saying "guh." I end up saying "guy" a lot.
We should just call it Sexy Muscle Race. There
Don't
we
you?
go.
It's the opposite of Ninja Gaiden versus Ninja Gaiden. It's Gaiden. It's fucking
Gaiden,
Gaiden.
yes.
I just call
why-
Incredible Hulk and his family.
Why the hell do people still say Gaiden? It's
You
not.
don't even want to know how I used to pronounce it. Oh my god, it was bad. But then again, I was young, so I didn't quite get the concept of how to pronounce things yet.
Yeah, it's like in Metal Gear Solid 2. You know, my friends were
people say
like,
one
"Oh, it's
Raiden."
Raiden."
No, it's Raiden.
They say it in the
They say it.
game.
It's Raiden, yeah.
Voice
You know,
acted Raiden.
Here's the funny thing, though. The character Raiden in Mortal Kombat is actually a corruption of the name. Because the thing is, it was supposed to be Raiden, the Thunder God. But it became Raiden, and they kind of ran with it. It's like, okay, sure, why not?
Yeah, and in that sense, it's a great thing for them because it helped them to solidify their own mythos instead of
Well, wasn't there a character in Mortal Kombat that actually was the actual name of an error, but then they put it in the next game?
Ermac,
Yep.
one of my favorite characters in the franchise.
Yeah.
Because Ermac
So-
is error macro.
Yeah, and he's one of the most OP characters in the franchise too. But yeah,
But you know what's really funny, and this is, I almost feel like this is a joke in and of itself. Ermac isn't a single entity; he's multiple entities.
multiple entities. Yeah,
Yeah. So in other words, it's kind of like a pun in a way because he's error macros because of that. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But yeah, no, because the character Raiden in Mortal Kombat Because you gotta remember, in the original Mortal Kombat, it was spelled R-A-I-D-E-N. Well,
Well-
at least it was supposed to, but it got mistranslated somehow and became R-A-Y-D-E-N.
Well, there's a
And
lot
it
of
was
characters like that.
Yeah. So in
Like
terms of
Scarlet, for example, is just a weird, fucked up palette shit of Melina.
yeah.
I mean, there's really weird shit. Like, there's stuff even I pronounce wrong. Like in Tekken, it's Mokujin. It's not Mokujin. It's Mokujin. But I keep saying Mokujin.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of that's because of the announcer from Tekken 3. That's the way that they announced it, the name. So you just get used to saying it because of
Yeah,
that.
because it's Jin Kazama. It's not Jin Kazama.
Because a lot of times, whenever games get translated, that type of shit happens. A good example is the Dynasty Warriors series. Sal P, for the longest time, they called him Cal P.
Cow pee.
Kind of like
Yep.
Sal Sal
Now-
was called Pow Pow.
Cow cow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that too. I'm like, what the
Um,
fuck? Is that really it?
When it comes to Jin or Jean, it doesn't matter because in Japan, sure, Jean, but over here it would be Jin. So that one's forgivable. That one's fair enough.
That's what the forces in the later Dynasty Warriors again is actually part of history. The Jin forces actually is Jin because that's Chinese dialect means that's
Yeah,
the
exactly.
forces name.
So
Yeah.
that's where
Yeah.
dialect plays a part. But like, you know, some
And
names are blatantly mispronounced. Like the character in Final Fantasy VII, Kate Sith. It's Kate Sith. It's not Ket Shi. You know.
Yeah.
Well, his name
Because-
could have been formed from a mistranslation, though.
True, kind of like how Raiden in Mortal Kombat was initially supposed to be Raiden, but it became Raiden due to a mistranslation, and they kind of just ran with it.
Yeah. The other one that's kind of weird to me. Shit, I did. Oh yeah, it was basically who became Hwarong in 3. Everyone used to say Bake. That's Peck.
Yeah, true. Bake Dusan. Because I even used to say bake, but again, Tekken 2 is to blame for that, because that's exactly how the damn announcers said it. Bake Dusan.
It's
Well,
actually
well,
Peck Tosan.
When I was younger, I used to pronounce the character from Virtua Fighter Kage as Cage for the longest time.
Yep, same. I'm guilty of that too.
The other one that's kind of weird, which actually doesn't make sense, is because the game Dynasty Warriors is actually translated for America. Dynasty Warriors is correct, although the actual term Dynasty in the UK is Dynasty. It's not Dynasty.
Yeah.
So-
Dynasty Warriors.
It's like, that's why I got so confused when I first started playing it. I was like, this is Dynasty Warriors, and then everyone's like, no, it's Dynasty Warriors. Okay.
Let's be honest, Dynasty Warriors even rolls off the tongue better.
Well, it depends on what you're used to saying, because you got to remember accents can really play
Oh,
a part
no, I'm not.
too.
I'm talking about just as a title for a game. It rolls better.
Well, I used to
It
say
has more impact, I think.
I used to say Dynasty Warriors instinctively, and I had to basically train myself to say it in my dialect incorrectly.
Yeah.
You can always say it by the Japanese name. It's Shin Sengoku Muso.
Yeah,
I
and
probably
that,
would.
Don't
Yeah.
don't say Sengoku Muso because that's a totally different series.
yeah. Well, it's not a totally different series.
That's
It's part of
Samurai.
this. Oh,
It's a
I'm
totally
sorry.
different series.
I thought you were talking about the first Dynasty Warriors, which was Sengoku Muso or something.
No,
I can't say it, but you know what I mean.
It was Sengoku something else.
No, it's Sengoku Muso. Remember? Yeah, it's that the fighting game was Sengoku Muso, and then Dynasty Warriors 2 was Shin Sengoku Muso. Remember?
It had a weird inflection on it. I have.
Well, I don't know whether I'm missing a beat here, but I kind of wish that they'd actually kept making games in the vein of the first game as
That would
well.
be nice.
I'm kind of glad they didn't because during that era there was way too many fighting games up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now that's not enough, really.
But what we're going over is exactly why there's a numbering discrepancy between Dynasty Warriors in the States and Japan, because our Dynasty Warriors 2 is actually Shin Sengoku Muso 1. Because the fighting game in Japan didn't count as the same
No, they-
series, whereas in the States it did.
Now,
So
they did this. They did kind of hem-haw around the idea of maybe making another fighting game series. But the reason why they haven't is there's been several installments in each of the Muso games that have had extra modes that were fighting modes like that.
Yeah. So
And at this rate, what would they call it?
yeah.
Exactly.
So that's exactly why like in the States, you have Dynasty Warriors 8, but then in Japan, Dynasty Warriors 8 is actually Shinzangoku Musou 7.
They could call it Dynasty Fighters or some hokey shit like that.
Yeah.
Dynasty Fighters.
I'd buy it.
Of course you would. If it was, as long as it's made by Koei, you'd buy anything.
Another one is the English. Another one is the English pronunciation of samurai, because in England, in a lot of English people I've heard say samurai,
Yeah.
but in actual Japanese it's samurai.
Samurai.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I
I've
understand
actually heard
why.
people, like, I know a few of my friends pronounce it this way to be silly, but I've actually heard people legitimately think that ninja was supposed to be ninja. No, it's ninja. You know.
Ninja.
Yep.
They call it ninja. I just like, oh, all right, you Nordic fuck.
True.
Hey!
You've never said ninja, so you're not a Nordic fuck.
But, you know, that's right there when things get kind of really weird in terms of dialect, though. Because, I believe the dragon in Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter, for example, is Adjin, A-D-J-N, but it's supposed to be a representation of Odin, so I don't know.
The other one that's kind of weird is the idiots, quite frankly, who say Ryu.
Yeah.
I did say that when I was a kid. I did say it when I was a kid. I ain't gonna lie.
Ryu,
But
Ryu
as
was
a
bit
kid,
of
we're all
controversy, in a way, because I've even heard weird debates among this with Japanese people. I've heard some Japanese or Asian people say Ryu as well, but I've also heard Ryu, and I've also heard Ru? Like, Ru. Ru. You know, kangaroo.
I've also heard somebody say you as well.
Yeah, I've also
How
heard
the
that.
fuck are you
It's
getting
like, it's a
that?
3-letter word. How the hell does it have so many pronunciations?
I call them unoriginal faggot, but that's just what I call.
Oh my god, man. Although I did have a
different
friend that...
perspectives on how to read it. Like some people would believe the R is silent then, hence you.
Though I did have a friend back in the day that legitimately pronounced guile as gui. I'm not even kidding.
Gui.
I'm not even joking. I wish I was.
Oh, that's awesome.
Interesting.
I don't even think that's a bad thing. That's awesome.
They legitimately
Well, at least-
thought it was gui for the longest time. Even
You
though
know,
the game's
at
like,
least-
guile wins.
Once you guys got an understanding of each other, at least you know what he's talking about when he says it.
Yeah. But actually, there is a character in Street Fighter that kind of... I kind of want to bring up because of the whole pronunciations thing. Because...
Shenlong. Oh,
Well, yeah, but that's not what I was referring to, actually. It's actually
And we're not
Chun-Li,
talking about the fishing pole.
because because of her name, it's actually Chun-Li, but you can say Chun and still be correct. You know, because that's a dialect thing
oh,
rather
I
than
call her
a
Thunder
pronunciation.
Thighs.
Undersized, yeah.
Yeah. Conversely, I had a load of like friends when I was younger who had no idea how to say Ling Xiao Yu, even though it said it in the game.
Oh my god, yeah, Xiao Yu is a really weird one.
And it's the fact that she's, because of the way that, you know, Chinese names are, she's listed as Xiao Yu rather than Ling.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Zaya
where's
Ho,
the
I think.
where's the Ling come from? There's no Ling there. Yes, because the first name's not, the other name's not put there.
Yep.
Isn't there... the character Xianghua from Soul Calibur, isn't she similar to that? Like, she has a name that's not listed there? I think her name's friggin' Ling as well, or something. Or something.
Well, yeah, their first names are, well, their first. I can never remember whether their first names and last names are reversed or whether they just rarely mention their first names.
Well, I know in Japan, that's how it is. Like, it's last name first. over
Yes,
there.
I know.
Well, because it represents the clan.
Mm-hmm. The family name is
So,
important.
okay, if that's the case, the character Guan Yu and Lu Bu, is that their clan name or their real name? Like, would
That's
Guan Yu
Chinese,
actually...
different.
Oh,
doesn't
right,
work.
right. Sorry.
Yeah.
I keep getting
Because
that
Lu
confused
Bu's
in my...
name in Japanese is Ryofu.
That's right. And I don't think Guan Yu has an equivalent name.
No, he does. I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
Ah.
Because
Yeah,
I like. The reason why is because I just think that the name Guan Yu is so fucking cool.
True. I keep getting that mixed up, though, because fucking Dynasty Warriors is made by a Japanese company.
Yeah, but they try to keep to the original names in that series as much as
Yeah.
possible. for
Actually, I guess Samurai Warriors would be a better name. Like Tadakatsu Honda. Is his name actually Honda Tadakatsu, or do they localize those to make it a bit more? To make...
Honda.
localized.
Yeah,
Honda's the surname.
It's the surname.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So in that case, it would. But how would you like? Okay, if you put that in English dialogue, would it still be Tadakatsu Honda, or would it be Honda?
Yes.
Tadakatsu Honda, because his last name is.
Yeah, if you're actually in Japan, it would be Honda Tadakatsu.
Oh.
Pulling him over here. Sorry, guys.
No, bro.
I didn't mean to get
That's
us.
confusing.
I didn't mean to get us corners.
All good.
Sorry if my DPS is a bit shit. I literally just woke up.
It's okay.
It's all good. I had a weird headache all night.
So
We're
did
not
I.
doing this as a speed run. We're just doing this casually as a friend. As fringe.
As-
I've been DPSing, but I haven't.
We
I haven't
are
really been
one.
doing as much as I could.
We're not the Nexus.
We are one. We are one.
We're Venom.
We will fight together.
Venom, Venom, Venom.
We are number one.
Grows robust.
Robust. I worked on too many weapons at one time.
Breaking. Unfortunately, when it comes to a decent thing, I can't DC these properly yet.
I need to see what's on my Chloe book.
I need to punch myself in the skull.
I need more second chance points for that shit.
Alright. Oh, good. Front lines. That's what's on my list.
Well, if everybody's
Second
got their
Coil,
Chloe book, we
Lightning
can work
Coil,
on it.
Ravana,
Yeah.
Ifrit
I don't have my
Extreme,
new one, but
Ravana
that's because,
Extreme, Leviathan Extreme, Palace of
I don't
the
think-
Dead.
I don't think you can hold two at once.
I can pick it up. I haven't picked it up in a long time.
Anyway,
Especially, I don't like how my sticker's got arranged. I want to get at least 2 lines on it.
This is the weird thing I genuinely don't know. In Japan, with Western names, do they reverse them?
I actually don't know. That's a good question.
Alright.
Okay.
I believe
Uh,
so.
Because the Koreans also reverse it, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, compared to us.
It's funny though when you're looking at the language, Korean is the easiest one to pull out because they're weird
Yeah.
circles on everything.
It's very bubbly. That's what I call it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing that's confusing about Japanese is, there's 3 alphabets, one of which is an adapted form of Chinese lettering.
That's where they get the whole thing with calligraphy comes from the Chinese.
And there's 2,200 characters, roughly, I think. God. Learning that is an absolute nightmare.
I actually do. I find the dinosaurs and the Romance of Three Kingdoms series really amusing because they're so beloved in Japan and it's part of their own history because of the region. But if you know anything about how those regions are, Japan and China hate each other.
Yeah.
But they were respectful enough that they hold to the lore like as best as possible. So it's just this weird form of respect, even though they fucking hate them. They don't hate the history, but they hate the current people.
Well, I'm almost ready for floors 101 to 200. I almost got my shit up to plus 99.
I need to build that up still.
Plus, I'm grinding for that fucking mount.
I just need to get all the lore.
Oh, the lord.
What the fuck, you sir?
Which actually, once I start crafting ironworks crap, I'll need that too.
Yeah. It'll show us my prime example. Let's just be done with consoles so we're done with this console war shit. Then it'll make everything better. Yeah. While I'm actively watching people argue about whose parts are better in Idleshire.
Yes.
My GTX blah 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 and hard la 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 la. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It'll never
yeah.
end. It'll just transition to another cock
It's
swinging
a
contest.
dick waving contest.
Yeah,
Fuck
and
it.
it's funny because they actually released another video. A guy that I'm subscribed to released another video that shows that the 7700K, and this is I'm not going to talk about this for very long. The 7700K, where everybody thought it was actually ahead, it's not. It's way behind because the CPU usage of the 7700K at the same level was 94%, 95%. The usage on the Ryzen processor was less than 30%. So yeah,
I see shit like that. That's just adding to that dick measuring contest.
Dick measuring contest.
I know, but I'm just basically countering all these people saying it's awful, it's terrible, because they clearly don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
I'm glad I've not been paying attention to things on that lately, because I haven't been seeing those people. I believe you, because that shit happens all the time. But I'm just glad I haven't been paying attention, because I don't really want that headache.
I kind of have to, considering I'm trying to help Zach, but you know.
Yeah, I know. You're wanting to make sure that he hedges his bets in the right direction.
Well, yeah, and plus, I mean, spend the money as wisely as he can and get the most bang for his buck.
Which is why I'm now definitely sure that we've already made the right choice.
Oh yeah, fucking Sam showed me that, and I immediately agreed. I'm like, fuck yeah, Ryzen.
And the best thing is this should also have him VR ready as well. And then we eventually help the sneak to get him into VR. And then I'll find ways to trick him to play horror games that aren't horror games. So next thing he was like, la la la, jump scare in your face.
Like those fucking games fucking Emily wants to play on Steam and shit. Yeah.
Oh.
Somebody just buys Zach Resident Evil 7. They eventually do VR on PC.
Nice.
Which I know they're working on that. Hell, the way I look at as I said before, if I just spent the money and had a PSP right now, yes, I'd own Resident Evil 7. And most people say it's too scary for me. I don't give a shit. I don't care if I have a heart attack. I'm playing it with VR. Because that costed how much fucking money? It's getting played through in VR. I don't fucking care. I'm sure you guys get where I'm coming from with that.
Yeah.
Like, I ain't spending that much money to be scared away by being a fucking pussy.
Yep. I get it.
Play for like 5 hours and gotta go to the hospital. Dudes, I had a heart attack. But you know what? I'm still gonna continue playing it because that costed too much money.
I could just imagine you telling the doctors, Mr. Mitchell, you realize that how did you get this heart attack? I was playing a scary game in virtual reality. Oh, well, we recommend you do that. Fuck that! I put in $500 in this fucking shit.
My exact answer to them. Fuck you. I spent too much money.
I'm not wasting $500. Yeah, it might cost me my life, but it's $500.
I'll just continue to keep losing weight. Fuck you. I'll get the fat off my heart, so fuck you.
Mind you, being scared would actually make you lose weight anyway, so...
Yeah. What?
Oh.
I think you meant headphones?
Then why not reply to you?
But we are talking to ourselves. You're a figment of our imagination.
Yeah, we're hearing voices
Collective.
now.
Yeah.
We're like Randy Orton Jr.'s.
I hear voices in my bread. But no.
In
says-
your bread.
He says as I eat a sandwich.
Aussie genocide. Nom 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 nom. The fuck were we talking about video? I completely forgot.
The VR fucking.
Oh yeah,
scary shit.
VR and heart attack.
Yeah. And how you'd react.
Fuck them, I ain't gonna stop it. That's too much money, dude.
Your reaction will probably be, fuck it, if I die, I die. At least I got my money's worth.
Though sadly, right now, Resident Evil 7 is the only game in VR, and it's funny, it's only in VR on consoles, and it's the only game in VR that's really worth your investment, unless you're really into other things. Like I'd say, if you had, what the fuck's it called? I know the name of it, and just exited out my brain. Elite Dangerous, that's it.
I thought that Amnesia book, Rush of Blood thing was good.
Oh, it could be.
I can just imagine freaking Zach playing VR, and he's enjoying it, and then you switch the game on him without him noticing. And then he, once he gets scared, he takes it off and Hadokens it against the wall.
What we need to do is trick him to thinking that, I know how to do it. Aha. That requires me to learn how to code. Actually, since they're doing that one VR thing in 15 with Prompto, which I'm looking forward to. If I had a PSVR, I'd totally be all over that. That could be fun, but that'd be the best place to put like weird jump scare shit while you're playing through it, just to fuck with you.
I can imagine him blue screening in VR if he tried it on his PC right now.
Oh god.
Yep.
That'd be weird.
His PC right now is definitely not VR ready.
No.
Mine's not either, but his source look isn't.
Alright. I am back. So
Ooh, 1,000 lore for 2 lines. Ooh.
Nice.
You are not back, you fucker.
I need to get second chance points. Anyone else got bonuses I can grab?
not me.
Nope.
I know with you two. Maybe with you, Sam.
I haven't done doing Scathe.
Oh. Okay then, we could do that.
I
We need to do that for weekly anyway.
sure as hell ain't doing it on my tank.
Even though you get lights.
Yeah, but then I have to tank.
Not really.
Actually, you're right. I really don't. But let me go back and grab the fucking quest.
But apparently I'm not high item level enough. Never mind.
What?
That's
Oh,
weird.
really? Hold on.
Because I actually haven't upgraded most of my shit from 230 on this character. That's why my DPS is so far behind.
Well, yeah, the item level for it is 235.
I know I'm on 231.
Hey, close. Someone buy him the item level 250 weapon.
I've got the 235 weapon.
Although I'm getting close to
Oh wait, no I don't.
being able to craft those weapons. So hey.
Although, on I could do it on Sammy, but again I've not got Mach done on Sammy, so...
Yeah, so that would be a problem.
Weeping
Even further
City.
back.
Well, then Weeping City. At least time when I can get light.
I hate Weeping City so much, that's why I've not done it.
I definitely don't want to be in their own tank. Because I actually do have to tank in that place because the shit that's happening.
Why don't we start going through the actual things in the Chloe list?
That's fine. I'm just working. I'm right now working on a old journal. You can't have two at once. My stickers are
Well,
in a bad
if you're trying
place.
to wait for you to get random to get different stickers, you're just going to keep waiting for a couple weeks, probably.
Well, no. The thing about it is, I just want 2 lines. That's all. 2 lines would make it
Too,
worth
but
it.
I hardly ever.
I actually
I've never gotten it
typically-
once.
I typically get 2 lines myself, but it's just that right now my stickers are in a bad
Oh.
spot.
You okay?
I'm fine,
Okay.
don't worry. I've got a cough.
Everything is so expensive. The fuck?
She fucking threatened me.
I'll threaten you all I want.
Fuck you.
Fuck you too.
So what are we doing then?
I don't know.
I don't fucking know either.
Mutual masturbation. No.
Sure. Keep it
No,
out here.
I'd feel inadequate even then.
Okay. So I have Ifrit Extreme, Ramu Extreme, Leviathan Extreme, Earth's Fount, Ravana Extreme. Let's see. Binding Coil turn 4, Second Coil turn 1, and Front Lines. That's what I can do on mine. Most of that I can solo.
I have a lot of this I can solo. Dungeons level 1 to 49, 50, 51 to 59, 60, World of Darkness, Void Ark, Alexander Fist of the Father, Palace of the Dead, Bowl of Embers Extreme, Thorn March Extreme, Striking Tree Extreme, Minstrel's Ballad Ultimus Bane, Limitless Blue Extreme, Binding Call of Bahamut turn 5, Second Call of Bahamut turn 1, and Frontline.
Labyrinth of the Ancients, Void Ark, Fist of the Sun, the Aqua Palace, the Howling Eye Extreme, the World Eater Extreme, Striking Tree Extreme, Ultimus Bane, Ravana Extreme, and let's see, Binding Coal turn 2, Second Coal turn 3, and the Fold. I mean the Feast.
I will say this: the Acropolis is actually pretty cool.
I like the Acropolis.
Especially since if you reach floor 7, everyone gets 100k gil each.
Oh god, yes.
But that's pure luck.
But that's pure luck.
Well, yeah, it's a 50-50 shot per each door, so it's 50 times 50, 50 within 50% success rate.
It's 50% 7 times.
7 times, yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, so it's technically not a 50%. It's variable by a lot.
It's like 2% overall, I think. Because it's a percentage of a percentage. It's like,
Because you would be dividing that half each time into half and half and half.
Exactly.
It's going to be less than 1%.
What I do is it's kind of a weird system where I pick one person to go left, the other person goes right, and they both slash random. Whoever has the highest number, I go with.
Hey, whatever works.
It actually works pretty well too. It's a bullshit system, but it's fun.
Hey, at least it's fun. That's what's important. It may not be effective. In fact, it's probably useless, but it's fun.
I go weekly map hunting with my with FC, with my friend Rekka.
Yeah.
Okay,
And-
I just...
Wait, Rekka,
I just-
what?
Ayo Rekka Nasa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
She
that's
does
what
the
I thought.
weekly thing.
That's what I thought you meant. Yeah.
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 I just calculated it. The chance of getting through all the doors is 0.78%.
That's awesome.
But that's
Then-
assuming if it's a raw 50% chance. Because it does seem like there's some very weird pattern. Like,
Yeah, but it's still... Because there's only 2 doors, it's still a 50% chance.
Well, true. That is true, yeah.
The interesting thing is the
Without
fact that
calculating any other variable.
it's like last week was sucky for maps, but the week before that we got to floor 7 5 times.
Now, there is something else, though. There's a small chance. It feels like there's like a 5% chance that if you do select the wrong door, you'll get a grace. So that's where the percentages gets even weirder. And by the way, I really hate those troll doors. I hate them with a fucking passion. Because it'll clunk down, it'll do the rumbly thing, and then it'll clunk all the way down, which is the sign of a bad door. The screen will fade to black, and then it'll do rainbow disco. Bring!
Rainbow Disco, yeah.
It's like, fuck you, man.
They troll you hardcore. And trust me, that happens a lot more often than you think. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh no, you got to realize, like, we've done that a lot back when it first came out.
I never got beyond floor 3 until I did it with a couple of my friends the other day, and then we managed to get to floor 7 like twice.
I only ever got to floor 7 once, but whenever I try to get to do maps to people, nobody ever wants to do it. Serenia.
I'd willingly do them.
Anyway, I have a sneaking suspicion that you guys haven't cleared turn 5.
I have.
What about you, Sam, on road?
Turn 5 of which one? The first one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've done that.
Oh, I didn't know if you did or not. Alright.
What are we doing?
I've not cleared turn 9. But yeah.
Turn 9 is very mechanical heavy. Very
Can
mechanical.
be, yeah.
That's why even people who are unsynced have problems with it.
I've not done it.
Probably-
I've just not been bothered to do it.
I know it's possible to format it, but...
Well, whatever we do is going to decide what I do it as. So.
No, actually, since we have 2 out of 3 Void Arc, why not we just go Void Arc?
I don't want to do Void Arc. Fuck that place.
Not in the mood for Void Arc at this time, to be honest.
There.
Front lines, no.
We can do front lines. I have no qualm with that.
Because that gives me one, but I feel a bit selfish then, because I think I'm the
Give
only
me
front
one,
line.
too.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
How does it?
I've got front lines on mine.
Okay. Mine's the Feast, which will be
Yeah.
easier to do later.
Not to mention, you can probably do that with me later, so it's like, whatever.
Exactly.
Shut up.
You know. Like, I'll throw us into front lines if if that's what you guys want.
I'll do it once. Why not?
Of course, I'm going to do Shatter, because it counts, and it works towards the achievements.
And it's probably the best one. Yeah.
Make sure I got Freelancer on. There we go.
Because I think in Shatter too, you gain light from that too. So hey.
You do.
Yep.
That's how I got a bulk of my White Mage runes. Or not White Mage, but Astrologian runes. I got, I think, 7 runes just through front lines, because I was doing...
Wait.
I was...
No, never mind. Sorry.
Yeah. That's what I was doing on my Astrologian before I decided to say fuck it and start the A1S grind. Because, like, I was trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I was getting lights from my Astrologian... Well, actually, it's 3 birds. Because I was getting lights from my Astrologian weapon. I was getting points towards the Garrow stuff. And I forget what the third one was. Whatever. Oh, yeah. Poetics and... Poetic Scripture and Lore. That shit. I was also getting that.
Yeah, it's a shame you can't actually go into Duty Roulette front lines as a group.
Can't you?
No.
Oh, yep, solo only.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine, because I only want to do Shatter. The reason why is because I need, if I get 100 front, or actually 200 frontline wins, I will get 1 ADS mount, and then if I get 100 Shatter wins, I'll get the other. So since Shatter counts, I get points for both. And since I already had 100 going into it, I would only need 100 Shatter wins, and I'd get both ADS mounts, essentially. But I do have the one... I have like a couple of Seal Rock wins, so I would probably need to get a couple more wins than I thought, but it's fine. Let's see here. Which front line would it be? Primary block, don't care, it's not those. Not that. Here we go. Behind him, guiding you. 200 frontline victories. I'm at 119 frontline victories, and... that's Fields of Glory. Fields of Glory. 300 Seal Rock, no. Seal Rock. Seal Rock. 300. What?
By the way, Dreamer, when you said you was doing Palace of the Dead earlier and you had that face to it, it looks like you're saying that you're doing Palace of the Dead 3.
Hedda is back and she's pissed.
You know what's funny is apparently Frontlines, the Frontlines achievement, Walk the Line, it states participate in 300 frontline campaigns in the Borderlands ruins, but it counts all frontline apparently. Because I've got 353 frontline campaigns leading into Life on the Line. You know, the Life on the Line, the last one. And it says I got 353 campaigns under my belt, and I guarantee all of those are not in, you know. Oh, here it is, Fields of Glory. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm at 18 out of 100 for one achievement, and I'm at 118 out of for the other. So if I do 100. If I get 100 Shatter wins, I will get both ADS ones at the same time, effectively. Let me just try to make sure... No, not that one. Which one is it? Here we go. Oh, yeah. I'm at 119 frontline wins and 18 Shatter wins, so I would need to get 1 extra win in Shatter to get both ADS mounts. So, yeah. I'm probably gonna slowly work towards that. I mean, realistically, I don't care, but it's just a thing for me. A thing to do. You'd say I have 5 viewers, 6 viewers.
Cool.
Yeah, but according to my actual UI thingy, it says Moobot, Neon Demon, Nightbot, Sammy, me, and Dreamer.
It doesn't count Moobot or Nightbot though.
Yes, it does.
Nuh-uh.
Mine does.
It doesn't.
No, I'm saying mine does. Like the chat window that I have pulled out, it does.
Oh, okay.
Because it says 6 viewers, and I have 1, 2,
It doesn't
3,
count them
4,
as the
5,
actual
6.
viewers, though, when it says that viewer list.
No, it does on mine.
Okay, if you say so.
Well, it says there's 6 viewers. And
Explain times when it's had all of us in it and it says you have 2 viewers. Then.
Glitch. No, Twitch itself doesn't count them. I'm saying that my chat window does. The one that I have popped out. Like, when I click the viewer list there, it shows 6 names and says 6 viewers. But that one does not count people who are offline or watching from other platforms. Kind of weird. I guess I... Yeah, that is right. I did do a PvP point dump this morning. Which, even though my Paladin's only 50, Neon, I went ahead and bought the sword and the shield because I like the way they look. And in case I ever decided to level Paladin for whatever reason.
You want to glamour that not having a shield.
It'd be cool.
Okay.
But, like I said, there's a likelihood that I'll never play Paladin, so... If anything, I can just throw those on the retainer that I deactivated for next month. Just have her hold on to them, you know? Actually,
I think you're going to say you can get the Galro stuff from the Calamity Salvador now.
That's only if you... Got it. Yeah, if you already got it, I think.
Okay, that's a relief.
What's up?
Personal thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All I'm gonna say is, all I'm gonna say is, the thing that was happening yesterday, there's a bit of a lifeline at the minute.
Okay, cool.
We're gonna be okay, hopefully.
Awesome.
Huh, cool.
It means he was able to secure the butter and nipple clamps.
He's the one that knocks. Oh my god.
Rogue Nibberg.
Heisen Nordheim.
Heisenheim.
Hey, that actually sounds kind of cool.
Sounds like a venereal disease.
What the hell?
It just sounds very Germanic, whatever it is.
Leave my hymen alone.
Oh my god, average wait time 20 minutes. I guess the frontline queues are dead.
Dead.
Oh lord.
I just can't wait until Stormblood now. Can't come quick enough.
Yeah. I'm still feeling really weird about Red Mage. Like, I'm feeling sort of...
Oh, sorry.
I'm feeling kind of mixed. Because on the one hand, I do hope that it focuses on the sword a lot more than what people are expecting it to. But at the same time, it's like, it's Red Mage. It's not going to be like it was in 11, so even if it is more magical than physical, it doesn't matter because it's, you know...
At least it can't be forced to do shit that it doesn't want to do.
Exactly.
It has to do what it has to do. You can't be like, no, you gotta stay in the background. All you're doing is just fucking putting shit on people. Fuck you. At least it's not being forced into a position like that.
It's going to be a much more active class than it was in 11.
Oh, yeah. Although Red Mage was really fucking active if you played it correctly. Which 90% of players didn't do. Let's be real here. They played it correctly based on the community, but not based on how this class was supposed to be played.
And how
refresh.
And how it could be played, because I proved my point over and over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. There were times where even I decided to go to the back line and just cast or whatever. But those days, you know, that was where it was like, oh, okay, well, fine. They wanted my Red Mage for this in this fight, so okay, whatever. Or maybe I just didn't feel well that day. Because I'll be honest, you needed a lot of focus to play Red Mage in the front line. You really did. Especially if you were trying... Because here's the other thing. Like, I casted way more than what you were doing back then, Neon. Like, I was trying to make sure that I was keeping all the debuffs up, keeping all the mages refreshed. I was keeping everybody hasted. You know,
I was doing the necessities for the fight, because a lot of times people were wasting their debuffs.
No, I know. But for me, you know, like I said, but it's also because I played White Mage a lot, so I had actually go in as Red Mage, White Mage a lot, and also, too, I would get rid of debuffs as I could, so I didn't really focus on that much on my sword, but I still did. Like, there were times where I actually had lull periods, and I'm like, I'm not wasting mana on nukes. I've got nothing else to do right now, so fuck it. You know, that's when I let my sword really...
even I would use nukes. I would just use them strategically,
Well,
like
yeah,
you're supposed
like
to.
I would magic burst, but I wouldn't just throw them out randomly. Well, okay, I take that back. I would if I was bored. Like Thunder Tubes, whatever. But that was few and far between. But yeah, no, man, I loved Red Mage in 11. I just hated what players did to it. I hated how they treated it. I hated the role that they forced on them, and I hated how many people caved. When I say 90% of people played it wrong, I do mean that, but I don't mean it to be inflammatory. Because it was correct in the community's eyes, even though it was technically false. It was technically incorrect.
I felt kind of bad because I influenced a lot of bad players to try to play like me, and that was a big mistake.
The one thing that kind of struck me about 11 was the entirety of this whole, you can only have this class because you got to do this particular thing. If you're not this class, then fuck you.
Yeah.
So
Well, it was like that from the get-go.
Yeah, being job
know.
exclusive like that hurt the game.
I know, because I mean, Samurai got its day in the sun. We had Samurai parties everywhere. It was great. But then we also had that really horrible period where Samurai was completely unwanted because Ninja could do all the procs that Samurai could do.
Yep.
And it's like, well, thanks, dickhead.
Well, it was twofold, man. Because Samurai could also use pole arms and bows, but Dragoons could do all the procs and better, and Archers could do all the procs and better. So Samurai had no place.
No place at all. Yeah.
Yep.
The only place Samurais really had was as a pseudo tank, and I'm not even joking. People, if they did bring Samurai, it was so that they would tank, and I'm not even because of Saigon Third Eye, because it freed up the warriors to deal a lot more DPS and focus on their procs. It allowed the paladins to DPS a lot more and focus on their procs, and it was like, what the hell.
Yeah, and again, how they pushed Red Mage into being a refresh bot, I hated that too. And I never even played the class. I thought it was just incredibly unfair.
What's really funny though is when people
Red Mage never had its day in the sun.
When people tried to argue against Red Mage Melee, people were like, "Oh, my Red Mage would never even have time to swing their sword because they're haste, refresh, cure. And I'm like, I can prove you wrong instantly because I did. Because the thing is, I did all of that shit. Like I said, I would go Red Mage, White Mage, or Red Mage Ninja, whatever my fancy was at that moment, or whatever the party needed. Like, if they already had a White Mage, I would go Red Mage Ninja, for example, or whatever. Red Mage Dancer. I did that a couple times. And, I would haste myself, first and foremost. I would actually do this. Refresh myself, haste myself, refresh the healer, then refresh the tank, depending on the tank, refresh the Black Mage if there was one, and go down the priority like that. And then I would start hasting the DPS and all that other stuff. And then once I had everyone hasted, I would start to debuff the mob. Actually, I debuffed before I hasted, really. So it'd be like, I was doing everything like that. And yet I was still able to get 100 TP every single fight. Don't tell me they're not going to have time to swing. And yes, I was casting as fast as I could. So I hated it so much when people were so full of shit like that. And then the other thing, too, is that, oh no, Red Mage shouldn't be swinging their swords because they're focused on TP. And I'm like, okay, you realize that's a ridiculous argument anyway, because you've got your monks hitting at it, which is feeding it TP. You've got your tanks hitting at it, which is feeding it TP. You've got your black mages nuking it, which is feeding it TP. And then you have your red mages nuking it, which is, guess what, feeding it TP. So there's a good chance it always has 100 TP. Now, in some fights, that makes sense. Like, there were certain there were certain notorious monsters where even the DPS weren't fighting it. The only thing is, you would have a tank holding hate, but they weren't hitting it. Or they were. They were hitting it enough to keep their TP going, but they weren't really weapon skilling.
No, the monster TP argument's the funniest, though.
Yeah, because
I've had plenty of teams where you were there. The other DPS are trying to go, you shouldn't, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, alright, pull out a parser. And they did. When I'm out damaging you, Mr. Dark Knight, and you, Mr. fucking, whatever you are, while I'm swinging my weapons, I believe if anybody's feeding at TP, it's you, because I'm out damaging you.
Yeah, because
so why don't you just switch your class to something that's a bit more helpful to the party?
Yeah, and they would, their arguments that they had was, oh, you're just feeding it TP and it's not worth the damage to TP ratio, like you're hitting it 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 or whatever, and you're giving it like 20 TP a hit, it's not worth it. I'm like, dude, shut up. because it's ridiculous. Because most of the time they have 100 TP anyway. In fact, a lot of mobs they always have full TP because the entire party's whacking at it in one way or another. The only time the TP argument ever mattered was with certain...
on specific mobs.
Yeah, and at that point, nobody but the main tanks hitting at it, while everyone else is fighting the ads, building TP on trash in the area, and then coming in and weapon skilling. This was also the era that you had monks subbing white mage doing freaking focus. No, not focus. That was the accuracy one. What was the boost? Boost, chi blast. Boost, chi blast.
And a lot of people calculate that that's actually a waste of time too.
No, not during the era that they were using it. They did nerf it.
It depended on what you were doing with it.
No, because before they nerfed it, it was the most power you could get out of a monk. Period. Because it was broken. It was actually broken because it was 1-to-1 with your mind stat.
Yeah, but a lot of people were trying to use it in leveling parties, and it was kind of fucking up the leveling party because they were killing the things before it was even worthwhile using it, so it was actually a waste of time.
Yeah. But when it came to notorious monsters and like boss fights, it was
it was great in those.
Yeah, it was ridiculously
strong.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is it was ridiculously strong. But they had to nerf it. The reason why they had to nerf it is monks were subbing white mage for the mind boost, and they were wearing, gear that would boost all of their mind, and they would boost like crazy. They would boost as many times as you could before boost wore off. I think it was a total of like 9 boosts, which got their attack to, I want to think, 900 plus, somewhere in there. And then they would run in and use Chi Blast, which could crit, by the way. But even if it didn't crit, it still did like 10,000 damage. It was ridiculous, and then they nerfed it.
When they did nerf it, though, there were so many people that quit playing Monk.
Oh god, yeah.
It just completely destroyed that class.
But that was also around... But they nerfed Chi Blast, but then gave monks formless strikes. At the same time, I think.
Yeah, but it made people completely stop doing it because of how...
Because it made Monk useless. It made Monk useless in every facet. Monk was bad at that time. So they had to do... I forget what they did to bring Monk back to the forefront. I think they increased their natural crit rate or something. No, they boosted their counter rates, what they did. So Monks kind of became a pseudo-tank at that point. Yeah, that was the advent of Monk Dancers being tanks. I remember that. But that didn't last long.
They only hurt Ranger with their nerf if you were a retard.
In Abyssia.
Let's be honest with that, Serenity.
What's that?
When they nerfed Ranger, that only hurt the Ranger class if you were a dipshit.
True.
Which it actually did flood a lot of people away from Ranger. Good. That was a good thing, because there's a lot of really bad fucking Rangers.
Though it did kind of make it a bit more inconvenient, though, especially because I remember, like, on Taskar, when you would play that character, like, your style of doing it was really strong because you were hitting it with both axes that you had. You didn't use the freaking archer cookery crap that they told you to. You were using a goddamn Francisca in the other one.
I still used the gun even afterwards.
Yeah, they were telling you, use daggers and a bow, it's better. Use the two, that level 20 dagger that gives, like, accuracy plus 10 to your ranged attacks or whatever. You remember.
I always made the argument it's better when you... Yeah, I always argue that it's better when you do better than me with it. Until that happens, it's not better.
Right, but they kept trying to tell you, use, even now, use the Hawker's Kukri. Use those things. Use both of them. But then, even after you
I did start using the Hawkers eventually, but I still use the Francesca.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Kriegspiel plus Francesca is better. That was the best axe combination you could ever get on a Ranger.
That was before I had the Krieg.
True, yeah, you used the Hawker's knife for the, as your offhand when you had the Francesca. But even still, man, you would hit it with your weapons. You weren't shooting constantly. Like, you weren't like, like Rangers wanted you to do. Remember, they kept telling you, no, sit back and just spam. Shoot, weapons. No, that wastes ammo and that wastes time. You don't get as much TP. You would almost basically have to use barrage. But if you're actually hitting it, building TP that way, you conserve your ammo for one, so you can last in the party a little bit.
Also learn the perfect distance to maximize your damage too, because of that.
Yeah, because I noticed what you were doing after they changed it was you would stay in melee range, and then when you went to weapon skill, you'd dash back, bam, slug shot.
I knew the exact range for maximum damage. Because a lot of people didn't realize if you get too far back, you might do more damage, but you're also...
miss.
Yeah, you're decreasing your accuracy. There is an exact range that you can hit it from to maximize it.
Well, that's when you had the advent of Rangers staying at the absolute max distance, because they had enough accuracy for their normal shots to always hit within the 95% accuracy cap.
Doesn't work like it with your weapon skills, though.
No, I know. Well, it does. It does, but it doesn't. Like, it still does, but the problem is Sidewinder and Slugshot are inaccurate. It even says that in the weapon skill title. It says an inaccurate weapon skill that hits 4 times, or hits for 4 times damage.
I never missed a Slugshot, so...
Well, I'm sure you did. Because you gotta remember...
Not to my knowledge. If I did, it was very sporadically.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, just statistically, you would have had to have missed at least once. Because the only attack that I'm aware of that was infinitely perfect, always hits, was Eagle Eye Shot. I do not think that you could block Eagle Eye Shot, considering it also went through perfect dodge. The only thing that Eagle Eye Shot didn't work on was Invincible, because it would just do 0 damage. But it still fucking hit.
Eagle Eye Shot was great for kiting shit, though.
True. But, like, the other thing, though, is during that event, like I said, you would have the Archer Rangers, let's call them. You would have them stay at max distance shooting while they got TP, and then when they were ready to use Slugshot, they would dash in a little bit and use it that way. They would get in closer because it would have, that would be, you know, they would go to, like, the mid-range for the, they'd sacrifice a little bit of damage to make sure that it hit. Because, you know, 0 damage, a miss is worth 0 damage. So, like, yeah, sure, your Slugshot might hit for 5 million damage from that current range, but you're only going to hit maybe twice. So it's better to hit twice for 2.5 million rather than 5 million and then miss.
But I never argued that bows were useless, because there was times that I'd use bows. But people tried to argue that guns were useless, and like, alright, let me show you how you're wrong.
Well, like, here's the thing. I know with the Askar what you would do. You crafted your own bullets, so that really helped. But, like, I remember every battle or every party you went to, especially if you knew you were going to be there for a while, you had a gun and ammo and bow and arrow. Always. Because I know that's what you would do. Because you would use your bullets until you ran low, and then you would switch over to your bow. I remember that.
Then I'd only pull back out the gun if it was if too many things were chasing us at one time, like if I accidentally pulled too many things, then it's time to switch to the gun.
I can't remember what the best bow was during that time. I want to think it was the Shigeto bow +1, but I know the best gun
I like
outside
using
of the
the Loxley
Annihilator.
bow a lot, to be honest.
The
with you.
Loxley bow was good, yeah, but I think the Shigeto bow +1 edged it out just slightly.
It did edge it out, but the reason why I like the Loxley bow is because of the speed.
Yeah, it was really, really fast. But, yeah, that was the thing. The Loxley bow was weird. It was a long bow that behaved like a short bow. But it had more damage than a short bow. Yep. I think, well, that it didn't have the accuracy buff. It had the attack buff, but not the accuracy. So it was, no, it was it had the accuracy, not the attack. It was one or the other. I remember there was some drawback to
speed. One or the other, yeah. But I remember its speed being crazy.
Yeah. But the best bow, outside of the Relic bow, was the Shigeto +1 during that era. Just like how the Hellfire +1 was the best gun, not counting the Annihilator, I do believe. It was the Yoichi bow, right? That was the Relic bow?
Can't remember.
I'm pretty sure it was the Yoichi bow.
Because that's not what I was going for on task.
Yeah, you were going for the Annihilator.
Like, I had the ship for it, but I was actively more working towards the Annihilator.
Yeah. But you see, that was the other thing that made 11 weird. Because the Relic weapons were not unique, even though you would think they were. For example, the sword, the Excalibur, was wieldable by Paladins and Red Mage. Then,
I'll be honest with you, if they made the Relic weapons this game how you had to get them in 11, I wouldn't go after it. Matter of fact, if they was to shift that to the expansion, I might quit the game because of that.
Oh god, yeah.
I ain't dealing with that.
I don't think they'll ever go back to that route, because it took you over a year to get a Relic weapon. And that's just the base
There's times where you had
form
to
of the
actively
weapon.
wait.
Mm-hmm.
Actively had to wait to get another part. That's some horse shit.
Especially considering there was one point where you had to wait a real-life week, a solid fucking week in real time.
That's horse shit.
Yeah. But to be fair, it was from a different era. And even now, I think
from an era that like wasting your time more.
Mm-hmm. But but no, that was, like I said though, that was the really weird thing with the relics back in 11 though, because they were not unique to the class. Like I said, you know, the Paladin or the Excalibur was wieldable by Paladins and Red Mages, and then you know the dagger was wieldable by the Mondal was wieldable by Red Mage, Bard, and Thief. Which Red Mage was in a really weird place there because it was one of the few classes that actually had 2 relics. That it could use. Paladin had 2, because it had the sword and the greatsword, and the shield, but the shield kind of goes with the sword, so whatever. And the fact that the shield doesn't actually use the same quest line. It's a slightly separate quest line for the Aegis, So I don't know if I really count that, but if you do, 3 relics for Paladin.
It's the easiest one to get to of
Yeah.
all the relics. It's the
Yeah.
easiest.
Warrior had 2 or 3, I can't remember. I think it had... No, because the only one that could use the one-handed axe was Beastmaster. Only Beastmaster. Because Warrior had the two-handed axe and the greatsword. Because the greatsword, the Ragnarok, was Warrior, Dark Knight, and Paladin.
There was that argument, though, that I agree with a lot of the community on, that the Warrior should have had access to almost all of them, because
True.
that's kind of their thing.
The only ones they shouldn't have are the ones that it wouldn't really make sense for them to have, like Mjolnir, for example.
Yeah, that Mjolnir. But even then, you could almost argue maybe it wouldn't
Or
make
the
sense.
Amano Murakumo, or the Kikaku no. What
Yeah,
fuck was
the
ninja one?
Kikogasaku.
No, that's a great sword.
The katana weapons, basically, yeah.
The great katana was Kikogasaku.
Yeah, but that was the mythic. The Amano Murakumo was the relic.
Yeah, it was, but the Kikogasaku wasn't either. It was a drop weapon.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the ninja relic. I can't remember
Trying
what
to
that
figure out
was.
what
Yeah, because
ninja
you had the great katana and the katanas.
Yeah, I can't remember what the katana was called for ninja. I know the weapon skill was Blade Metsu. I just can't remember the name of the ninja weapon.
It's not important.
Kikoku?
There it is, Kikoku. Yeah. And then the gun was Ranger only, I do believe, but the bow was Samurai and Ranger. And actually, truth be told, and here's the thing, even
Hey,
though
the Pink Ranger just pat me.
even
There you go,
though
another.
even though samurais could use the Amano Murakumo,
Look at my crafter, bro.
back then the best relic for samurai, ironically enough, was the Yoichi bow, not the Amano Murakumo.
Oh, cool.
The reason why is because this was also during the era when the Saburo Sukihiro was around. So what you could do is if the samurai had the Yoichi bow, they didn't have to sub-ranger. It still gave them access to Namus arrow. So what they could do then was, with the Saburo Sukihiro in a 6-hit TP build, bam, 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 Namus arrow, bam, 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 Namus arrow, light skill chain, bam, 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 Namus arrow, light skill chain, bam, 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 Namus arrow, light skill chain. Oh my god! It was retarded! You know?
Okay, let's...
And I actually knew a samurai that did exactly that. They were closing self-skill chains left and right. It was absurd. Like I said, they would just use the Saburo Sukihiro, which would give them TP stupidly fast, and then they would use Namus arrow. Use Namus arrow again because Namus arrow had a light skill chain already built in, so it would cause a light skill chain from the light skill chain, and then they would do it again, and they would get a light skill chain. Oh my god, it was ridiculous.
I might have to dip out of it and let you guys do your own thing, like on here, like do all
You
this
feel
without me.
You feeling all right, Neon?
I'm feeling nauseous and I don't know why.
Ooh.
I've been for the past
Sorry.
little bit, been trying to fight it. It's just
Well, if you don't feel well, you don't feel well.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know if that still holds true today, but I know back then the best relic for samurai was the Yoichi bow. I know that was verbatim, dude, because like I said, you could use Saburo Sukihiro and just spam the fuck out of Namus arrow, and it was absurd.
Well, I know when the Kikogasaku came out, the fact that it was a drop weapon as well, it was so much more powerful than the Saburo that it completely superseded it, even with the attacking multiple times. It was ridiculous.
In terms of damage, yeah, but if you were going for Samurai Ranger, the Kikugasaku wasn't worth it, especially if you were going for a spam build.
But by then it wasn't. Samurai Ranger wasn't the thing.
Well, yeah, most players weren't using it, but it was still viable. It just required some work. Like, I loved using Samurai Ranger myself.
Like with the way that it's with the way that the amount of store TP for Kikugasaku, it actually made Samurai Dancer ridiculously good.
Oh yeah, I still preferred
stupidly good.
I still preferred my Saburo, but that's just because I couldn't really get access to the Kikugasaku. But
well, the weird thing about the Kikugasaku is it was a 10% drop rate off of an NM.
True, and I remember which NM it was too. It was the one that dropped the fucking the one really strong DPS mantle. The I can't remember what the cape was called, but I know it was what every DPS wanted. It was the one.
The NM was
it was the one Cerberus. Yeah, Orthrus in Abyssia. Couldn't remember his name, but I remember it being a Cerberus type, and I can't remember what the mantle was. I actually think it was the Orthrus mantle. Now that I think about it.
I was ridiculously.
Oh,
no. It was an Aethling mantle.
Aethling mantle. That's it. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, what's up, Tom?
I just realized what they said. You realize this is going to be one party each in this one, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because it was so hard to actually build up a party.
Wow.
So it forces into a 24-man one instead of the 72 or whatever the fuck it is.
Hey, it'll be less hectic. Cool.
No,
Sweet.
it means it'll be harder.
I'll get my ass kicked. Yay.
Yes, when it's like this, I actually think it's way harder when there's more people.
It'll be less hectic.
Mm,
No.
no, it actually means it'll be more organized.
Maybe, maybe not.
This is gonna be interesting. But yeah, currently I'm building up my crafters, as you see, and right now I went from 1.6 million gil down to 200k.
Well,
I'm investing in my crafters.
one of these is not like the other. One of these just doesn't belong. Good lord. My mount could totally eat your mount for breakfast, and it still wants more.
Yes, it could. It's like a chicken nugget to your mouth.
Yeah. Look at that itty bitty tiny Kieran. It's kind of cute. It's a midget Kieran.
It's almost small enough to be your type of minion.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting here on a standard chocobo. Oh wait, legacy chocobo.
Oh yeah, the feathers are all burnt and
When I
shit.
got this freaking giant ass bird. That. Oh
Yep.
my god.
But think about how much chicken wings you get out of that.
Yeah, no. I was actually really kind of sad that it wasn't revealed that this is Suzaku, but it's not. It's just a standard firebird. But I think the reason why though is because I guarantee you we'll have to fight Genbu, Suzaku, Byakuya, however you pronounce them, in Stormblood because we've already seen them on the map.
Yeah. Oh.
Their implementation of Sky.
Well, I don't know if it'd be in Sky. They'd probably be primals, honestly.
Oh yeah, they'd be primals in this system. It'd just be like their version of Sky.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
I have no idea how to do Shatter still.
Just destroy crystals and
Yeah.
don't die.
That's pretty much it.
Crystals and fuck asses.
And I'm all out of asses.
But what if I'm not an ass fucker?
Well, then you're in
You'll get it
trouble.
up the arse then.
See, the fuck asses or be fucked in the ass. That's
So
your...
that's why I should get the play dead emote.
to make it easier for them to position you.
Yeah. Be like, well, I'm fucked anyway. I'll go scouting. Oh, hi.
It's all about the loopholes, man. That's how they get you.
Oh, right here.
Loophole. Show me to the poop hole.
And what's the other one? Yeah, they're all coming up this way now. So everyone's just so hesitant.
That's because
Because it's an 8-man, that's why.
well, that and how Shatter works. It's not about the PvP as much as it is just getting the points and getting as much damage on the tome lifts as you can.
Oh, shitting hell. Go!
Jump off your mounts when you
Where?
get to a certain point. Because they're going to try to fuck you.
Oh yeah.
And now.
Onward.
Ha!
Oh, hi, Summoner. How you doing?
Oh my god. Literally all 3 parties are going through the same hole. This is not good.
Yeah. Right now, I'm facing off against. Whoa, shit.
Really?
Hey, got a Summoner down.
I don't got any fucking PvP moveset for my
Oh,
fucking
sorry.
Dark Knight. No!
Just gonna say, keep my ass alive.
Yeah.
First, yes, got him. Killed him. Slaughterhouse 1. Oh, dead.
This is such a bad idea to come in here as this.
You could have switched to Warrior, you know.
Yeah, but I need lights.
Alright, open the grenades. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I need lights too, so yeah. It helps lights, it helps me. There's that one random fucking bard right there.
I figure that the yellows are gonna get most of this shit, fortunately.
Alright.
What?
Oh, our point got captured, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I fucking knew that was going to happen. This another reason why with this few people it sucks, because we can't afford to let people guard.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Mm.
unfortunately not.
That's all they're doing. They're completely ignoring this central thing and just going for the points.
I'm going to die.
Yeah, there they are. Well, might as well I'm helping this white mage here, or this scholar help capturing this
I just
shit.
know that once I've killed this, I'm booking it.
Booyah, double maelstrom, bitch.
Really? You going to bind me like a little fucking faggot? Really?
Oh, hi, pal.
Sir, how does counter binding feel? Piece of shit.
Stun, bitch.
Well,
No. No, you're not moving anywhere.
Yay!
Oh, now he's asleep. Ah, bitch.
I told you this is gonna be horrible today.
This paladin is just heavied up to the ass. And he's dead. Yay.
Cause it's gonna be.
Oh god, no. Me
like
and this
I said.
one.
I thought you said it was gonna be more organized.
Run.
It is for the enemy
not.
team.
For the enemy team.
They just butt fucked us.
Because our team was scattered. As, you know, that's always.
and now we're gonna get shattered.
We can't afford to let people hang around the fucking base. That's the unfortunate thing.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Oh god, I see it. I see it.
See our base getting captured?
No, there is a crystal right next to our base.
Oh.
Yep.
Might as well kill the Eggy. Let's go. Hey. Oh shit, there's an assault coming this way. From the blues.
Yellow's coming in.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, yeah, we're gonna get fucked up here.
I'm slept.
Because there's so many fucking blues.
You slept me
Blues.
again.
Blues aren't the problem right now. It's the fucking yellows.
Yeah, right now the blues are charging up the field to get our point.
Oh, now
Stop
your
putting me
fucking
to sleep,
intelligence
boys.
is lower, you piece of shit. And now sleep doesn't work anymore. Are you proud of yourself?
It's alright. He's just tried putting it on me instead.
Stun. Me and this one dude. Oh, I got my
The fuck stunned me?
puppy. Sick.
Stop putting me to sleep. I swear to God.
That poor bard
Okay,
is dead.
there is a thing that Machinist needs to lose right now.
Well,
And it's a move called Stun Gun.
Stun
I'm sorry,
gun.
but you should not be allowed to have a ranged stun under any circumstances in PvP.
well, but they do need a stun, so.
Yeah, but they should have to get in your face. Like, it should be similar to Monk's shoulder tackle. They have to dash to you and then stun you that way. Because it's a taser. You can't shoot a taser like that from a long distance. You have to be
Ooh,
someone
that
close
part
to
got
them to use it.
fucked up.
So if they're gonna use, if they're gonna allow Machinist to have a ranged stun like that, then they need to be able to be put in harm's way, so you can
Oh,
actually
shit.
see where they're coming from.
It's
Or
funny
maybe
because they're
similar to
actually.
home game.
It's
Yeah.
funny actually because they've got 3 people focusing their DPS on me while you're healing me.
Yep.
Unfortunately, our point's going down because there's 5 blues and just me little old me.
Ouch.
We need to get back home.
Guess what? Fuck that. Oh shit, they're after me.
What?
The yellows are coming after us now. This is fucking dumb. They're not even caring about each other, they're just going after us.
Yeah.
Let's just keep the reds down because they're fucking assholes.
Ah, the fuckers took our goddamn base.
Yeah, that's
just
what I was
realized that?
defending.
Yeah.
That's what I was defending this entire time.
That's why
what
I
I
said
mean
we
by
gotta
them.
go.
But they
That's why I was-
but
with
them
this-
being assaulting us. Some are down.
With this small amount of people, though, we really. That's what makes it really shit. We can't
Yeah.
afford to be doing that.
Unfortunately.
So.
At least we've only got to do this once.
What I want to know is how the bloody fuck is that one dude set to AFK while still moving? You can't do that because the second you move, it puts you on. It takes away the AFK status. Unless he's a bot.
There's open bard over there that I want to kill. Get over here, bitch. Stunned. Yeah, ouch.
And you're
Get
dead.
fucked.
Yeah, kill the bard. I am happy with this.
You-
Ow.
Get fucked, Scholar.
I just got arrowed in the face.
A1.
Ooh,
What the fuck is
raise.
it? It's here, the big one.
Nice. I just got raised, so let's do this.
Good job, whoever took out that fucking bard.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Oh shit.
Don't worry.
Oh bollocks!
Scatter.
Time to get some payback.
I got my ult. My ult. I am in league mode right now. Oh, this part's fucked.
Fuck!
Win by a hand. Alright, let's remove that.
Did you die, or someone ended up
He
stealing
used his
kill?
limit break on the same target you did, and yours killed him.
Oh. Well, actually, I didn't get a KO. I think it got kill still.
Alright, now which
And the
bastards?
Blues have all three again.
Yep, they have somebody sneaking up every time, fucking taking points. Jesus. What? I saw a blue. Ah, there's the white mage. Yeah, I'm gonna leave him alone though. Because I'm a loon.
They need to make it to where they can't be captured alone. Have it actively attacking the shit like a fucking tower with an MOBA.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Actually, is there a motherfucker? Is there a fucking ninja around here somewhere?
One of us is going to have to stay back.
Yips.
I'm fully. I'll do it.
When the next crystal
That-
pops, I'm gonna.
I almost... Never mind. That was weird, because, like, I could have sworn that Dark Knight, the other one, not you, Suman Tsukayama, or whatever his name is. Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, Tsukiyama. Sorry, I couldn't see it properly.
Tsukiyama. Suman Tsukiyama.
Thing is, we're not out of this yet.
Somebody
Too many-
engaged on someone?
Too many Sues for my liking.
I'm gonna s-
I have to stay here.
Yeah, this guy right here, how the hell does he have the AFK status? You can't do that.
I've seen that happen when people are AFK, and then they just accept a duty without moving.
So it's a glitch then.
It's not a deliberate one. They're not doing it for any particular malicious reason.
Never mind. Who the fuck just
Fucking
took our
hell.
shit?
Wow. Jesus.
There's a fucking black mage, it's a yellow.
Yeah.
There you
Oh, hello, Machinist. How you doing? Random Machinist just chilling
Cock,
on.
cocksucker.
Alright, come on, let's go, guys. Let's do
I
it.
need help.
Hot shot, let's go.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
silence me. Yeah, that's gonna do
Oh.
you any some good. Stun.
I think literally they are picking on just us.
Bam.
Seems like it.
Ram.
We've lost this.
Alright, we got a bunch of people coming at us. We got 3 fucking ranged motherfucking faggots coming towards our base. Come on!
What is going on
Oh,
over here?
you don't want to
Oh.
fucking rumble?
It's a little
Fuck off!
yellow black mage. He's dead. 2 KOs. Now it's me versus this paladin.
Yeah, probably.
He's dead too. Yay!
We've got fuckers coming on the base now. They're not even trying to attack the fucking adders. Their own base is gone. They don't even care.
I know.
Jeez.
And that's your own faults for letting the adders do that, you stupid fucking pricks.
7, 3, and 4. Holy shit.
I got focused pretty hard, but I lived, and that's the thing.
I told you when I was, it was just gonna be a party each. It's gonna be some bullshit.
It was just funny because I was taking out the crystal, and every fucker and his mother was literally trying to kill me, and Serenia was just like, heal, heal, heal.
And then the other white mage was fucking just bound to me.
Ugh.
That felt disgusting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel violated.
I think I'm gonna dip out for now, guys. I'm getting way too nauseous.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright,
I'll leave the party. So you guys can.
See you later.
yeah, take it easy then.
I'll talk to y'all later. Good luck with the stream, say.
Thanks.
Kick some ass.
Actually, I need woodworking, leatherworking, and cloth crafting. Oh, I think it's my blacksmith to do this time.
Mm.
Yes, yes it is.
But I can already tell you, though, that if that was the experience that we're going to have, there's a good chance I'll just say fuck the ADS mounts and never touch Frontlines again. That was disgusting.
Yeah, PvP right now, I mean, in an MMO setting, PvP is really hard to balance out.
They were playing like absolute shitlords.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the worst part is, even though they weren't fighting us at full strength, they were still taking us out. So there's a good chance that it was a pre-made. It was a pre-made adders and a pre-made flame.
Well, yeah. And actually, this would be a good time for them to be a pre-made because they know that not many people are on.
Yeah. But the thing is, we did have 3 people, so that's what increased our 4 actually. So that's what increased our odds for that. So if I do Frontlines, I'm gonna make sure to do it on my own or just with one other person because I ain't dealing with that.
I can't blame you on that one.
I mean, Frontlines is hard enough, but like.
Oh, I admit that ingots are not that expensive right now. That's cool. Oh. Hmm. I'll be able to HQ that.
But now I'm just sitting here thinking, like, now I don't know what to do.
Ah, no, I understand. God damn it, I wish my things would sell me auction house already. Ah.
I ain't doing Dunscape, I'll tell you that much. I don't want to do those raids right now, I don't need to.
Well, yeah, I can't blame you.
once 49 dungeon unsynced. Sastasha!
Actually, it's faster to do Halatali.
Actually, the fastest one I've seen is Tamtara. Because it's the shortest. You
It's
just
short,
burn.
yeah, but you still have to click things. With Halatali, to put it another way, I can finish Sastasha in like 6 minutes, or Tamtara I can finish it in like 6 minutes, but with Halatali, I can finish it in under 4.
I can finish Sastasha under 4. I finish Tamtara in about 4.
Whereas I can't do that for some reason. Like for me, like Sastasha, I cannot finish it very fast. I've tried multiple times, and it takes me like 6 minutes.
Yeah, I find it really fucking quick.
It's because of the way the paths branch out. And then with Tamtara, same thing. It's about navigating through, and I get stuck on walls and shit. With Halatali, though, I can blitz it fast. Halatali is my fastest one, bar none.
Bless you.
Because it's just a straight shot through everything. The only time that it gets a bit dicey at all is when you're having to hit the switches in that second hallway, because the mobs can interrupt that. But I can just kill them all with 1 holy and be done with it. 1 to 2 holies.
See, can we get some of that material? Or material, really? I am so money tapped right now, waiting for shit that I need to have sell.
Yeah.
It's like, and it sucks because I'm so close. I have the proper rotation down. I have all that shit down. Now it's just material.
Yeah.
And eventually, I'm gonna have everything ironworks. Be a level 60 4-star crafter, maxed out on everything.
Either way, though, that does seem like that was a full pre-made adders party. There's no other way it could have been, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I'll tell you one thing, though. Shatter is a lot more fun with, the full
72
match.
people. Yes.
Because it's weird. It's more hectic, but you have less to worry about.
Well, it seems like it's more balanced. When you have it just one party each, it leaves the fact that you can have you can slip away one person and be fine.
Yeah.
That can't happen. That doesn't have as much odds to happen in a 72 versus 72.
Well, yeah, because in a 72v72, you can hang back like 2 or 3 people from each party and have like a militia guarding the base, and one person ain't gonna sneak through because they'll get crushed. Or hell, even 3 people, 1 from each party.
Hell, actually, I've done that type of tactic myself, and yeah, it's a lot harder to do when it's full 3 parties each.
Yeah. And I don't know. It's just... Well, I found Pepper Pot.
Nice. But it comes down to, it's like, there's not much you can do about it, purely because of the fact that PvP is going to be the redheaded stepchild of this game. They're going to balance it as best they could, but it's not going to be their main priority.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what Pepper's doing right now.
Well, I can point you where she's at.
That's okay.
She's at the company chest at Hawker's Round. That's where she was at.
For my ignorance, but Pepper?
You know who Pepper is.
I know. Actually, my memory is fucked.
That's a shame.
Yeah, that's what sucks. That's what sucks. I don't remember a lot of shit. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I remember her name. I don't remember her. I didn't remember that she played the game.
Yeah, a career scholar.
She was on Astrologian a little bit ago.
Well, yeah, she mains scholar, like ridiculously so.
Yeah.
Like the same way that you main white mage, ridiculously so.
I mean, if that's the case, then I main both White Mage and Astrologian ridiculously so, because both are mine.
Okay. Your trademark is white mage.
Yes.
Her
White
trademark
Mage
is scholar.
Yeah, White Mage is what I consider my main, even though I do use Astrologian a lot more lately, it seems.
Like, I've used scholar a lot more lately, but I wouldn't say I'm a scholar main.
Yeah.
Although I do enjoy playing scholar, it's fun.
Let's see. He's over there by that friggin' chest.
Yeah, splat.
She's on the phone though, so.
Look at all these dies and shit.
Yeah, she's nearly got every class to 60 now. Just
Nice.
like, wow.
Very nice.
The only one she hasn't got to 60 is Ninja and Armorer. Armorer, she's 1 level off on Armorer. And then she's got every crafting class, every gathering class, and every combat class to 60.
Nice. I mean, I've thought about doing those things, but like for example, I don't find Monk enjoyable. I don't like Paladin. I definitely don't like Dark Knight. Machinist isn't really my thing. I haven't really touched Bard either, because like I don't want to mess around with Gauss Barrel or Wanderer's Paeon or whatever the fuck it's called. And I don't like crafting. So I'm fine with the jobs I have at 60 anyway, which... What do I have at 60? Carpenter, Weaver, Marauder, Lancer, Rogue, Conjurer, Thaumaturge, Arcanist, and Astrologian. Yeah, that's fine by me. And even then, I
Hello.
don't really.
Go on.
I don't really play warrior or dragoon.
The hilarious thing is her name in game is not a reference to Iron Man, but it looks like it is.
Yeah, I
So
know.
she gets hounded by people.
Yeah, I know. That's what I like about her search comment. I've never seen Iron Man. It's not a reference. But it's
So every time she gets into a fucking dungeon, how's Tony?
lol.
God.
That's because there's a character named Pepper Potts in there, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it's Victoria quotes Pepper Pot.
Hmm.
The first time I saw that, I didn't twig. I didn't realize because my brother's name is Tony. So I was like, wait, who the fuck have you been talking to?
Makes sense, yeah.
And then it clicked. I was like, oh, okay. But although I do know stuff about, Marvel and DC and all that kind of shit, I don't watch those kind of things either. So
Yeah. What to do?
Bam. Alright.
all I know is Robert Downey Jr. is a terrible Sherlock,
Pretty much.
and Benedict Cumberbatch is amazing as Sherlock.
I think I'm gonna drop out of the party for right now.
Okay,
Can't blame me on that.
what's up?
Just so I can go back to doing frontline, or not front lines, but feast if I wanted to.
Good old PvP.
Gotta have something to do.
Huh.
What?
Oh, I've already done expert. I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, you did it with us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Memories.
We did that before the front lines. Okay, yeah. I am not doing another fucking front lines because it's 24 minutes. It says I'm not doing that.
Ew.
Go into the duty roulette for front lines.
Nah, I ain't doing that either. One of these days I should try soloing Ramu. It ain't gonna happen, but I should at least try it. Because, I mean, you never know. Because, I mean, I've never... Because I know it would probably require 25% echo, but... No idea.
Well, here's the thing, right? You know how you can't solo Titan?
Well, yeah, Titan hard anyway.
Yeah. You know how you can't do that? Well, what if, in Stormblood, your item level got so high that it just skipped the jail phases completely?
That'd be nice. But as it is right now, it's impossible to solo Titan hard. Ramu
when you get
Extreme will
put in
be
the jail, it fails
a lot more soloable by pretty much everybody once 70 rolls around and we start getting gear from that.
Excuse me.
Tell you one thing, though, it's really gonna suck, though, for me. Like, when we do go into Stormblood and hit level 52 and get a weapon that's already better than our 275 relic. It's like, ugh. But,
Well,
you know,
that did not happen with Heavensward, though.
yes, it did.
It
yes,
did.
it did.
In terms of the stat weights, it didn't.
Well, yeah, not in terms of stat weights. But I'm talking about in terms of item level.
Oh, yeah, the item level, yeah, sure, but...
Well, then
When it
again,
comes-
no,
when it
I didn't have to replace my relic weapon until level 58 because the
Yeah.
weapon from the vault was just slightly better.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I mean. You know, like, you might be a little bit higher in item level, but in terms of how effective the stats were, you didn't
God, yeah.
have to replace that for a while. That lasted you a long time.
I'm just
Question.
curious. Yeah?
Okay. So, you guys try Red Mage when Stormblood comes out. If you guys like it so much that you want to continue with it, and in Dreamer's case, make it his main character,
Yeah, that is definitely gonna be it.
the question is, do you level Red Mage from 50 to 60 before going through any of Stormblood? And
That's
then
a
go
good
through
question.
go through it on Red Mage.
Well,
Depends
right
on
now-
if we have access to the city before the MSQ, which odds are it's going to be MSQ burial locked.
Well, no,
So-
but you unlock the 2 new classes in Eorzea.
Oh well, we don't know about Samurai, but Red Mage will be. I think they said it would be somewhere in Ul'dah. I think they said.
But they
Okay.
said for Samurai it would be Eorzea as well.
Oh, did they?
Well, yeah, if that's the case, then yeah, I'm gonna go Red Mage, level that up, and then go through the MSQ.
Well, yeah, that's what Vel's planning on doing. Because when we're gonna get the early access, we're gonna get Red Mage then, and probably power through that and try to get it to 60. But that is of course if it does indeed start at 50.
That's tentative, but it's pretty much it's going to start at 50.
Well, I don't know because remember when they were talking about Heaven's Word, they clarified specifically that Dark Knight, Machinist, and Astrologian will start at 30. It wasn't tentative; it was fact. But since
No,
they
it's
say,
tentative.
I don't remember it saying tentative for that.
I do. Seriously, if you go back and look at the slides for the FanFest, because I was there in person. It said tentative.
Well,
it did say 10. Yes.
With Astrologian and Machinist and Dark Knight, they would have had to start at 30. Period. They had no choice, but to start at least 30, because of the no job crystal thing. It'd be really weird for them to start at level 1, for example, and already have a job crystal. Like what?
Yeah, but they could have boosted it up to 50 like the Stormwall classes. That's why it was tentative, because they were like, well, what do we do it at 10, 20, 30, 40, or 50?
True. They
This is
could
the
have
first
boosted
time
it
they've
to
done
50, yeah. But the thing is, like, oh wait a minute, what if they decided to let them start at 60? Which I doubt, but I'm just saying. Because the thing is, like, if it does start at 50, we're gonna have to level it from 50 to 70. I almost forgot that they're increasing the level as well.
Yes, but we only have to level it to 60 to have it on par with our quote main classes. At which point we can treat it as if, hey, I was 60 on Monk, I'm now 60 on Samurai. Let's start on Stormwall.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Get it from 50 to 60, and then start the MSQ that way. Well, like for me, I'm going to be leveling Red Mage, sure, but I'm obviously going to use either my White Mage or Astrologian through the MSQ. So.
Well, yeah, because you've not got any vested interest in making either of those your main. Whereas for me, Bellany, and Vidrima, you know, those two are looking at making Red Mage their mains, whereas I'm looking at making Samurai my main.
Yeah.
So we actually have a vested interest in getting them to 60 before starting Stormblood.
I'm kind of interested in Red Mage in terms of like making it my main DPS, but I don't know. See, because the thing with Ninja is I liked it for its simplicity and how fun it was. Because I mean, it's simple yet complex, and it wasn't like Monk where I had to position everywhere. You know what I mean? Like it was like go to the side, go to the back, go to the side, go to the side, go to the back, to the back. Stop it! You know, Red Monk was just exhausting. But with Ninja, I didn't have to worry about positionals. The only thing I had to worry about was my mudras. And to me, that was a lot easier to keep track of with what I was doing, and I liked it a lot. But then, advanced play on Ninja is extremely exhausting, because you have to keep an eye on your tanks, and a lot of tanks freaking rely on ninjas to give you their hate, or to give them your hate, so that they can DPS more. It's like, oh god, and I don't want that. I don't like that.
Well, I mean,
kind of like being able to play a DPS in terms of just being able to coast without having to... Not coast, but you know what I mean.
Well, no matter how Red Mage and Samurai actually play, from what we've seen, there's no doubt. No matter how it plays, both classes are going to look fucking awesome doing it.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
They're going to look fucking brilliant. Like, the one thing I love about Red Mage, I know it seems kind of weird, but that taunt at the end,
Yeah, that was pretty good.
throws his weapon up, adjusts its hat, catches the...
Well, it's just a caller. That death flare did nothing. Like, at all.
Back to Palace of the Dead.
And the whole Samurai thing with wiping the reverse of the blade along the arm.
Yeah.
That's fucking cool. Although imagine if you got that wrong one day.
Oof.
You used the wrong side of the oh shit, my arm's gone.
Well, to be fair, that was kind of the point of the robes that they had in that regard, because it wasn't just cloth. It was similar to a gambeson, so it was padded leather as well. So all you'd do is cut that. You wouldn't actually cut into your arm.
Yeah, but I suppose that's why they use the reverse, to just wipe it clean. Anyway. So, oh, I have a commoner's blood on it. Oh, well, there we go. Sorted. But you know, like, I don't know whether this seems really rude to say this, but the minute they unlock the area, we're going to have a ton of people, more so than now, using like sort of traditionally Asian names.
I know.
To actually say, oh, I'm from Shirogane. I've always come from Kugane, and blah, 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 blah.
Well, we've already seen that with the Al Ra. Can't tell you how many people I've seen said, oh, I'm from Doma. No, you're not. It's much the same way you're not from Ishgard. But at least with Doma, I could let it go a lot easier than I could back, than Doma back in the day, because the whole Ishgard thing was actually lore breaking. At least with Doma, it makes sense, because you could have been a refugee coming over, so you can at least justify it. Ishgard, you kind of can't. At least you couldn't until the story progressed to the point where you could. Because they were trying to say that I'm from a noble house. No, you're not. Because Ishgard did not want anything to do with the outside world, so they would not have sent diplomats. They wouldn't have sent people from their high houses out into things like Gridania or Ul'dah. They wouldn't. Because they would have stayed in Ishgard, because it would have been sacrilege otherwise.
Yeah, and it would be even worse to say that you were from Kugane. No.
True.
Because Kugane, they've actually pointed out, is an isolationist culture.
Oh, yeah.
They only want to stay with their own.
To be fair, you can still justify that. It's like, that wasn't my life, I broke away from it. That's what I'm saying. It's easier to justify that now than what it was Ishgard then. Because with Ishgard, it was law. You weren't allowed to break free, otherwise you would be branded a heretic and then hunted down for execution.
They could potentially do the same thing, though, with Kagane.
Yeah, they haven't actually said whether the Kagane isolationist policy is a law or not.
That's true.
But since they are an isolationist people, that means that we are actually going to get a very hostile welcome, though.
Oh, yes.
Well, that depends. Because remember, we got Yugiri with us, and she's probably going to vouch for us. That's probably.
But
gonna
even
be
so, that was how
Ishgard
Ishgard was too.
Yeah. Well, not
and the
really,
reason
because remember we had Hashifant as our vassal there, and we, because of that and because of how big Hashifant was in Ishgard, we kind of already had our end, especially considering our deeds and legacy had preceded us, our reputation preceded us.
Oh yeah, but the populace was still pretty hostile to us. They were pretty hostile. They were hostile / fearful. They didn't know what we represented.
Not hostile.
Yeah, well, it was roughly the same thing at this point.
Yeah.
Because if you're hostile / fearful, you're acting on prejudice, and that's exactly what Ishgard was.
Right. Like a couple of them did turn their nose up to us, but that was but we managed to we did actually earn their trust. But the fact of the matter is, our reputation preceded us because it's on Eorzea. This is a completely separate continent, so it's a good bet that our legacy is not going to really precede us per se.
And on top of that, here's the other issue. Yugiri is linked to Doma, not to Kugane.
Yes.
The only link to Kugane we'll have is actually Gosetsu.
Yep,
and we haven't
meet
even
him in the next bit of the storyline.
I was going to say, we haven't even met him yet, so we haven't even made an impression on him yet.
Right.
So we're going to be very, very vilified in that country for a long time until we actually prove ourselves.
Yep. We'll have to see how it goes. It's going to be interesting. How we gain access to those aspects.
Yeah. I know the teleportation costs are going to be a lot more expensive to go from Orthard to Eorzea and back again.
Yeah. But they did say something along the lines of it probably won't go above 999.
Yeah. But it probably won't be much below that, I'll be honest.
Aye. Though to be honest, I'm promising you right now, what I'm going to do, one of the first things I do when I reach Kugane, is I'm going to make sure to set that as a favored location, because that'll cut the cost in half.
Yeah.
If not a free location. It depends on how easy you can travel from Kugane to Limsa Lumensa, for example.
Yeah, I think what I would probably do is, for me, I'm probably going to make my home point Kugane, and then make my free location Idleshire. Probably.
Yeah. I was like, I could do that. I could set my home point to be Kugane, because I can always freaking teleport to Gridania via the house, because our FC house is there. Unless we decide to move our FC house to Kugane at some point. It all depends, really.
Because the thing is, if you... I know this is unlikely, because you're awesome at the game and shit, but if you die in Kugane, and you don't... Well, in the Kugane area, Orthard area, and you've got your home point set to Limsa,
Yeah, well, my home point's
Yeah.
set to Gridania, but, like...
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If it's set to somewhere in Eorzea, you've got to pay the teleportation costs all over again. So probably be best to set your home point as Kugane.
Maybe. But to be fair, I don't really die outside of duties, and duties already set your home point at the start of that duty anyway, which is a really handy thing. Same
Yeah, but
deal
that's
with,
not to
like,
say-
guild leaves and whatnot.
But that's not to say you won't die in the field going from 50 to 70.
Provided, of course, that you do level on the field, which I don't know if you will.
Well, it's going to be fates and shit.
Well, yeah, but, you know, people can raise you. Because if it's a fate,
And then-
there's going to be people there. You will get raised.
But there's always the chance that you won't get raised. So setting your home point to Kugane at that point will be an insurance policy.
Sure.
You know, and it's better to be safe than sorry in that sort of regard. So. Kugane.
Yay. Light party.
Party invitation.
Wait, why did you just tell me light party? The fuck?
I have no idea.
That was weird. It told me I was still in the light party just now. That made no fucking sense to me. Wait, why am I drawing cards? It's not gonna matter.
Onward, Palace of the Dead.
I'm just curious what the next deep dungeon's gonna be. Because they did talk about that before, is like they're gonna want to do more deep dungeon-y stuff. Although I'll tell you one thing, I honestly would not mind if they added a solo-friendly difficulty to like the hardcore raids. Obviously, you wouldn't get like rewards unless. Well, I mean, maybe they could make it where you still get the weekly stuff, or maybe have its own separate loot pool or something. I don't know, but I don't think they'd ever do that.
Give me a sec.
Well, this is awkward. I get into a Palace of the Dead, and there's a paladin, a gladiator, and a warrior, and I'm the only DPS.
That can happen. One time I did Palace of the Dead. Here's what my lineup was: Astrologian, Scholar, Astrologian, Conjurer. Yeah. It was 2 scholars, and no, 2 astrologians, a scholar, and a conjurer. Wasn't even a white mage, man.
Yeah, right now we have a paladin and a gladiator.
That's kind of cute when you get a job and that job's class.
Yes.
Because I remember one time I had a warrior and a marauder. I was like, it's kind of cute because they're the same class, kind of, but not.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like one's the child, one's the adult.
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like.
It's like, what the fuck?
The only
Hello
one that's
there.
the only one that's not really that weird is Pugilist and Monk, because Pugilist plays so similarly to Monk that you don't really lose much. Like the only thing you lose really, I think, is what, your fists and like tornado kick and shit. Like you don't really lose anything of any like uniqueness other than fist of fire.
There are certain things. Shoulder tackle. You can't use that.
Shoulder tackle's a Pugilist move.
Nope.
Isn't it?
No, it's not. It's a monk thing. It's a level 35 monk.
Oh yeah, look at that.
The affinity monk. So it's like you lose actually some core abilities that you kind of would want.
Dragon kick you would lose, yeah, but
Well, yeah, definitely dragon kick. Like anything 50 beyond you would lose. Now like mantra you keep, you know,
Yeah.
but the forbidden chakra you'd lose that. You know, you would lose Elixir Field,
Well, I hope.
and that's pretty much it. You actually lose Form Shift. That would suck.
Well, I mean, Form Shift is really only good in the end game.
Actually, I would have to disagree with that. But
I'm
then
talking
again,
about in terms of that's where its biggest use is. Casual players ain't gonna give a shit.
well, yeah, casual players definitely won't give a shit. But then that's what separates the good from the great. Is using that type of resource. In fact, having that resource is pretty good.
No, they do need to do something with Purify, or whatever it's called, because that, while that could be useful in certain situations, its usefulness is super few and far between.
Well, yeah, because you're not going to run out of TP.
Well, there are some fights where you might, but...
Yeah, that's exactly when Purification would help. Other than that, no. And that's where it's really, really odd to run out of TP, unless you have an overabundance of skill speed.
Yeah.
And there's some abilities, like Armor Destroyer's practically useless. It's just the fact of the silence aspect. That's the only use of that ability. And then you have the One-Elm Punch, which lately has been not useful at all, in the fact that it takes away enemy buffs. However, the buffs that you usually would want to use it for are irremovable. You can't get rid of them.
Well, One-Elm Punch is more of a PvP move anyway.
Yeah. Well, even in PvP, there's not much of a scenario where you can use that either.
I think One-Elm Punch is probably going to be one of the moves that SE is going to look at. Because with the expansion, they're talking about wanting to condense the moves. And they're going to look at the ones that are more useless, or less useful, they put it, to put it nicely. And they're going to be looking into those and moving them around and stuff and seeing what they can do with it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. There's going to be condenses where the silence of Armor Destroyer, all you got to do is take an existing ability that they use more often, put that silence on that, and remove Armor Destroyer. And there you go. There's one freed up right there. The One-Elm Punch, all you got to do is add the benefit of removing a buff, and if you can have it to where if it's in this stance, it removes a buff. If it's in this stance or in a different stance, it silences. So at that point, it's a bit more skill based, and you remove 2 abilities right off the bat. And then Rockbreaker's good. I do like Rockbreaker. The one thing about Rockbreaker that makes it kind of is the fact that it's damage. It's not very heavily potent for the TP cost that it drains out of you. So either they should remove the, not remove, but reduce the duration of, or reduce the cost of the TP, or amp up the potency of that. Because Monk does need that for AoE purposes. They do fall behind in the AoE aspect. And if they want to give Monk some AoE, they do need to make Rockbreaker a bit better than that. The rest of the other two are off GCD, and because of that, they're good, but they're only a one-time use ever so often.
That's true, yeah.
And then Haymaker's completely fucking useless, because the only thing it does is slow. And the only way that you can ever get that is if you dodge abilities. Like you have to be like a tank for that. You have to evade it. You got to evade an attack, and the way that evading attack works in this game is you got to be the target. You pretty much got to have the hate.
Well, the thing about that is it also counts like a gaze attack, and when that misses, that will still count.
Yeah, which again it's rare. That's just something they can remove entirely. There's not much the slow can affect in terms of significant content anymore. And then it comes down to just not only that, but to be very specific.
I'm curious to see how they're gonna. I'm really curious to see how the game's gonna change, though. That's what's got my interest.
Oh, I'm excited for it. I'm excited for the revamp, and I'm excited to see how they make Monk their poster child for a while, because Dragoon became the poster child of Heaven's Word, and because of that, they got very good. They got a very good revamp out of the Blood of the Dragon. So we'll see how that works. And ever since lately, at least when it comes to the community, monks are sub-up. And even though a good monk could be, that whole fucking argument. But now that they're being shunned a little bit because there's certain aspects of fights lately that are not monk friendly, I'm thinking some of the fights might be monk friendly.
That's a possibility.
So, because monks could be their poster child for this expansion. And I like how they do that, because they implement new jobs into the game, and on top of that, 2 DPS, 1 DPS stat is going to be a rival of the monk because it's shared striking. Now you have to have it to where the monk... Why wouldn't you want to play a monk down rather than a samurai? Well, they do that because the monk's now going to become a poster child for a while.
One of the things that we do need, though, is a new blunt DPS.
Yes. Yes, they do. You need another job that will synergize with the Dragon Kick debuff.
Exactly.
But it comes down to, at least, I'm fine with it being monk exclusive at this point, because either way, a monk's got to apply
that's
it.
one of the reasons why monks are not used. It's because of that. That's literally one of the biggest reasons, because, why take a monk when you can take a Dark Knight? Delirium does the same thing.
Yep, and exactly where too, when it comes to samurai, if they do slashing damage, which would be the only way I would ever see make sense, is that they do slashing damage.
Yeah, we don't actually have a slashing DPS, do we?
No.
No, we really don't. So samurai will fit that.
Exactly, and guess what? Red Mage might be, depending on how they do it.
Slashing.
Ninjing the slashing, but the thing about...
For some reason I was thinking it was piercing. What the hell? Oops.
And that would make 3 slashing. If they implement samurai being a slashing, they also benefit from the warrior ninja synergy, so all 3 of them would synergize very well, leaving monk further out in the cold. And that's exactly where that's why I think they chose monk to be the poster boy of this expansion, because now they can have it to where, okay, why would you want to play a monk? They got to make something unique for the monk now. So it makes a lot of logical sense when you start thinking about it, and you're like, oh yeah, well, what will happen when they implement this? Well, logically, samurai would do slashing damage. If they did blunt, that would be just out of complete context. Because while I can see it, aka with kendo sticks and shit, I cannot see it where they do blunt.
Yeah.
And so then you'd have 3 classes that synergize, 2 DPS and a tank. If you had a warrior tank, and warriors being the king, one of the king main tank apparently, then you have it to where anytime there's a warrior, the party will be, okay, we want a ninja and a samurai. Why?
Well, they did mention that they want to look at warrior off tanking. I don't know really what they meant by that.
I think they might be starting to slide warrior just in a pure main tank role. So then other classes can then, like the Dark Knight and the Paladin, could go for the off-tank role.
Well, the thing is, I think all tanks should be able to do both main and off-tank, so maybe that's what they're wanting to do, because as it is right now, Warrior is too strong, because it can be a main tank, but a lot of people usually push it to be an off-tank so that Warriors can really shine, because they do so much damage.
Well, yeah, and see, that's where it's kind of a sticking point, because they do enough damage to be comparable to a DPS, but yet they also are beefy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really hard in terms of the balance, because otherwise people are going to abuse it, and they should. It'd be dumb not to.
I love how one of the enemy summoners is using Titan Eggy. Like that's going to do anything. Because it just means people are going to ignore it. And what's it going to do? Randomly stun somebody and make them immune to stun? Yeah.
Yeah, it would be shit.
Like, there's no reason to use Titan Eggy in PvP, like, ever. Unless there's a secret reason that I don't know about.
Now, there is one benefit to the monk right now, and that's because that's the fact they can double stun. They can shoulder tackle stun, and then they can do steel peep stun.
Yeah, but why would you do that when Dragoons can do that as well, with leg sweep and spine shatter?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's where monk is further and further out, becoming less unique. So again, Stormblood, poster child, they're gonna do something. Welcome back.
Thanks. I need to. What's going on?
I'm just doing Palace of the Dead. We're just talking about Stormblood, how that's going to affect shit. Because if you think about it, Monk is getting even further the shaft unless they do something unique, because that's the poster child of Stormblood.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because Samurai, if they bring in Samurai and it only makes sense for them to do slashing damage, they benefit from the ninja debuff and Warrior Storm's Eye. And that way, they would have synergy. All those three would have synergy.
Well, from what I've been hearing, actually, is there's a rumor going around that Samurai will not have its own slashing debuff. So we'll have to rely on a ninja or a warrior.
Yeah, and if all three of them did slashing damage, all it would take was either warrior or ninja to put a debuff on, but they all three benefit. That makes the synergy very powerful.
Yeah,
so then a party, optimal party, who cares about optimization?
Well, the problem is, if Samurai doesn't have its own unique slashing debuff, then that means it's going to have to rely on warrior or ninja. But if that's the case, if that is truly the case, and that to make up for that, Samurai is going to have to do a lot of damage. Like if it doesn't have its own unique slashing debuff, then that means it's going to have slightly higher potency moves.
Right, but then you see what I'm saying, though, in terms of group composition.
Yeah.
Then the optimal group will strive for Samurai, Ninja, Warrior.
But at the same time, that does depend on what they do, because I've heard also rumors that they're talking about wanting to relook at the debuffs. So, like, for example, we might not have, slashing, piercing, and blunt resistance. What we might have is just vulnerability up. And then if that's the case, they'd have to rework trick attack. So we'll have to wait and see.
Exactly. Yeah, they would have to work a lot of that shit. But that's one of the problems, though, with the balance, and something that hopefully they will address.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they've thought of that, when they before they even implement the Samurai, when they figure, oh, well, how's this going to fuck with the balance? If they weren't thinking of balance, they would have released a tank and a healer already with the DPS, but they didn't.
Yeah, maybe.
Because right now it seems like they liked the healer balance, but the tank balance seems a bit, it's hard to implement a new tank. But I'm excited to it because a lot of it is a mystery, and I like that. But mainly the fact that my favorite job of Final Fantasy history is coming back, coming into it, and it's an Enigma job. You could technically play a tank, healer, or DPS depending on how they implemented it. Of course, they're implementing it here as a DPS, but then DPS for Red Mage splits off into two groups: nuking and enfeebling.
Let's be right back again. Sorry.
No problem. I think that's why I'm so intrigued by this. They can go many routes with this. Wait.
The fuck hit that Machina so hard? I just watched his HP go from full to like 100. Something literally crit him for 9,000. How was that even possible?
Julian Manderville was on the field.
You ain't kidding, man.
She was looking for Hildy.
I managed... Well, me and the other healer, anyway, managed to save his bacon, but Jesus, man, that was rough.
Spike damage. Gotta love it.
It was quite absurd, to say the least.
Rip. That's just a gold chest room. We don't need that. Let's try Triceratops. Oh, you aggroed this, haha.
Dummy. I'm gonna sleep you and I'm gonna instantly wake you up, because I'm smart.
SMRT. I mean SMART.
What the fuck? Wouldn't let me use disable on them. What the hell, man?
Whoa!
What?
Oh, that was fission mailed if I ever saw it. Fucking, he tries sneaking past all this crowded room of mobs, and he gets to the chest, he opens it, and as he's leaving, he aggroes all the mobs.
Oh god.
And it's like all the mobs just looked at it, and just see, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like I said, fission mailed.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. I love doing that.
Ceratops. And plus I get lore, and what I do with lore now is just buy crafting material. Bam. Alright, cool. Now we can go to floor 70. Let's go.
Alright. Mm.
See snake. Ooh.
Oh, I'm capped on lore again.
Anytime someone says they're capped on lore and they don't need it, all I hear is cha-ching.
I could go to Idleshire and buy a bunch of shit, but meh.
Cap lore, you can get 58 HQ econ nuggets, and they sell for 2,600 HQ'd, so you get about 150k
Oh,
per
nice.
time every time you do that. I'm trying to sell that. Plus, I fucked up. I actually when crafting my carbon twine, not carbon twine, it was some other name. My item level 170 crafting gear. Freaking, I accidentally crafted an HQ gathering part. And I'm like, oh, oops. So now I'm selling it for 200k.
Hey.
It's money, but what's funny is I failed on that, and I re-upped my my materials for it.
Nice.
And then after it's made, and I see 2 pairs of pants, I'm like, wait, what? Gathering crafting? Fuck! Huh. People are funny. Cursey worsey.
Nice.
Where's my... Oh, I gotta go see my retainer. You know. Oh, never mind. Hold on. I can translate these sacks. But no wonder that frickin' unicorn mount was 9 million. You get it from the gold trim sacks, which drop from floors 151 to 200.
Oh, nice.
So we all can get a shot at the unicorn.
True.
Oh well, thank you for the elegant platinum piece. All right. Floor 71 through 80. Let's go. Two gold crozier. I'll thank you for the fucking Gobi that is worth shit retainer. Thanks. That was truly worth 2 ventures. I applaud you.
I'm just gonna keep riding this one out because I've got some pretty good luck right now. I'm riding this thing as far as I can.
Getting hot streak there. Why not?
Exactly.
Some wins, man.
That's the
Although right now, my cat is just looking at me, staring at me like, "What are you doing? Playing 14? Playing 14? Yeah, yeah. You getting good drops? Yeah."
Like I said, that sounds about right.
It's like, hey, and I know what you can do better.
I say, come on for Hoover Gods. I said, come on for Hoover Gods. Anyway.
I know what you would like to do. You would like to pet me. Yeah. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but I'm your kitten, so pet me maybe.
Speaking of that, I don't know where Parrot is right now. I think
She roaming.
Probably. She might be in my bedroom laying on her pillow, though.
What a spoiled cat. She has her own pillow.
Well, the reason behind that is because it was actually originally bought for our dog Dante, but he ended up getting let out accidentally, and we haven't seen him since.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
He's that miniature Doberman, isn't he?
So we don't have Jade or Dante anymore.
Really, Jade? What, died?
She died last year. A
Aw.
few months ago. I think about 6 months ago, yeah. Maybe. No!
I'm sure-
Ooh, no. She died fucking over a year ago, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that must be
Yeah,
heartbreaking.
I think it was before we even moved down here.
Mm.
No, it was a couple months after we moved down here, yeah, so it would have been about 6 months ago. Either way, I don't remember fully.
Aw. That must have been harder on your mom. That was her baby.
Oh god, yeah, Mom and Dad took it hard.
Oh, that sucks.
I kind of had time to prepare for it, though.
Yep, my oldest cat, Boo, you know, she's still going. She's gonna be 17 this year.
Yep. I mean, hell, I've had parrots since 2011.
Yeah, how's Lucky?
And he's doing alright. I haven't seen him in a while, though.
Yeah, is he still at the house?
Yeah, they took they took him back to the house.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
I still remember when I was down there, parents loved me for some reason.
She
Like,
loves
"Ooh, you're
everybody,
friendly."
dude.
She was like, oh, you're
But she
friendly.
was on you like glue, yeah, but I think it was.
I know. Plus, she sends to. Remember when I got fucking sick there? God.
Yeah, she would not get away from you then.
No.
Ah, shit, I meant to bank that. Oh well.
That was
Whatever.
so weird.
Lawful life. Nice. We can do both.
Gotta spread the Lalalution.
But she's a Mikote, that's what's funny.
She's a supporter.
She's an
She's a
ally.
sympathizer. Yeah, she's a sympathizer. Well, that's intriguing. I meet up with the same 3 people I did the floor 61 through 70 with.
Nice.
I know, 50. It was the 51 through 60, and then I got a different group, and then we got back together for this one for 7180. So that's interesting. I'm like, hey guys, I know you. And you sitting right on my hand does not help me. Every time she sits on it, and her stomach is over my hand, and I can't move it on the mouse pad, I try moving it, she just looks at me like, you're a bitch.
Sounds about right.
And she's still purring. Maybe if I purr long enough, he'll pay attention. Kitty. Hannah. Yeah. Girl. Bandersnatch.
You know, I'm gonna be immune to freaking bind in just 2 seconds, you stupid Dark Knight. I would stop that if I were you.
Bind kite nuke.
It's not so much that. Oh, you bound me, but look at that. It wore off literally after a split second. And if you want to think that was worth it, then be my guest. Ugh.
Listen.
Thank you. Meteor did no damage, buddy. So I don't think that that was worth it. You missed completely.
I love how models flip into walls. And it kind of looked like it was half Bandersnatch, half wall. Looked like a fucking Bandersnatch wall. Come on, Hannah. Scoot.
Jesus. Okay, 5 seconds before I can use mana draw. Fuck.
Affluence. Where are all the blues? Man. Need freaking silver chests, please, so I can go ahead and upgrade. I wish Positive Dead gave me light, but it doesn't.
Does it?
Nope. No animal
yeah,
light.
It makes sense. It makes sense because you can't technically equip your relic while you're in there.
Yeah. If you want to be really technical, it's in Core ML, so it's not in Heavenward area.
Yeah,
so to
that's
speak.
also true. Oh, come on! you think was gonna happen? That you're gonna get 5 kills back to back? Fuck you for thinking that, buddy. Not while I'm on frickin' watch. Ugh. Fuck, I hate being out of mana, dude, and our bards will not use mana song. Or bard. Ugh. Oh, man. It does not feel like I've been live for 4 hours.
That's the cool thing. When you're having fun, you don't really notice how long you've streamed for.
I know.
That goes for anything, you know, like even with work, you know. You like what you're doing, the time just goes quick.
That is true, yeah. Back yet? Fuck.
Oh, what a feeling, there's a dancing on the sea. You had to pick that mount to ride through there, didn't you?
Got it on random, actually.
That poor horse.
What?
It couldn't be in a worse environment.
It's not like it's a free horse.
Although a free horse would just melt the snow.
If not,
Will be
get frozen.
extinguished.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like Charmander. If the fire on its tail goes out, it dies.
Mm. Poor Charmander.
Of course, I do wonder how that would feel, what that must feel like to them, having something that's always on fire. Though I'd almost imagine their body would be built to take that kind of hit, so, or that kind of thing.
It would feel nice.
Probably. Because what I'm saying is, it probably wouldn't hurt because, well, that's their life force, so to speak.
Well, that must scare the shit out of them every time it rains.
I'd imagine. But then again, their tail fire is so hot that you can't really put it out like that. You'd have to actively try to snuff it out. Rain wouldn't do it. I mean,
Because actually, well, no, because in the anime in particular, and every time it rained, Charmander went absolutely crazy and kept was running, holding its tail.
Well,
Panicking.
yeah, but that's just because it was afraid of it going out. But if that were the case, then anytime it fought a water-based, a water-type Pokemon or whatever, then all they'd have to do is use freaking Hydro Pump directly at the tail, or something like that. And it's silly. I think because especially Charizard, because his tail's hot enough to melt rock. So I don't think water is going to put it out. In fact, I think the water would just evaporate before it got near it, even in rain. So I would imagine it's the same for Charmander. Charmander's kind of a baby, so he doesn't really realize that kind of thing. I know, because Charmeleon didn't fucking care. You know? I don't know. Pokemon has some really weird lore, and a lot of the time it doesn't even hold up to its own lore.
It's also had so many different changes to it and additions, and it's like, oh man. kind of like comics, comics in a way. Nothing really sticks.
A little bit, yeah, I could see that.
Like some things in comics do stick, but very rarely.
Yeah.
That's why I could never get into them, because a lot of it was filler, and it's like, it doesn't really matter. And that's why I was a fan of Inuyasha for a while, and then after a while, I'm like, eh.
I'm still miffed that my Vice City, for whatever reason, deleted my Invincible Admiral. Because I moved it to Diaz's mansion after I had acquired it for Tommy, and I stored it in the freaking in the garage, or the whatever you call it. And next thing I know, it was gone. And I think I had that happen on the PS2 as well. Way back when. It's just like a weird fucking glitch. Ah well, it don't matter too much. It just sucks. At least it got to be used for the mission that I always used it for, because it helps you save Lance. Because that mission always fucking frustrated me when I was a kid.
Palace Lion. Why not? Oh, Amnesia. Oh, that sucks.
But yeah, I think it's funny that there are a couple of things that is kind of impossible to solo in 14 right now. I mean, out of the things that you can use undersized party on, that is. And that's Titan Hard, for one, because of the jail mechanic. Lost City of Amdapor normal, you can't solo, because of the first boss, because it's similar to Titan Jail. Unless you can do so much damage that you can just kill the boss outright before it has a chance to absorb you. That one's kind of... but then again, I don't know of anyone who can do that much damage, but I'm sure there are. But it's impossible for me to solo, for now. What else? I'm pretty sure Steps of Faith can be soloable, but I don't know. I know when I tried the last time, which was like a couple patches ago, when I think item level 240, I think as far as I think I got the boss down to 40% health by the time it killed me.
Come on, baby. You are like right on top of my mouse hand, and it's making me slow to react. Come on. Silly cat. Come on, Hannah. Jeez. You're making this hard. Get right there.
Oops.
Hannah, you are not making this easy. Get down. 78, 75. All right.
Meow.
My cat Hannah hates being on the ground
Sounds like it.
because the other cats used to pick on her a lot. They still do, just not very much. Like she does not want to be on the ground just in case she smells some of the other cats.
Mm.
So when I put her on the ground, she'll go right back up on my desk or go into what is called her apartment, which is the space between my it's pretty much my coffee table, and there's a space underneath that she can go in.
Ah, makes sense.
Hey, Christopher.
I feel like Amdator Keep Hard might be impossible to solo because of the final boss too, because of the gels that completely lock you down for Gestures Reap. But I don't know. I don't know if Gestures Reap there would instant kill you or what. And like if the move hits you, I don't know if it kills the slime, but I know it makes it to where you're locked down completely.
Well, the interesting thing is that if you're locked down via the slime, you can target the slime and kill it.
No, you can't. Not the ones that spawn when his health is low. The ones that spawn when his health is low makes it to where you can't do anything. You're locked in place and stunned.
Huh.
Yeah.
All right, I thought you could bust out of those because I've busted out of all of them. At least I thought I did.
Yeah, you don't out of the ones that spawn at the when his health is low. He spawns a new set that are completely better. It really adheres to you then. But even then, getting past the first boss is rough. At least it is for me.
79, 75. Yay.
Snowcloak was one of the fun ones to solo.
Snowcloak, I can see one of the easier ones to solo.
It is. The second boss is a bit rough. Not rough, but it takes a while.
Yeah, because it's all about the snowballs and shit. Otherwise, he's just got a lot of health.
Yeah, true. We'll break your Isle. I've soloed. Let's see. I'm gonna look at all the ones that I've soloed. Not counting the below 40 ones, because some of them I have soloed, I just haven't really, or I can solo, I just haven't cared to. Let's see.
Whoa, holy shit, that's a lot of upgrades. 82, 77. All right, my arm just completely jumped up.
Nice.
I can't. Okay.
Oh yeah, battling the big keep is something that's not soloable either because of the chain mechanic in the second half of the fight.
I completely forgot about that fight, even though I've cleared it.
Can't solo Ultros either because of the imp mechanic.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I haven't really bothered trying to solo the Chimera or the Hydra. I've got no reason to, but I probably could do it. Maybe.
Yeah, actually, those fights you could.
Yeah, Steps of Faith is one I could try. I don't know if the chrysalis is soloable, but I could try. But then again, I don't know because of the meteor mechanic in the time gate thing. I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much what you would have to do is do enough damage to get that tier before the meteors hit.
True. But then again, I've never actually tried, if I'm honest, like ever. Maybe I'll give that a try a little bit later.
It's a shot. And hell, because you know as soon as you go into that tear, before you go into that tear, pop your buffs.
True.
You got all these buffs that last an assload of a long time.
Yeah, like Presence of Mind, Shroud of Saints, things like that.
I know if you went in there as a tank and you did that, and you went like you Hallowed Ground before that, Hallowed Ground would last a long time.
I don't know if Hallowed Ground is affected.
It is.
If that were the case, it would last 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah. Just pure invulnerability.
Yeah, but the meteors would still deal damage, though.
Don't know about that.
They would.
I think Hallowed
At least
Ground
the
is
big one
pure.
would.
Yeah, the big one would probably just wipe you.
It feels so weird having all of the triple triad cards except for one.
That is awesome.
I've got them every single one except for Furion.
Huh.
And the annoying thing about Furion is the only way I can get it is through the tournament or through the platinum packs.
Ah.
And my luck with the platinum packs is so bad that I've gotten every single card in the tournament, in the platinum packs, at least twice. Except I've never gotten the Furion. Not even once. I've gotten 2 Tidus, I've gotten 3 Lightnings, I've gotten fucking 2 Warriors of Light. Like, every card that can drop out of the platinum pack, I've gotten at least twice each. I've never gotten a Furion.
Damn.
And it's annoying, too, because right now that's the only card I need that's available in the game.
Yeah. Water Materia 4. Yay, 40k. I'll take it.
Weird. There's no reference to Sephiroth being the Fiend anywhere in his card. Whereas Sophia and Zervan reference Goddess and Demon. That's fucking funny.
That is interesting.
But also, too, Sephiroth is only a 4-star card, whereas Sophia and Zervan are 5-star cards.
Now score is 81 to 90. And at least every time you clear floor 51 to 100, you get a pot shirt, and you get 10 of those mount. Yay!
I don't really want that mount. It's a waste of pot shoots, considering you can also use that for grade 5 materia.
Yeah, but degrade into 5 materia. The way I get my materia is the Mahachi matter.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is it's 1-to-1. One potsherd equals 1 tier 5 materia, but it takes 10 to get them out.
Yeah.
And to me, that's just not worth it. Especially since the mount is kind of crap anyway, in my opinion.
It's just the collector in me. I typically get it because it's a one-time thing, whereas the other ones are consumable in terms of exchanging it. You exchange that for the material, and you either sell it or use it. And then you keep on doing that for a lot more things. With the mount, it's a one and done.
Yeah, true, but I mean, to me, it's just not worth it because you're sacrificing potentially 1,000,000 gil for that thing.
True. But then again, then I'll be a contrarian there because 1,000,000 gil, if you are like me and you have crafters, gatherers, all the 60 and shit, and geared up to the fucking hilt, money is not an issue.
Well, money's not really an issue for me either. I mean, I'm sitting at 3.8 mil. It's just,
That's why it's like I can look at that and be like, potential 1 mil. I want the mount because it's a one and done. And at least at that point, then my future potsherds will then go into gil. And also, it comes down to I'm a collector. I like getting shit.
Fair enough.
Now the thing about it is the minions kind of piss me off because there's a lot of exclusives to that. Mainly due to FanFest and all that. I don't have the money to participate in those. Triple Triad to me too is like I've actually been saving up MGP for a long time to get Fenrir. I want the mount more than I do with the cards.
Fair enough. Okay, this is the moment of truth to see if this is solvable. Oh, okay. I did a lot less than I was expecting, so maybe I can just ignore that mechanic altogether.
I like how we have a Lala in here called Corrosive Acid. Hey, there's a silver coffer up top. I want that silver coffer. And good. The acid saw that too. Oh, yeah. Wait, somebody already got it? Yeah, somebody got it. Cool. That's a cool. Alright. Sick. Indiana. Alright, come on, hold on, just cat. That's probably what you want. You probably want to go. That's cool. Okay. There we go. Now she's out of my hair. More capo. I remember those things at 11. They were fictions.
Yeah, really.
Lots of chest over there. Okay. Alright, so now we gotta kill more mobs now to unlock the passage.
was easy enough.
Easy PvP moment.
No, I just soloed the Chrysalis. I ain't no big thing.
Oh, that thing. That's right. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, basically, once you get that tier, that meteor phase is nothing.
Very much.
The gloom spreads. Oh, Palace tomorrow.
That went, that went pretty good.
Wrong one, but oh well. And Heavenly Judge. Boom.
I want to beat you up.
Why do you want to beat me up?
Because I do.
You're just racist against Lalafels.
I can't help it.
Why can't you help it? I've done nothing wrong.
Because they have no knees.
Actually, they do have knees.
In my world, they don't.
What do you do? Eat their fucking knees in your fantasy?
I break them with a baseball club.
There is no baseball. There is no baseball or golf bat in yours. Are you high?
Yeah, there is. It's called
Where?
Night Weapons. Fuck it, paddles.
Yeah, but they miss.
That's Vanadil. This is a.
But they still miss.
Still can't believe that 11 actually had a cap of accuracy to the point where you actually could miss even with like perfect accuracy. Yep.
That was interesting. It does keep things interesting though.
Yeah, but you know, it used to be where it was a flat 95%. You could only ever hit 95% accuracy and no more. But then they eventually changed it so that two-handed weapon users, such as Dark Knight, Dragoon, Samurai, could actually get it to 99%, but they still have that 1% chance to miss.
Yeah.
But the way
Or fucking Dark Knight though.
It does kind of make sense. It's like in D&D even. Let's say, for example, you had a bonus to a bonus to your score where even rolling a 1 would be an instant hit. Like, basically you have the concept of perfect accuracy, right? However, if you roll that 1, sure, your bonus still says you hit, but you rolled a 1. So that means it's a fail, no matter what you do.
Then it's an automatic fail, yeah.
Exactly.
The roll supersedes.
But that, of course, is a hypothetical. I don't even really know if it's possible to hit numbers like that in D&D. Where your bonus allows you to hit anything, pretty much. Like perfect accuracy.
It would be. Especially if you became a deity.
Yeah, but if you roll that 1, you still fucking miss. Unless
you still fucking miss.
Like, the only way you could not miss with a 1 is if you had, like a trait that says you get to re-roll 1 roll a day. Or something.
Right. Right. And
but I don't think
it comes down to
because that would be kind of broken.
Not really. I mean, it would give you better odds, but even with those odds, you could fuck up twice. Like you could roll a 1 and then run 1 again.
Yeah. But here's the thing though. There's a good bet that if the DM, was an asshole, if you did, like, let's say for example you rolled a 1 and then you used that trait and then you rolled a 1 again and got like a second chance, that second 1 is gonna be bad.
Yes, it would.
You're gonna lop your arm off with a fucking fork. How is that possible, you ask? Magic.
With a fork. Well, you ever seen that anime clip where the fucking archer shoots 2 arrows at once and he takes off the dude's both arms? Takes off both that fucker's arms? That's like a 20. And then if it was a 1, it's just like you roll to jump the gorge, you roll a 1. Ah!
Yeah. Or like
that shit happens.
With how critical misses can work in D&D, though, what could happen is he shoots that same shot to try to take off the dude's arms, but for whatever reason, his arrows ricochet and hit him.
Actually, that could happen too. But the cool thing about rolling a 1 is that even if the DM is a dick, he still has to roll through the botch table. And it comes down to he could plant insta-death into the botch table, but he still has to roll against it with that botch table.
You go to cut your steak with a knife. Roll C. I rolled a 1. Shit, you rolled instant death. How the fuck did I just kill myself cutting a steak? Huh.
You cut your wrist. You cut your wrist, you cut a fucking vein, you're dead.
Yeah,
you bleed to death.
Fuck.
That unfortunately, that can happen.
Yeah. I need to do Palace of the Dead myself. I need to get to 99, 99, 99, 99, 99.
Yeah, so we can, us four have an arranged party to see if we can get to 200. That'd be a neat experiment.
I have no doubt that we could do it. It's just getting the 99.
Yeah. And then also, from floors 150 to 200, in the gold trim sacks that drop there, you have a chance at a mount that's worth 9 million.
But the question is, do you keep it for yourself if you get it?
I would, actually.
I would,
as soon as I
too.
got it, I would, for collection. Just to have it, and then any extra I would sell. Because, again, money would not be an issue for me, especially since I've decked out my
Plus,
craft. Or decking out my crafters with ironworks.
Not to mention it's an extremely rare amount.
Yeah.
So
it's
a status symbol.
It is exactly that. It's a status symbol, and Gil comes easy. The status symbol does not.
Ah, shit. God damn it. That went on the healers, and I wanted to put it on our DPS, but I couldn't figure out where the hell they were.
Hell, Kieran himself, even though he's been around for a long time, is still a status symbol.
Yeah, true.
Because you got all the plays from the 2.0 extremes, which, especially since it's dead content, that's hard to get now.
True.
Oh, Emma Watson, what are you doing?
What did she do?
She's like a very hardcore feminist, right?
Yeah.
She basically dogged on Beyonce a couple of years ago for her posing nearly topless. Mm-hmm. She just did the exact same thing on the cover of Vanity Fair.
Hypocritical.
And she's come out and said, "Oh no, it's not a rejection of feminism. Feminism is about freedom of expression." It's like,
okay,
well, what about this shit you said a couple of years ago?
Yeah. Now, if she's apologized to Beyonce, after she's done that shit, that's one thing. I get that then. But since she hasn't, she's a hypocrite.
And SJWs now are actually going against her, of all people. You
Nice.
you dead post topless. They're all starting to fight with each other now.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that was bound to happen eventually.
That happens to a lot of extremists.
Oh, yeah.
You step one toe out of line, you take away conformity just a little bit, and you're public enemy number one.
Pretty much.
So, fuck that noise.
Oh dear me.
Lost kitty.
Okay, that was
Now
on the highlight reel. Goddamn.
What?
That match, considering I felt like I had the entire enemy team on me at one point and somehow managed to live through it.
Damn. Healers are fucking peak.
Yes. Well, we knew that already.
Yes.
Well, they're not. They're easy to deal with. It's just, if you have a skilled healer, it's kind of hard. And I think we had a pair of skilled healers, because I was able to keep myself alive, and when I was struggling, our other healer was doing it. And the other thing is, I was having to weave between healing myself and removing certain debuffs with all my other cooldowns gone. But I managed to get through it somehow. Damn, that was rough.
It's on top. It's the fact of sustain has always been a problematic thing with competition. Because if you have the concept of sustain and pump out decent damage on top of that, you automatically have that advantage.
Well, healers can't use cleric stance in PvP anymore.
No, but they do have bursting abilities.
No, they
flat
don't.
out on their own.
Not in PvP. They don't. They don't have any burst because they can't use cleric stance.
Well, even if they can't use cleric stance, they would
No.
still be able to do some damage.
Nah.
As much as it would suck, like, I would feel a certain amount of Schadenfreude if, when 4.0 came along, you look at the cross-class skills, and it's like, Cleric Stance is not cross-classable. Swiftcast is not cross-classable. Oh, shit.
Well, Cleric Stance will be, and Swiftcast most likely will be. Because Swiftcast is too vital for the job.
Yeah, but at that point, it defeats the purpose of having it as a cross-class skill. They should just have it as a skill. You know what I mean?
Well, it's going to be a cross-roll skill. It's not going to be a cross. It's not going to be a cross-class anymore. It's going to be a cross-roll skill.
You're gonna have to be prepared for some bad news on.
More than anything, we'll lose Surecast. Surecast is useless. Swiftcast, on the other hand, is too damn good.
Although, in all honesty, even though it's too damn good, SC, like Sam pointed out, I think, like a week ago, SC could just say, just deal with it.
They could, but they won't. Because they're only going to be... I kind of do. Because they're only going to be looking at abilities that are underused, and Swiftcast is very, very vital. Because they're not going to take Swiftcast away from like summoners, for example, because it's a must-have for the job, and Swiftcast is a must-have for healers. So we'll be able to, it would be bad form if they took that away from us.
Well, here's the thing with that: Swiftcast originates from the Black Mage, doesn't it?
Thaumaturge, yes.
Thaumaturge. They could just lock it to a cross roll in terms of just DPS only have access to that.
They could, but why would they? It's too useful for healers.
Oh no, I agree.
Because it's so useful and because it's so ubiquitous, they're like, well, they're having it too easy. Gone.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna do that. They're not gonna be making the game harder. In fact, they're gonna bring the skill floor up. So why would they mess with the skill ceiling then?
Honestly, do you know what I think they should do? Is if they're considering it, they should remove Swiftcast from healers, but give healers a cross the cross roll skill of a different ability, which is kind of like Swiftcast, but instead of basically making the next ability instacast, it halves the cast time or something. It just makes it a little bit easier rather than making it...
That would be redundant.
Well,
the reason why is because of things like presence of mind and light speed.
And see, and that's where it comes down to where they might judge that as the players have too much power. I mean, they could do that. It's a matter of would they? Probably not. It's been so ingrained in the meta of playing the roles, but
you can't discount it, and you have to be prepared for anything. You know, like I have to be prepared, for example, for the possibility of losing Invigorate.
You won't.
No, but you have to have that in the back of your head just in case. You gotta be like, okay, gotta get myself ready for that, just in case.
It's possible.
They're not going to be taking things that are vital for the job, though.
Yeah, but the argument is, if it's so vital for every job, then why is there not more of a tailored ability for each job?
Right, but here's the thing, though. What they're saying is, like, the way that it is right now is basically because there are abilities that are really vital for each role, such as Swiftcast and Cleric Stance, right? That you have to level those jobs to get it. Whereas with this new cross-roll system, the reason that they're adding it and revamping it is so that removes the necessity to level other jobs. So, for example, if you want to play Scholar and just Scholar, you can start off as an Arcanist, and you never have to worry about leveling Conjurer for a Cleric Stance at all, or Black Mage for Swiftcast. You already have access to it because of the cross-roll system. You know.
It's true. I mean, it's true that they could do that. They could make Swiftcast just be accessible to everybody, and that's it. They could do that route, but they can go the other route. They could go the other route where, again, Swiftcast would just be locked to DPS casters, and the other healers, they pretty much it would be a form of combating what's the power creep.
Well, if they did take away Swiftcast, they would have to make adjustments around that. Like, they would have to make our raise half the casting time already. They would have to do that, because otherwise...
Technically, they don't have to. They just say, okay, deal with it. But in terms of players would bitch, you know, some players would bitch about it.
But eventually they get used to it in that point.
But that's where it depends on what SE would want. It really automatically just depends on what the developer wants. I mean, if they don't want the player to gain a certain amount of power, they'll just say deal with it. They will bust it back down.
Because even I'm not saying it's likely. I'm saying it's incredibly unlikely that they will. What I'm saying is you have to be wary of it, just in case, and don't be too upset if they do get rid of it. Just be prepared. Just be like, okay, they might get rid of it, and then you log on and it turns out that they have. Okay. But if you're vehement and you're like, no, they're not going to get rid of it. They're not going to get rid of it, and then you go on, it turns out they have got rid of it. You're likely to go a little bit ballistic.
Well, because it would be retarded for them to get rid of Swiftcast on healers. It's too powerful.
But that's the point. It's too powerful.
That's the problem there. The SE might deem it too powerful for players to wield.
No, I'm saying it's too powerful in that it's a necessity at that point, and it is.
Yeah, and that necessity,
that
necessity might be what's fucking partly of the healer balance.
But
that might be fucking them later.
They are most likely going to do something with Swiftcast, or not Swiftcast, but Surecast. Because Surecast is basically useless. It always has been.
Oh yeah, if it's a useless ability, they're definitely going to get rid of it.
Well, here's the thing. What Surecast does is honestly what makes it useless. Seriously, what makes it useless is the way that it works, not so much what it does. Because what it does is it makes it to where the next spell you cast cannot be interrupted. Sounds good until you realize that it takes it upon initial cast. Which means if you start casting it, Surecast goes away. And then if you get stunned, the spell's interrupted, and there goes Surecast with it. So it should wait until after the spell is cast before Surecast goes away.
Oh, yeah. And see, that's where Surecast odds are, Surecast and Swiftcast being totally different arguments here. That odds are, if it's useless, it's going away because you want to prevent ability blow. And of course you want to take those out first, the useless ones. But when it comes to the Swiftcast, and what makes Swiftcast an interesting thing when it comes to balance, is that what if they want to do non-caster healers?
Well, then they wouldn't need Swiftcast.
They wouldn't need Swiftcast, but then that would make the caster healers have a bit of an advantage when it came to, like, racing.
Not necessarily, because the non-caster healer in that case, if they didn't have access to Swiftcast, they would have probably their own variant of it.
Possibly, but we don't know that. They could do that. SE could do that, but to reduce resources, they could do the opposite and make it baseline for everybody not to have it.
We're gonna lose this match because, fucking hell, man. Even though I'm healing as hard as I can do, it's like our team is just getting picked off one by fucking one, and I can't heal everybody.
And what they could do is they could easily just replace it with a form of Swiftcast or of reduction that actually works for both non-caster and caster healers.
Like I said, we'll just have to wait and see, but I don't think we're going to be losing Swiftcast. It's too vital.
The odds are it's not happening. I mean, they're not going to shake up the foundation of it that much. But
so be prepared.
It's still a possibility. This is SE. They could throw a curveball.
Why the hell did my fucking Collective Unconscious fire off? I didn't hit that button. God damn it. I just wasted it.
Hell, when it came to a lot of abilities, I think it was the fact of people were pissed off at first. They were outraged at the fact that now all these DPS classes had something to balance. The Blood of the Dragon, the Enochian, all that. These classes were like, oh, what the fuck? Now it's a lot harder to do even average damage.
True.
And SE fucked with them, and it comes down to, I mean, especially if they're trying to bring every job into a baseline, because balance is the problem.
DPS was a bit basic at first, though, so they needed a bit more complexity.
They did, but that's where and also one of the biggest things right now that is actually holding back the healers and tanks, and why they didn't release a tank and healer for this, is the fact that healer balance and tank balance are too volatile to add another job right now. While they're okay with healer balance at the moment, as they've stated, that doesn't mean that that's not going to be a problem when they try adding a fourth job to that. Same thing with tanks. That's exactly the hesitation they had.
True.
And until they establish a baseline where it wouldn't upset non-caster and caster alike, because as soon as they implement a non-caster healer, and they have to eventually, there's only so many caster healers out there, because eventually, once they implement a non-caster healer, that balance is fucked because of Swiftcast.
But that's not necessarily true. Like, they have no real reason to not release a caster healer. I mean,
Well,
don't get me wrong, I'd
they
love to see
do.
I'd love to see a melee-based healer, but the thing is, if that were the case, like I said, they wouldn't need a swift cast because they would probably have a quicker raise to begin with. Or, like, they would have their own version of swift cast. Because they would have to have a raise, they'd have to be able to pull raise, for example.
True, but it comes down to the way with SE's been going lately. With when they talk about resources, they're trying to revamp resources and they're trying to reuse resources rather than add completely new resources into the game because that takes a lot more. That takes a lot more processing power.
Right, but at the same time, though, like I said,
it really matters a lot.
They could add a melee-based healer that instead of pulling from, say, like Thaumaturge, pulls from Dragoon or something. It'd be weird, you know. And
it'd be odd, but see, to keep it comparable, they got to make it to where anything that disrupts the balance of power. Because right now, all the caster healers are fine, purely because they can all draw Swift Cast.
Right,
they can
but
all
what I'm saying,
that.
though, is with a melee-based healer, for example, they could have a trait, for example, that says, okay, if you finish this combo with this and this weapon skill, your next raise cast will be instant, or something like that. They could do that.
Oh yeah, they could be comparable like that, but then
that's what I mean.
you
But
have
then that wouldn't interrupt the balance then, because the caster healers would have swift cast, and then that healer would have their own version of it.
But the problem between comparable and that is that that's one ability, whereas what you outlined is a combo that needs to be in a specific chain to get that benefit.
Well, yeah, but
so it'd be a bit harder for pretty much that's where the balance kicks in. It's like, why would they take something that complicated when all it is one ability and raise?
Right, but the thing is, just because you have swift cast, that's not necessarily a band-aid. It's not necessarily gonna save the day, because like you could only do that once a minute. And sometimes,
it's not. It's not a band-aid. It's just that it's so powerful and such a necessity at the moment that any other class that any kind of caster that doesn't have it is not only shunned but excluded from content.
Yeah, but the thing is, like I said, Swiftcast is useful for more than just raise. Like, white mages can benefit from it with Stone Skin too, for example.
Oh yeah,
and
it's very intertwined. It's very for casters. It's the necessity for casters. Period.
I mean, again, I don't see it going anywhere myself. Okay, personally, I don't see it going anywhere myself. But what I'm saying is because it's so ubiquitous, it's almost a crutch, and I can see them removing crutches. And all I'm saying is yeah, it's very unlikely, but you have to be prepared for it just in case it is.
And I don't see them do it either. I really don't. It's a matter of, but even though we don't see them doing it, that doesn't mean they won't do it. Again, there's so much about this expansion we don't know. They could do that in terms of for balance. If not this expansion, definitely the next. Because eventually they will have to, if they want to keep on adding jobs anyway and keeping the game fresh, they would eventually have to look at the balance of that. Because that's exactly why I mentioned non-caster healers. Because eventually they're going to have to break that mold to keep it fresh.
That's not necessarily true. They're like, the likelihood of them adding more healers isn't really that high. Same with tanks. Because from what I understand is like with World of Warcraft, there's only 7 tanks and 7 healers, and then like 25 of everything else.
Oh yeah, but that's why right now, I mean, currently they're happy with the healer balance. Tank balance is actually they're concerned about. But the problem of it is that if you only have 3 different flavors of tank and 3 different flavors of healer, but you have how many flavors of DPS right now? Fuck, I'm not even counting that. They have a lot more flavors.
Well,
but it comes. Oh, sorry.
They're actually concerned that Warrior is too powerful.
It is.
Just like
it is.
Yeah.
It is grossly overpowered, considering it can deal the damage of a DPS while being a tank.
And part of its identity is doing damage.
Exactly. It's a bit too versatile. And the thing is, like, tanks should be able to deal damage, sure, but they should never be able to deal the damage of a DPS. And, like, for example, if Warrior is able to deal DPS like that, then its survivability should be lowered. Like, it should maybe lose the HP bonus from Defiance and get, like, some sort of either defense boost or something. Like, actually, maybe gets a higher natural regen or gets a permanent bloodbath while in Defiance, instead of getting the extra HP like that. And then in Deliverance, perhaps maybe they lose a portion of their HP. Maybe they lose 5% of their HP to justify the 5% increased crit that they automatically get.
And right now, with the system as current as it is, right now warriors have more of an advantage that they're crowding out the other tanks. And then when it comes to healers, it's such a tightly knit balance that if they ever did want to implement another healing job, it'd be hard pressed to be used enough to be worth it.
The only tank that warriors are really overcrowding is Paladin, because as it is right now, you don't take Paladins, because Paladins are going to slow you down. Paladins and White Mages, unfortunately, are too good at what they do that they're useless. And I don't mean that to sound the way that it does, because obviously that's not true. But what it does mean is that Paladin is too good at being an Iron Wall, so much so that it doesn't have any versatility. And White Mage,
the two classes are so single focused that they're not good at the other things that they're now expected to do.
Yeah, well, don't get me wrong. White Mage is an extremely good DPS. Problem is, it doesn't have the mana management that Scholar has, thus it can't sustain its damage as long. But even
I would
then,
argue
the
because
only thing that
Scholars...
it has is healing and damage, that's it. Astrologian has card buffs that they can do. They have debuffs that they can do and disable. They have a lot of different things that they can be doing other than just healing and damage, and same thing with Scholar. There's a lot more versatility there, other than just healing and damage.
And I would argue that because Scholar's damage is actually dot-based, that it's actually a lot easier to DPS on Scholar.
It can be.
It's a shit ton easier to do DPS on Scholar. And that's even without things like Broil, but Broil's pretty much a staple anyway now.
Well, yeah, and then you have the concept of the pet, which can actually be powerful enough to heal on its own for a while and give Scholar an opening to DPS more. Or an easier opening, I should say.
That's
White Mage does get a lot of the short stick.
It does.
Rather than short, it's kind of, as much as I hate to say it, it's the weakest healer right now.
It's the strongest healer though. That's what's fun.
Well, in terms of heals, it is.
In terms of the overall role, it's the weakest. But in terms of single focused healing, it's the best. As in with the tank, as an overall tank, Paladin's clearly the weakest right now. But single focused, it's the best, because the whole point now about classes, whether they're DPS, healer, or tank, they're supposed to be multifaceted now.
More or
and
less.
The problem is, White Mage isn't, Paladin isn't. And honestly, and I don't mean this to demean you in any way, but the people who did start on Paladin and the people who did start on White Mage and focus on those jobs really don't want to do anything else. They don't want to DPS. A lot of those people are the ones who don't want to DPS. You know, but you have to.
Yeah, you have to now. Well, the way that the content has been designed from Heaven's Word onward, the DPS checks have been tight.
That doesn't mean anything. They did unfair, like, SE has gone on record and said that in a couple of instances they did accidentally make it too high, but when balancing content, they assume healer damage is 0.
Yeah, but unfortunately, what they designed it for and what the player base adapted to is completely different.
Right, but the thing is, you never have to DPS as a healer if you don't want to. It's suggested, but you don't have to. You never have to go into clear stance if you do not want to, outside of soloing.
Yeah. Problem is, in a party situation, in a party finder situation, in a DF situation, it's fine. But in a party finder situation, if you're a healer that is healing but then is standing there for 5-10 seconds without doing anything, you're gonna get replaced.
That's not necessarily true.
Not always, but that's the general norm right now.
It depends on what content you're doing. If you're doing Savage, like Savage Raids, yeah, you do want to try to mix in some damage, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that both healers have to. In fact, you can have one healer DPS 99% of the time, the other healer DPS 0% of the time, as long as one of them is healing a bulk of the time. Or you can have a situation where both healers are doing both, roles, healing and DPS.
Well, would you consider the EX as casual content?
Yes, I would. Because they're not so tough that you need healers to be DPSing as in optimization.
Oh, no. I'm not talking about need. I'm talking about what people perceive as what they want.
I would still consider them as casual, yes.
I mean, they want healers to DPS because they want to run the finish as fast as possible. Hell,
right.
Casual content that is pushed like that lately due to the concept of speed runs.
Right. But the thing is, though, when it comes right down to it, is the EXs are what I would consider hardcore casual content. It's both.
Midcore.
It's midcore content,
It's midcore, but it's not midcore. That's why I said hardcore casual.
Well, what about the concept of speedruns then? And that's
Do it
actually been a prevailing opinion. People prize their their time. Basically. They want to get it done as fast as possible.
You're setting it up, if you're setting up a run via the party finder, make it clear that that's what you want. Otherwise, you can't bitch.
No, I agree. But if it's the prevailing perception, player perception, then what the developers want, they got to take that into consideration.
Not necessarily. Not with the way 14 is designed. If this was 11, I would agree. But this ain't 11. So in other words, they don't actually have to do that because everybody has their own niche. And if it really becomes a problem, then all players like that have to do, if they don't want speedruns, is either only run with their friends or just use the duty finder.
Which unfortunately does make the game a little bit less enjoyable for them compared to others, because they're so isolated in that niche.
Perhaps,
it's the fact of the matter of popular opinion, and it's going to matter in a social game such as this.
It might matter a little bit, but it's not going to matter in the grand scheme of things. Like SE doesn't have to mold the game around popular.
Oh no, they're not gonna do it just for popular opinion alone, but they do have to consider it because again, power in numbers. They do have to understand that when majority wants something, it's majority for a reason. They got to listen to the majority.
But a lot of the time, the majority is stupid.
We might say it's stupid because
even SE, they don't always. If you listen to the loudest majority, your game's going to go to trash. Simple.
Well, no, there's a difference between it being majority though, and they are a loud minority.
Perhaps.
There's a lot of loud minority they can simply disagree with because minority.
Yeah, I guess, but at the same time though, like with this new difficulty they're talking about with Omega in Storm's Blood, they're talking about how they're going to have normal and savage, and then for those that have cleared savage, a more difficult version is going to unlock. And if you say that's too hard, well, tough, get good.
Well, that's exactly it. The popular opinion is they do want harder content, but when you're dealing with harder content, one of the few things that you can increase to make it harder is a tighter DPS check.
Yeah, but with that in mind, DPS would have to work harder because they're still going to treat healer DPS as 0 because they know that not every healer is going to want a DPS.
It's only that philosophy of treating healer DPS as 0 can only go so far though.
Not necessarily, but it really does depend. For example, if they rework how cleric stance works and make it to where it's a lot easier to DPS as a healer, then I could see them encouraging healers to DPS. However, they're still going to have to treat it as near 0 because healers are not going to be able to deal the damage of a tank or a DPS because we have to heal. We have to heal, so we have to be conservative with what our DPS.
Well, that wouldn't treat healer DPS as 0, but that would treat it as they have to put in some numbers. That's what I mean.
Right.
They would have some of them have to chip in.
Right, but because we are a healer and none of our spells need to be cast at the enemy, not really. They're probably most likely going to keep our damage as 0. Because the other thing is, tighter DPS checks ain't going to really be a way to increase difficulty. Mechanics are. For example,
well, mechanics are one aspect of it. Tighter DPS checks are another.
Right, what I'm saying is, like, say for example you have a fight like Alexander Savage 12. Alexander 12S, A12S. You can have a DPS check of, you gotta do 2,500 DPS a second. That's in order to beat the cap. Then you can have another fight where the cap is lower than that, the DPS check is lower than that, but harder to reach because of all the mechanics. Like, you have to dodge in and out of the boss, in and away from the boss, so you have to really find ways to optimize your uptime. They can do shit like that.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But when it comes down to, again, if they merge the two, or if part of what they do is, in fact, do mess with DPS rather than add mechanics, then healer DPS is going to be that much more not so much necessary from SE, but pressured from players.
Perhaps,
to do so.
But the thing is, the reason that they consider tank DPS when they're balancing it is because tanks are always hitting it. That's how they do their moves. You don't have a tank that has no moves that target the enemy. I mean, other than like buffs and stuff, but their main role has to involve hitting the target. A DPS is the same way. With a healer, because we're defensive by nature, then they have to consider that maybe a fight is going to be almost impossible for us to really dip into cleric stance, because if we do, the tank's going to die because of the sheer damage coming out. So it's actually a smart idea for them to consider healer damage as 0, because then the truly good players are going to rise to the occasion and find those little moments to throw out a little bit of DPS to end that fight a little bit easier.
But then also SE's got to calculate the free space time that healers have in between healing, and that's exactly where they want to keep the game interactive. And that's part of the reason why some players don't play healer is they find it too boring or they find it too challenging because they have so much to do. When you think that you have to DPS as a healer on top of your normal duties, for some it's too challenging. It's daunting. Whereas if the reverse is true and they calculate healer DPS as 0, players then would get bored. So it's a matter of they have to figure out that perfect balance. And right now, again, it comes down to how do you figure out that perfect balance? You got to figure out what player opinion would be, and how would the majority look at this? Would healers be rather DPSing while healing, and have something to do? And if that's the case, then they do have to calculate at least some healer damage into content to make it more challenging.
Not really. They don't have to calculate healers as dealing... See, because here's the thing. The moment that they calculate healer damage into their formula, that's going to force healers to have to DPS, and they're not going to do that either.
Which unfortunately they inadvertently did with Heavensward. They admitted they fucked up. They
admitted it. But the thing is, it's because of the way the item levels work. It wasn't really that they balanced it wrong. It was that they, it was that they didn't expect players to try to hardcore it right away. They didn't have time to really balance it properly because it was a new, what it was.
Well, yeah, the item levels were a new system. Plus, along with the fact too that once they overtuned it, players then got creative. They innovated, and because they fucked up, they actually accidentally spawned a mentality of having the healer DPS within the players because at first it was
already there.
It was, but it did stress it out more. It did make it more of a precedent for players.
With the whole of the novice advice that they now give, it is implicit now.
Well, yeah, they want healers to DPS, but they can't force us to. And even then, it states...
Oh, no, they can't.
It doesn't say that you must DPS. It's basically saying... What it's saying is, if all the healing is done, throw out throw out some damage here and there. That's pretty much what it's saying, but it says prioritize the healing, which a lot of players ignore that, and they will keep on DPSing anyway, and then blame the tanks for dying.
Well, here's the thing. This is what, from what I can read, they meant, right? They're saying, complete all of your healing first, 100%, right? Make sure that is all completely done. Don't worry about it. But past that, do it.
They're not saying have to. They're saying you should.
They're encouraging it, yeah.
Yeah.
And the problem is, it's kind of this is where it gets really strange, because the way that they've sort of half mandated it now, and the way that honestly popular player opinion is, it's gonna get to the point where if you're not doing it, you're gonna look like a bit of a dick.
Then you're going to look like a bit of a dick. That's as simple as that.
And you're free to look like that. Again, you're free to do whatever you want.
Of course.
But then it comes down to the fact that if SE starts designing this content for that, you're going to be left behind. That's how SE is going to do it. Because otherwise, they wouldn't encourage this if it wasn't going to start becoming something that they would start implementing.
Well, the thing is, I understand why they would suggest it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's mandatory. It's not a healer's job to deal DPS, and it's not a tank's job to maximize DPS. Like, a tank can stay in tank stance 24/7, if they really want to, but the damage is going to be low.
But you have to think about it from a social point of view as well. Hang on. Think about it, okay? Common sense dictates that as a party leader, say in a party finder situation, you are going to want to get the best people for the job. Okay? Now, what that job is depends on your definition. Now, popular opinion currently dictates that tanks DPS, healers DPS, and DPS DPS. Okay? So, they're going to pick up whatever healer they can pick up. But if it gets to a point where there are multiple healers hanging around, and they see that, okay, one of these healers isn't DPSing, right, but that person over there is a healer who is known to DPS, and can get all the healing done as well. So we're going to get rid of that non-DPSing healer, and pull in this other healer that can still do the same amount of healing, but also do DPS as well. Because that way it's more effective.
Yeah, but that's not SE's job to dictate. That's not their job to relegate.
No, but it's something
Players
for
are
them
gonna
to
do that
consider
anyway.
within their content.
Not
Yeah,
really,
the players-
because players are going to do that regardless of what SE does. And even then, you know, there's going to be a party for them. And again,
And if
this
SE
isn't-
doesn't consider it, then players are consuming content at an alarming rate. That makes it stressful for them.
Yeah, and the problem is, at that point, SE may not mandate it, but because the player community does,
they can't.
those who... No, listen to me. I'm not saying... You don't have to agree, but what I'm saying is, those at that point where, you know... Say if you are in a party finder situation, and you become known as that healer that doesn't DPS, they're going to ignore you. And they're just going to go straight for the people who want healers.
Right, but the thing is, they can't. Because if they start kicking you, just for the fact of, oh, you don't DPS, you can report those players, and that is a bannable offense, because that's considered
Actually,
it would be considered.
It was
bannable
clarified. It was clarified by SE that a difference of playstyle is a kickable. You can kick people for that.
offense. No, you can't.
Yeah, if they don't fit your mold for what you want the party to be like, they're allowed to kick you.
And that's not an abusive kick, at least according to SE. That's not an abusive kick.
Yeah.
That's not what we're saying. We think that's a dick move on their part.
That's why the vote dismiss system is so comprehensive, and that's why you can't kick for lack of healer DPS or anything like that in vote dismiss situations, because those who don't want a DPS are basically their only option then would be to go through the DF, and then you've got to give them some sort of avenue. So yes, they can, and they are entitled to get rid of you if you don't match their playstyle. The same thing goes for those DPS who don't do 100% DPS all the time. If the party mandates that you do that, and you don't, you're gone. And there's nothing you can do about that.
It's pretty much what we call democracy, majority rule. At the end of the day, that's what SE considers to be the most fair option. It might not be fair to everybody, but it's fair to the majority, and that's you can't be fair to everybody, unfortunately.
Their argument then would be, okay, if you want to have a party that matches your own playstyle, either find one or create one of your own.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if it becomes a part where they're trying to alienate you because, like, if you have a reputation or whatever, you can start reporting people, and they would change the system at that point.
Unfortunately, companies cannot influence players to just... They can't force players to accept you.
Because they're not actively flaming you.
Well, they kind of are. If they keep kicking you from the party just because of a potential reputation, then that looks really, really bad. And if SE doesn't do something to stop things like that, then they failed as a company, point blank.
There is no answer for it. There is no answer for social peer pressure like that. You cannot eradicate it right now. There's no answer to that.
Even still, like, for example, if it got to the point where you're getting just straight vote kick the moment you go into a duty finder, as a matter of fact, or if like you go into a duty finder, and this happens consistently, to the point where you go into a duty finder, and then the party you get into, they just stay at the base for like, stay at the starting grid for the entire 15 minutes it takes before they can start vote kicking you, and then they vote kick you, and that keeps happening, SE would step in and start banning players.
On the DF, yes. On the PF, no. Because on the DF, you are supposed to be matched with people where you don't care about who's with you. The PF, they can be a lot more selective.
Yeah.
So anything involving the PF, they have the right to kick you for any reason, as long as they are not being belligerent about it. If they believe that that you are not a fit for their party, they have every right in the world to get rid of you. In the DF, if they kick you, that's a problem, because that's harassment.
Yeah, exactly, that is. Unless they give you a chance and say they mandate this, and then you don't follow it, then it's a bit more justifiable kick. But if they just see your name and kick you, that's bannable from DF. Yeah.
It's bannable from PF too.
Unfortunately, not.
If they don't give you a valid reason, it is.
Well, no, because again, it's their PF. That's why SE made the PF. It's so then you can find
what
more
I'm saying is,
parties.
if it's multiple groups doing it, because you have a quote-unquote reputation and they just kick you without warning, then that should be a bannable offense. The reason why is you don't know if they've gotten better. You don't know if they've changed their mind or anything like that. And if they literally try to shut you out of the game, SE's gonna lose a subscriber, bar none.
Well, that's exactly where morality-wise, it's a dick move for them to do. But legally
think-
in terms of how SE sets it up, because they made the party finder, that party is known as theirs, their territory,
But
their
here's the other
rules.
thing too. The one thing you guys are ignoring is free companies. You understand, of course, that these big free companies, the ones that do the world progression, they don't use the party finder anyway. They use their own free company. They will take the best of the best from their free company. And therefore, if you use the party finder, not DPSing is not a valid reason to kick at that point.
Well,
It
no,
is if they say healers must DPS and then you don't, you're breaking their rules. And they
breaking
get
the
rid of
FC rules, and then the FC will kick you.
it. And or the PF will kick you.
The only way to prevent that is to, again, make your own FC, invite your own people, and create your own rules. Otherwise, other people whose perspectives clash with yours, who don't agree with you, they can simply get rid of you because they don't agree with you. And it's not against you personally, it's the fact that they do not play the game the same way that you do. And that's not wrong on their part, because it's a difference of opinion at that point.
Yeah. If they're kicking you from a DF where it wasn't their choice and it wasn't your choice who you got matched with, that's wrong.
Yeah, it is.
But if it's a PF situation and you're going into it knowing that they expect healer DPS and you don't do it, you're kind of letting them down at that point.
Unfortunately,
But
the thing about reputation and how toxic it can get, it really matters. It sucks, but reputation is definitely a thing when it comes to social circles, especially in a social type of game.
Right, but the thing is, though, it's one of those things where they have to make it clear. For example, you join a PF, or you look at the PF and it's like, oh, Zervan EX clear, healers must DPS, and then you don't DPS. Yeah, I agree, but if it doesn't say that, and they kick you, without a word, you can report that.
Unless, it depends on the type of person, really. They do have the freedom, if it's their own party, they can kick you without warning because they heard, oh, you're a bad healer. They don't want to deal with you.
But see, that
it's
right
not
there,
really-
that is a mentality that kind of pisses me off. Why is it that a healer is judged on their ability to DPS? Oh, they're a bad healer, they don't DPS. Okay.
Oh, no, the difference
no.
is everybody's judged that way. If they're not, in terms of reputation,
no.
everybody, if you have a bad
I'm
reputation...
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's retarded. Why would a healer be judged based on their ability to DPS? That makes no sense on any equation.
Warriors.
They're a bad healer because they don't DPS. No, I'm just a bad
Warriors.
DPSing healer, not a bad healer.
Warriors have the same issue.
No, they don't.
They do. If they don't DPS to the level that they should, yeah, that's a problem for them.
And actually,
That's
with any role, actually,
what I'm saying,
because
though,
of
that
the way
makes sense,
they've
though,
made the
because
polls.
They can do a lot more DPS than what they're doing.
Because of how SE
But
designed
healers, on the other hand, they don't.
every role to do, every role can DPS because of pretty much SE first put it in as a solar mechanism. But now players have weaved it into be recommended to be optimal in your job.
Yeah, and healer DPS does not have anything to do with optimization. That's literally fluff.
To players it does, not to SE.
No, even to SE. That's why they calculate healer DPS as 0, because it's nothing to do with the job. It's just something that you can do, but not must do. That's what
Players
That's
don't.
What, no, well,
Players don't calculate it as 0 though.
that's because players can go suck a toad.
Yeah.
So at that point, you've got to understand why you wouldn't be allowed in the PF.
Because
in the,
it's a
in the
majority.
PF,
But
in
they
the
can't,
PF,
unless they
players'
specify
rules.
it, then you're not going to know. And the thing is, like I said, it's a good idea to DPS if you can, but it's not a but thou must. And if they try to make it a but thou must, then just don't go with those players because they're bad. I don't care how good they are, they're bad.
Oh no, and that's fair enough. You won't get along with them, that's fine.
Exactly.
But what happens when you get such a toxic reputation that most players don't want to play with you? That happens.
Well, that's not going to happen, because you have to be like a really fucking toxic player to do that. Not DPSing as a healer, and that's all. That ain't going to get you that kind of reputation.
It comes down to whether DPSing as a healer is a majority opinion. Right now
Even
it
if
is.
it is, it won't matter.
I mean, right
Because
now
for
it
every
is.
asshole, there's 2 good players that won't.
Well,
that doesn't
it comes down to
care.
not everyone's going to be an asshole, thank God. But
Yeah.
you're going to have a more difficult time. That much is certain. Sam himself has dealt with that, where
Oh,
he's gotten such a rotten reputation, partly my fault in certain circumstances.
partly.
Yeah, no, I would definitely say that. That's why I'm saying partly, because not every situation was was me, but there was a couple situations where that repeater did precede you. Yeah.
Because after that, it was pretty much constant.
Yeah.
It was like, okay. But anyway, go on.
But yeah, that can happen though, and it comes down to it makes it such. And that's where Sam was still open to play with friends and to play with players that actually were accepting of him. But the problem at that time was that they were few and far between. It made the game that much more difficult for him to play.
Yeah, because I didn't use the PF at that point because I realised if they don't want me there, they don't have to have me there. But the DF, if they kick me from that, that's a problem because it is a random matching system, and it's unfair to kick from that.
Well, it depends on what you're being kicked for.
No, if it's just on reputation. If it's just on reputation in the PF, they're perfectly entitled to kick me.
Because players themselves are purposely making that party for a specific goal in mind. DF is just purely system-based.
At the same time, though, you can blacklist everyone that does that. So, I mean, eventually...
Sure.
And even then, though, like, it's one of those things where you have options as a player. This ain't like Final Fantasy XI where you can just get blackbarred. You still have options.
Well, it depends. Actually, right now, I mean, getting blackbarred is harder than it is in this game now. But it's still possible. If you have such a toxic reputation, yeah, that can happen. If it gets that bad, and if it becomes well known that you're a healer that, like, for example, refuses the DPS, like, they know you're refusing, not that you're ignorant about it.
Or you're
but
struggling.
You're outright. If you're outright refusing it,
On principle. Yeah.
then nobody's going to understand that. We do. We understand that. But because they don't know you, they're not going to understand that.
Yeah, well, okay, here's the thing. Healers do not have the DPS, and I don't think this is going to change. However, do I think that they should? Sure. If you have a moment, do it. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. And the thing is, it's one of those things where if a DPS is doing bad DPS, then yeah, that's going to give them a bad reputation because, I've seen DPS do abysmal DPS, and they're there to DPS. And if a DPS is doing horrible damage, then you're better off getting someone that, is
and you're right.
Damage. But when
you're right. Healers don't have the
healing,
DPS
though,
right now.
Well,
they don't have the DPS right now.
Right now,
it's not
yeah, but I don't
necessity.
think they're ever going to change that because it wouldn't be right. Because with tanks, it makes sense. With tanks, it makes sense because they're actively hitting the mob. So sure, they should try to do as much damage as they can while maintaining their own survivability. DPS are dealing DPS, so it makes sense for them to try to maximize their DPS. Healers, on the other hand, they don't have the DPS. And as a matter of fact, as I said, since SE balances the raids around the idea of healers doing 0 damage, then what ends up happening then is healers that do DPS obviously kill the fight quicker. However, those that don't aren't going to get shunned outside of players being
they should.
And
see, the thing about it, SE orders it like they shouldn't get shunned, but players are going to do it anyway.
Right, but the thing is, it's few and far between. Like, you might not be able to join the best FC ever, but who cares? Literally, who cares?
Well, right now it's few and far between. Again, it really depends too.
Because
it depends on if SE keeps with the formula.
Which,
I mean, if popular opinion maintains itself, SE is going to change the game to fit that.
Right, but I still
so they get more money, but.
Right, but I still don't think that they would start trying to force healers to DPS. Because the thing about that is, like I said, healer's job is hard enough. It really, truly is. Because, like, half the time, they might not even get a moment to DPS. That's the other thing, too. And it's one of those things as well, where healers don't have a lot of uptime for DPS. Because, like, sometimes it's going to be impossible for them to optimize damage. See, warriors and tanks can optimize their DPS even despite the fact of things going wrong. DPS can optimize their damage despite things going wrong. But if a healer has to stop, if a healer has to start frantically healing everybody because everything's going wrong, then that healer's not going to really be doing a lot of damage anyway. And even if they do, it's negligible. That's the other thing.
Well, yeah, and see. Oh, God.
The healer DPS argument isn't that you must DPS at all times. The healer DPS argument is that if there is a gap, you must fill it with DPS.
But that's not the argument.
That is the argument.
No, it's not.
The argument
it's not must. It should.
Well, no. This is the player opinion. If you must, it's not a case of you must DPS and damn all healing. It's you do 100% healing, and then if you stand there like an idiot waiting for more healing to be necessary, that's not good. You should, and in some eyes, must DPS to fill that gap until you need to heal again.
Right, but
you only do it to fill the gaps in between. If there is no gap in between, having no healer DPS is fine.
Right, but the thing is, even judging by that mentality, then if you must, quote unquote, fill in those gaps, you're going to do 2 DPS. It's not even really going to be worth wasting the mana on it, and that's the other thing. So, effectively, what I'm saying then is SE could release a fight where it's so hectic, there's so many mechanics going on, that healer's not going to be able to do any DPS, because both healers, or even the single healer, if it's like one healer, because like the 4-man, or it's one of those weird cases where it takes 2 tanks, 5 DPS, and 1 healer, then it's going to be a situation where that healer is just not going to be able to DPS at all. So
go on.
It's one of those things where, unless they make it easier to DPS, by getting rid of cleric stance, for example, and making it to where our nukes are mine-based, so with that we can throw it in between every cure, or whatever, then I don't see them changing the formula. I don't see them changing it. So, effectively, a DPS chart might look like this. Your 4 DPS are anywhere between 2.5 to 3k DPS each. Your tanks are roughly 1,700 to 2,000, maybe a little bit lower in the low 1,100 range. And then your healers are 500 to 200, if even that. So healer DPS, while it's nice, it's merely a bonus. And literally any player that says healers must DPS is foolish. Straight up foolish. Because it's one of those things where healer DPS is and always should be a bonus and not something to be considered.
Well, there's a counter argument that if you're standing, if a healer is standing there not doing anything, i.e. they don't need to, heal, you're a bit of an idiot. That's not my argument. That's not my argument. That's the prevailing argument.
That's not what we're thinking. I mean, in all honesty, the way that Sam and I are thinking, we agree with you. It should have a freedom to choose the DPS or not, because as long as your main role is satisfied, again, we're not going to get fucked. As long as you're having fun with the game and doing what you need to do, we're cool with it.
Like, personally, if it's white mages, I understand DPS is a lot more difficult. But if it's me and I see a scholar standing there not doing anything, I get a little annoyed. I do. If there's a gap where they've done all the healing and they're not at least doing something to help, I'm a little annoyed.
The only time I'm ever going to care about my time, too, in dungeons, like, I'm actually one of the more patient players. I don't care how long it takes. I don't give a fuck. But what if I was a casual player and my free time was limited? Then yeah, I'm going to want to clear content as fast as possible to get things done.
Right, but the thing is, at the same time, you just said the magic word, casual, so you're really not going to care. Because, for example, you might have time for 1 expert roulette. You have like an hour. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
the casual, I think it might care a bit more about their free time. You pretty much care about the time being optimized so they can get the maximum amount of shit they can get done that day. Well, no, that's still casual. It's just they care about their time more. You know, they're heavily scheduled.
What I'm saying is, if they're playing a game like this and they're trying to optimize everything, because they might have limited time, then that's not casual. They're playing the game hardcore. They're just limited on time. A casual player would be like someone who, for example, they're a monk, all right, or a dragoon, whatever. They're a DPS, right? A casual DPS is going to be someone who has the potential to do 3,000 DPS, but they're only doing about 1,700 DPS. Whereas someone who actually cares, who actually is more of a hardcore casual or a hardcore in general, they're going to be doing the 3,000 DPS or as close to it as possible. That's a bit of the difference.
That's right there a point. The way that you consider hardcore and casual is probably different the way I consider hardcore and casual. Yeah, I consider hardcore someone who puts a lot of time into the game, whereas a casual doesn't put as much time into the game.
Well, that's kind of relative actually, because judging by that logic, you could have someone who just RPs in town, who never levels a job, who never even plays the game at all, but sit there and hold off for like 12 hours a day, and they're hardcore. And then you've got a player who does all the hardest raids, who does put in all this number crunching and really puts in the effort to get their ship, but they only play an hour or 2 a day, then they're casual. That doesn't work.
Well, yeah, because the way that I would define them is that that's a hardcore role player and a casual raider.
But they're not a casual raider because they're doing all the number crunching. They're trying to optimize. They're trying to get all the gear. They just don't have. Well,
that's why I can. That's because I consider casual and hardcore a time investment thing. I don't consider it effort. thing, because you could put in quality, top quality effort, but not put a lot of time into it.
Right, but
that's how I see it. You know, that's how I define it.
Fair enough, but that's where I feel that it's the effort you put in rather than the time. Because, that's where the concept of hardcore casual comes in, because you could be someone who puts 12 hours a day in the game, and you do play the game, but you don't necessarily do the hardest content. Like, take for example, I haven't cleared A12S, I haven't cared, but I do try to make sure to get my A11S clears out of the, every week.
Yeah,
which kind of thing. So I'm putting in time and effort, but I'm not really trying to maximize everything because I don't.
And that's why, to you, hardcore casual is a concept. To me, it's not a concept. That's a perspective thing. You know, that fair enough. And the thing about it is that the way that I see it as my perspective, a casual who I think, again, time based, has limited free time to play the game, so they're going to try to maximize the quality of their time. Yeah. It might not be. It's not a lot of time, but they're going to try to squeeze in as much progress as they could in that small bit of time. So they're going to care about speedruns, That's what I mean.
Because here's my view on it. Okay, it for the three different two different roles. Okay, you could argue gathering's another role, but whatever. For battle and for crafting / gathering, if you count them as two. For me, for me, it's not the time spent, and it's not the effort put in that makes you either a casual, mid-core, or hardcore person. For me, it's the level of content you're willing to go up to. So, for example, if you just log on, do the bare minimum, that is the MSQ, and you don't do any efforts to get any Savage gear. You don't make any efforts to do extremes. You don't do any efforts to anything like that. You just do the bare minimum. And that includes maybe the expert roulette. Maybe that's the limit. That, to me, deems you as a casual battle player. If you do some of the extremes, and you do the raids but not the savages, for me, that's mid-core. If you then do the savages on top of that, and you are, or you're, for example, somebody who does the feast a lot, to me that's hardcore. And then, for example, with gathering and crafting, if you just do it to make money and you don't really care about the crafts that you make, you're a casual crafter. If you then put in, if you then decide to go further and decide to do master crafting, star crafting, all this kind of gubbins, that makes you a hardcore crafter. It's not for me, it's not the time, it's not the effort, it's the level to which you are willing to go.
Which kind of plays hand in hand with the effort. But not so much the time.
Well, no, because the effort, you could be optimizing your DPS to the hilt in the base content, but you're still casual. Because you're only doing the base content. To me, it really isn't the effort you put in, it's the level that you're willing to go to.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. You're willing to put the effort into your class, but not the game. For example, you could be willing to say, like you just said, you are a master monk in terms of the expert roulette. But then if you take that player who is a quote-unquote master monk in expert roulette, because Savage is a completely different ball game, there's a good chance then that they'll just be crushed. Like, their DPS may not be as optimized as they thought, because they didn't put the effort in, as you say. So I'm agreeing more in your line of thinking more so than Dreamers, but...
Yeah, and that's fair enough.
Because to me, I am a mid-core player. I'm not a hardcore player because I don't do savages, but I'm also not casual because I do the Alexanders, I do the extremes, I do extra things on top of what is necessary. Whereas, somebody who literally only logs on and does the base shit, even if they take their job incredibly seriously, they're casual at that point. But again, it's all about labels, really, and to be honest, labels never work. Labels never work because everybody has a different definition on what a label is.
Yeah, I mean, they work insofar as organizing things, but they don't really have any value.
Well, when you try to discuss things, the first thing you should ever do is try to get a level of understanding. Because when you're trying to communicate two different worlds like that, one person's going to have a definition for this, and it's not going to mean the same thing to the other person. Like to you, hardcore casual is a concept that applies to you. You know, that you think that applies. To me, it's non-existent because the way I define hardcore and casual, they don't mix.
Yeah, hardcore casual really is just a fancy way of saying midcore in my mind.
Yeah, because to be honest, hardcore casual, it sounds like an oxymoron.
It kind of is, but
it's,
you know,
it's not a very good way of describing it, unfortunately. But that's not to demean anybody that uses that tag if they feel like they want to be described as that. But I think it's a little bit of a loose term. But again, I think labels are bullshit anyway.
Yeah, and see, that's where, to me, I mean, that's where I honestly couldn't understand that concept because I don't use the labels that you do, you know, the way that you do. But that's exactly where, I mean, like, to me, if I had to put a label on myself, I would be called a hardcore player because I do not only all the content that's available to me, the only thing I don't do is raiding, which doesn't stop me. I could, if I wanted to raid, I could do that and clear it, no problem. All it would take is the group and the scheduling. But in terms of the time I invested in this game, to me, I am definitely a motherfucking hardcore.
Yeah, whereas, because that's the thing. Because under your definition, you're a hardcore, but under my definition, you'd be midcore.
Yeah, exactly.
So, that's why labels in general are just bullshit.
Yeah, well, labels are a perspective thing, and because it's subjective, there's no right or wrong.
Because you know you could break it down and say, well, I'm a hardcore role player. Well, I'm a hardcore role player, a casual crafter, and a midcore battle player. So
yeah,
it's so nebulous. It doesn't even make sense.
Well, it comes down to it's a personal thing for them at that point. It's not anything, you know, objective where that label is that's who they are. It's a matter of what they see themselves, what they feel like.
Because there is no standard and nobody agrees on what the labels are, the actual whole point of the labels is actually kind of pointless.
Well,
because
objectively, yes, you're right.
Because you could put across the idea. You could say, you know, somebody could say, in a PF, for example, you know, hardcore raiders well, not hardcore raiders, but they could say hardcore players only. But then you see, oh, well, they're doing what I consider midcore content.
Right.
So you go in there. And then they ask you, okay, are you actually a hardcore player? Are you actually going to put the effort in? And you say, well, I'm a midcore player. That's what I label myself. They're not going to agree with you.
No, and that's exactly why it's important to have them understand each other first. Get a baseline of understanding of what each other means.
But that's why, at that point, if you then have to explain what the labels are, it makes the labels pointless. You may as well just explain, on a case-by-case basis, what you are and are not willing to do.
Which would roughly be the same thing. You're at least getting the basis of understanding. But it comes down to, I got the wind up. Yeah, I'm sick. But when it comes to explaining all that, that's why when it comes to the labels, objectively you're right. You know, objectively, the labels are moot because they're so different. They're so radically different compared to each person by person. But in terms of how they feel subjectively, they feel like they are hardcore, and this person probably feels that they aren't. You had to get on the same wavelength, though, to either get a clear, defined answer there.
Yeah, which is why, because if you have to explain it, it makes the labels pointless at that point.
Well, pointless, you know, it comes down to pointless for the outside looking in. To them, it's not. You know, to an individual person, the labels are what they accept as reality. What they accept is, okay, that's how they feel about themselves, really.
Well, they're personal to themselves. But as a form of communication and as a form of grading, as a standard, that it doesn't work.
Well, no, that's why you have a personal standard, a subjective standard, and you have an objective standard. And for an objective standard, it wouldn't work. You're right.
There is no objective standard. That's the point. Yeah.
Yeah, and see, that's exactly where then it's not pointless to them. It would be pointless in an objective scheme, but to them, it's not pointless because it's something that they see as themselves. It's their own opinion of themselves. No opinion is pointless, you know, because you can't say right or wrong. You can disagree with it, but it's a matter of opinion.
I mean, Because you got to look at it from a personal standpoint with everything, really. Because you look at this whole thing about healer DPS or whatever. You know, everybody has a personal idea on what they should or shouldn't do with it. Whether what's personal, what is the majority opinion is whatever the majority opinion is. Everybody has their own personal thoughts on it.
Yes.
And me personally, I don't play White Mage because I think it's too difficult to DPS with it. But as a scholar, I would feel remiss if I didn't DPS. I would feel I would be wasting my time and everybody else's time by not doing it.
And that's where the PF came into play, and that's why SE split the DF and the PF. The PF is more for subjective labeling, really.
It's for tailored parties.
Yeah, it's for people, you know, it comes down to, in tailored parties, it gives more power to the players to create their own vision of what a party should be. Whereas a DF this is the objective standard that SC has set.
Yeah, and I just don't play Astrologian because I don't fucking understand it. I genuinely have a lot of respect for people who can play Astrologian because I don't fucking get it.
Yeah, when it comes to healers and tanks, it's like, hey, I respect people that play that because it has a lot of responsibility to it. And those who find it fun, extra kudos. I'm glad we have people that do that because without them, the party dies. Flat out, the party dies. But it comes down to those who play DPS. Yeah, those are a little bit more expendable.
Yeah, because you have to look at it as in, are you a person that believes in multifaceted jobs or in single-faceted jobs? And I myself would feel responsible if I was just being a one-track mind. As such, with a DPS, that's a case of you're doing the DPS, but you're not doing the mechanics.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, with a healer, you're doing the healing, but you're not doing the little bit of DPS that you can do. With a tank, you're doing the tanking, but you're not doing any of the DPS that you can do. It's a fine line, and that's why I prefer Warrior, because it gives you that versatility to DPS. I prefer Scholar because it gives you that versatility to DPS. The only problem is, the only DPS I actually enjoy is Monk because it doesn't have a completely obtuse mechanic other than fucking GL, but I'll deal with that anyway.
Well, it's because you're building GL normally.
Yeah, like Blood of the Dragon can fuck off, and Wanderer's Minuet and Gauss Barrel, while they were necessary, kind of ruined the jobs for me. So I have no interest in playing those either. Summoner is kind of
unnecessary.
To him, they're unnecessary. I think that's what he was getting at.
Well, I'm saying, you know, I didn't say. Well, let me clarify. With Gauss Barrel and Wanderer's Minuet, they are necessary, and that's the problem. Because they were made necessary. I don't want to play them because it changed the job to be a job that I don't like.
Yeah, it tainted the jobs for you.
I don't like standing there casting. I really don't. If it's a healer, I get that because that's the point. As a DPS, I don't like that. That's why I don't play Black Mage. Because when they added both of those mechanics, I was like, well, shit. At this point, I may as well go play Black Mage. What's the point in me playing Bard and Machinist anymore? Because the whole point of Bard and Machinist for me was the fact that I didn't have to stand still casting, and I could still be ranged. But then you say, oh, well, that's overpowered. Okay, reduce the amount of DPS that Bard and Machinist can do, but just don't give them this option that allows them to cast, because that makes the casting a necessity.
Either that, or apply the range thing that PvP has. Make it to where our bards and machinists, instead of needing Wanderer's Minuet or whatever the fuck it is, or Gauss Barrel, to where it forces them to become a caster, make it to where they have to be at appropriate ranges and stick with that range, you know, instead of like moving around and shuffling everywhere and just going apeshit. Make them find their spot that deals the most damage. Maybe make it similar to how 11 did it, where if you're super close to the mob, you deal no damage, but you never miss. Super far away from the mob, you do a lot of damage, but you're prone to miss. Or a mid-range that deals damage and doesn't miss. You know, that
or
kind of thing.
even do it this way. As part of your rotation, do this, right? This is the base rotation. Say you don't have a Wanderer's Minuet or a Gauss Barrel, so you can move around and you're free to damage, and you can kite all day. Problem is, if you do the optimal rotation, one of the abilities, just one, but it is the big finishing ability, is the one that makes you stand still and cast. Because it's like charging up a huge arrow or charging up a huge shot from your gun. You have to stop, and that's because that is a major portion of your damage, you have to stop. But it also gives you that freedom to move when you're not doing that, and you're still doing damage.
Which could be a good idea.
But basically, forcing people to use Gauss Barrel and Wanderer's Minuet, or you're cutting your DPS massively, basically forces those two jobs to become casters.
Actually, from what I've been hearing from players, is it seems like you don't want to leave them on 24/7. You kind of want to toggle them on and off. That's why SE made it to where you can do exactly that, toggle them on and off, and there's no casting times now. You just chuck it up there. So like I've heard from Bard, for example, that you would want to do, say, a Gauss, or I'll just say Gauss Barrel. A Gauss Barrel Venomous Bite, and then turn off that, and then go into a Wind Bite. That way it's bam, bam. And then you go back into Gauss Barrel for something like Iron Jaws or Imperial Arrow, that kind of thing.
But then that adds a huge amount of complexity.
Well, yeah, but that's the point. That's kind of the point.
But then, especially with new abilities coming in, that causes ability bloat even faster at an exponential rate on those two jobs alone.
Which SE has
Maybe,
to
but
solve.
it all depends on how they do it. It all depends on how things change.
And either way, SE's got to solve it. Thankfully, we don't have to.
Yeah, and I mean, in fact, that's why they're making Enochian a permanent buff. Because they realized it's too much for these people to juggle.
It's too much, and they might consider something different with Bard and Machinist.
Admittedly, I find that Enochian is a lot easier to manage than fucking Try Disaster.
Let's say Try Disaster is really useful.
Dreadborn Train.
Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah. We'll wait and see how they do it. But yeah, the way they change the Enochian is really nice because it does raise the skill floor to where now even people who are I would actually say casual because they're putting less, to me, they're putting less time. The way I'm putting it, my definition, casual players can keep up with the good players, but then the separation between the casual / good to the great becomes more expensive if you keep up the Enochian. I like that.
And the reason why I thought of that is because Samurai. The reason why I thought of that thing with the way that I think Gauss Barrel and Wanderer's Minuet should be removed and replaced. It's kind of the way Samurai works, from what we can gather. It's because it's basically whap 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 whap, stop for a second, massive attack. Whap 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 whap, stop for a sec because it's got a cast, massive attack. And that's kind of the thing. That's kind of the way I wish they would have gone with Bard and Machinist, but they didn't.
Alternatively, you could have had it. Well, I think, at least with Bard, it kind of makes some sense because you're drawing back the bow and letting it go. But how can you argue that with a gun? Because you just bam, point bam.
Yeah, because
unless you want to say that what you're actually doing then is you're loading a new set of ammunition. You know what I mean? Like you've got like your normal bullets in, but then you're quickly checking out that clip and putting in a clip of explosive rounds or something.
But even then, you have to think about it like this: in movies and TV shows and all this kind of stuff, what kind of archer stands there? Obviously, he'll stand there when he's not being observed, but when he's being observed and attacked already, what kind of a moron archer would stand there just to draw back their bow? They're going to keep moving and shooting at the same time. It doesn't make any sense to just stand there and go, "I'm just going to charge this bow up for half an hour." It feels very, very artificial. And it's really annoying. Plus, as a gun user, are you telling me that the gun that you're wielding, you have to charge up on every shot? Really?
Yeah, really.
Because, a reload, once the bullet's in the gun, it's in the gun. And I don't understand how an ability would slow the fire rate of a gun down. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, it kind of does, because you could argue that the Gauss Barrel is making it to where you're it's making the recoil massive or something.
Well, give it recoil then. Make it blow you back like you do with
Well, it kind of is what it is doing,
Like you're being fluid auraed rather than having it as a fucking cast. Having it as a cast makes no sense. Because once you fire the trigger on a gun, it doesn't wait for half a minute before it comes out of the barrel. Even on the slowest firing guns, it's still boom.
Unless it's gathering aether, charging up like powered shots instead.
But it's not an aether-based weapon. They've already established that. In fact,
What type of base weapon is it though? Just bullets?
Yeah, it's just machination. In fact, that's why, if you look at the Machinist storyline, they get shunned so much. Because it isn't anything special. It's just bullets. They don't trust it because it's not otherworldly. It's literally just there. They don't think it's powerful enough to work in a military situation. That's the whole point. That's the whole facet. The whole sort of thing around the Machinist storyline.
Yeah.
If you
You make a point. It's just a matter of. I wonder why SE did it. Probably for just pure gameplay balance purposes. They thought it was either too powerful or it was a bitch to balance.
They thought it was too powerful. The fact that ranged non-casters could basically kite all day and not have to suffer some sort of penalty for that.
Which actually, in a movement-based MMO where movement is part of the aspect, I can understand that. Especially when it comes down to most of the traps and difficulties is based upon reaction. And if they can just constantly DPS while moving, which, let's be fair, unless you're melee, you don't do that.
Because what I can understand, again, is the charged shot. You know, you're going to have to cast at least one ability because it's the charged pulling back and then firing. But here's my theory. You know, if you wanted to basically punish people for kiting, all you need to do, put a sort of either a heavy effect on them, not obviously as bad as heavy, but some sort of heavy effect on them while their animation is playing where they're pulling back the weapon. You know, because they're slowing down to get the aim right.
Right.
But they're not.
Is it more the fact that you want to make it more obvious that it's based upon that rather than just as you saying, okay, you're casters now?
It's the fact that making them casters kind of blunts their uniqueness entirely.
True.
It makes them just another casting DPS.
Well, yeah, it does.
I mean, yeah, you can buff their TP and MP. Yeah, problem is, so Red Mage is going to be able to do that as well, probably.
We don't know
that.
We don't know that, but it's possible. It's another thing where odds are it won't, but it's possible.
and it's just really irritating.
I can see it being irritating, especially for the range players, because they played range because they had that freedom of movement, which was part of it, but another one was because they weren't casters, but they were ranged.
Yeah.
So it's like I can understand them bitching. Hell, I understood why they bitched at first as well, because it took the movement away. But again, it comes down to I can see SE's side. It could have been just a bitch for them to balance, you know, and they made them casters. It does make a problem though, to where it does take away uniqueness from the job.
It takes away. Okay, obviously it's a fantasy game. You're not going to have realism, but it takes away. You have that weird effect where it takes you out a little bit because you're like, yeah, archers wouldn't do that. They wouldn't stand there apparently casting this arrow ability. No, they'd keep moving. That's the point.
Yeah, they would.
You know, it's.
But actually, they could have also implemented a accuracy down debuff where if they were moving, it would be harder to land a shot.
Yeah. Which is why my argument would be, while they are in an animation, slow them down.
Yeah. Whereas they just entirely slowed them down. You know, they slowed them down in their entirety.
To a stop. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, you know, it comes down to that's the path SE chose. It seems like. I mean, you can tell. You're making great points. I mean, good ideas where they could have done something different. And who's to say that they don't modify that with Stormblood? They could.
Well, I don't see them. I honestly don't see them changing it now because people are used to it.
Well, yeah, people are used to it, but they're still revamping the combat system. I mean, that could be part of the thing, or part of the what's the term for it? They are inactively changing that. You know, it's not an active change, but it could be where they modify the combat system that the Wanderer's Minuet and shit of that nature starts becoming where they could move and shoot, but it becomes like what you said. It could be that they change it entirely. They could learn from that, because just like with the script system, with Gather from Crafters, that was a bust. They changed that. They actually started. They already circumvented that system, to where red scripts are not even needed anymore. They're nice, but you don't need them anymore like they had. So it could be like that. It could be that they eventually circumvent it.
Because, I mean, adding complexity is fine, but when it comes to the detriment of enjoying the job, it's a problem. I mean, I can understand. Okay, if they wanted to have it and have some sort of differentiation, maybe have archers or bards have that casting effect, and then have machinists not have that casting effect.
Mm-hmm.
Differentiate the two.
Which
right
you
now,
could.
what is the differentiation between the two classes? Really?
In all honesty, just beam.
So why would you play one over the other? Especially considering machinists, you have to get to a certain point to even unlock the fucking thing.
Well, you do, and it could be. See, that's exactly what when it comes to machinists, it's more metagaming. The difference between them is more metagaming, but it's not obvious.
Because I was so excited when Machinist came out. It was the first thing I did. You know, as soon as I got to have it to Ishgard, I went straight there and unlocked it.
Oh, I wish I knew that I could buy these fucking material floors with fucking red scripts. I wouldn't have to spend money on material. Anyway, go on, sorry.
But yeah, Zach's gone all quiet over there. He's focusing hard on the feast.
Well, he's focusing hard on the feast, but we also moved to a topic now that he doesn't have as much interest in. Whereas when it came to healers, for example, that topic, that was his topic, you know? Yeah. That was something that he was massively interested in.
I think the fact that, you know, Monk has to deal with 2 stacking mechanics, not just 1, is a bit bullshit. And positionals on top of that.
Yeah.
Positionals plus 2 stacking mechanics.
It makes him an overly complicated job. But that actually, to be honest with you though, that's partly what endeared me to it. Because I liked having to deal with all of that to become great. I love I have to put in all that work to become one of the better, the better monks out there. Now, from what I've understood, from what they're doing with Black Mage and Nokia and raising that skill floor, they're probably doing that for every job. But now they're going to make it. They're going to make something where the good players and the great players are still separated. As long as they have the separation, I'm good. That's the thing. And that gives me a reason to strive to be great.
Because what I could see with GL, if they're not getting rid of it at all, is what you would normally do to get GL1, it just knocks it up to GL3. Or GL3 becomes GL1 and they remove 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
So then, to get GL, as long as you have GL up of any number, it's enough. It is the top level. Which
actuality, they might do that, or they might actually have it to where it's like a Nokia where it starts generating on its own. The reason being is the fact that monks they have that long charge up time because of GL.
Yep.
And that actually is a problem, because when you're faced with other jobs that have burst capacity, like Dragoon and Ninja, they are left on the wayside. And also in quicker fights, they are left on the wayside.
Your DPS really does suffer.
It does suffer. So it could be that if they do something akin to a Nokia where it automatically generates, and then if those who can keep it up, or use it effectively, hence using it as tornado kick, at least using it to some production, then that would separate the good from the great. That would be good too. I would like that too.
Because I understand why you've got to build Chakra. That makes perfect sense.
Yes, and it does make sense to me. But I do think that it's a bit complicated mechanically on somebody, especially in the fact of it's just spamming one. To me, the way I do is I hold control and spam 1, and that's all it is. You can bypass that tedium by just having it hit it once, and it's like meditate where it slowly generates.
Yeah, I don't know why they made it where you had to press it 5 times in a row. That made no sense to me either.
I get it because they didn't want it. They didn't want it. It was it is redundant. It's tedium because they didn't want it to where it was overpowered, where you press a button and you automatically got it. I get that, but then you can stop that. That constant spam split. Spamming that for spike damage all the time by giving it just a cooldown. Pretty much an auto generation time. Then they just press it once. You let it generate, and then ding, it's ready. Okay, boom. Because there's nothing to stop a player from spamming chakra during downtime. And in honestly spamming it, just like they feared. It's just that the gap between charging it and using it was great enough to where it wasn't overpowered. They could do the same. They could generate that same gap with an auto generation system.
Yeah.
But that's where, hey, they're not perfect. They're human. They probably didn't think of it at the time.
It just does seem that Monk is a bit of a. It's in a bit of a weird spot at the minute.
It is, and that's why I think Stormblood's probably going to fix that, if not alleviate some of that, because Monk's going to be a poster child job. They have to make each job that comes out, like with the expansions. Each old-fashioned job is going to become the poster child. They did it with Heavensward, and now they're doing it with Stormblood because they need to figure out a way to keep the old jobs rolling while the new jobs go. But anyway, I'll be right back though. I got a few things to do. Actually, I got to feed the fur babies and shit. So I will be back in about 10 minutes or so.
Uh-huh.
Wait,
how's the feast going?
Well, I thought we were doing really well, but apparently we're not. We're losing right now. Oh shit.
Go, 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 go!
Fuck. I just wasted Purify. I tell you, it's kind of rough to be a healer in this place, but it's the only job I really want to play, so. Or the only role, I should say. It's funny that I don't actually use my I don't use my white mage in PvP. I feel so much more comfortable on Maestro. See them. They're behind that damn barrier. This is why I hate this map. I really do. It's so hard to keep track of your teammates because they can go behind those tight-ass barriers and you have to, you actually have to go in there as well, and it's just like, ah.
Yep.
I don't even know where our freaking white mage is right now. There he is.
Other than the Vanu, there is no beast tribe that directly gives lore, is there?
I don't think so.
Because I know the Nath gives, a tiny, tiny amount of scripture. Instead. The Mughals, I don't know because I don't craft. Because screw crafting. But Sammy, you're slowing yourself down. Okay. You're not taking full advantage of the game. I know.
Okay.
Looks like a pretty close match.
Oh shit, we're in the lead. When did that happen?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. That was the perfect time to use that. Because that Cometeor did nothing. Oh, you knocked me back. Too bad. I had already did its purpose. So that was a waste of your time, Paladin. Pop that. Show me what you got. Oh, hi. Rock on. Wow. I'm just slowly dwindling away on that achievement. Oh my god.
You'll get there.
Eventually, someday, maybe.
One day.
It just kind of sucks that they got rid of the ability to queue in into both the Feast 8v8 and the front lines. Like Shatter, you can't do that anymore, which sucks.
No. I hate the fact that they took out the idea of if you get penalized from a PvE queue, you can go into a PvP queue. Because you used to be able to do that.
It kind of makes sense why they did that, though.
I know, but still. And the other thing is, somehow you have the ability to re-queue into something you got kicked from into the same party.
They got rid of that. Or rather, they made it a lot harder. You get this, it's like a prioritization system. If you get kicked, if you try to queue back in, there's like a weird time delay. You won't be able to get with that same party for like a few minutes after you were kicked from it or left it or whatever.
Because I remember being in a party where we had to vote kick the same guy 3 times.
Yeah, because he was a troll.
And not only that, he came back a 4th time, but we'd all used our vote kicks.
I don't remember that. I remember vote kicking him 3 times and he just didn't come back. Because we actually ended up getting someone else.
No, I think it was a different. I think it was a different time where somebody actually came back a 4th time. I don't know whether you were around for it, but yeah, that sucked.
Oh, I bet.
That sucked some major balls. You couldn't stop laughing either. I think we ended up having to vote abandon that one. Or even just leave ourselves.
The one that I remember is we ended up finishing it 3-man because we didn't get a replacement after that.
It is amazing what you can 3-man when you need to.
Oh yeah. Well, the fact, like, I still think it was really funny that one time where you and Neon were goofing off and got yourselves killed. It might have been Dreamer actually, and got yourself killed pretty quickly in Never Reap at the final boss. And me and Joseph or Teratar just ended up duoing it from there. It was Summoner and White Mage. Or at least I think he was on Summoner. I can't remember what he was on, but I know I was on White Mage at the time.
Yeah, I seem to be the only person in the universe who actually likes Never Reap.
I mean, it's okay, but I like Fractal myself.
And I seem to be the only person in the world who absolutely cannot stand Fractal. Because to me, Fractal just seems like one big slog. Just like, oh god, so many objectives.
Well, that's kind of how I feel about Never Reap, honestly.
Because to me, at least the... Oh, you're fucking kidding me.
What?
No, just I made an error. To me, at least, Never Reap had interesting bosses.
Interesting the first time through, maybe, but I didn't like him after that. The only one that even holds any sort of interesting mechanic left is the first boss, in my opinion.
Oh. I'm back.
Back.
Thank you.
Wait, why did I do that? That was sheer instinct right there.
All the PvP.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
Okay.
That's the sound it makes when one of your teammates gets KO'd. It's like, ah. It's really annoying. Oh.
It's like, bye, bye,
Yeah.
fuck you, bye.
So it's like, as it is right now, I think we might lose this one because we've not had a single KO. Or no, yeah, we haven't had any kills on our team yet. And the enemies had 3.
Well, just keep plugging away at it.
Well, the thing is, right now, I don't know where the hell our team members are and how they're dying constantly. Good lord! It's 0-5, we're 0-5-0 at the moment. I mean, there's only so much I can personally do, you know?
Yeah.
There we go, there's a kill.
Which makes sense. How many people are in the feast?
8. Well, this particular one's 8v8.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's only so much you can do. Especially if people in your party scatter.
Yeah. Wait, how did that not heal me? I timed that perfectly. What the fuck, game?
Because fuck you, that's why.
Ha! That did no damage.
Excuse me.
Don't die, please.
Oh.
When a tree falls, orchestrating roll. Where do you get that?
You can buy it with what you call it, amber encased vialkins.
Oh, that's why it costs so much. Well, damn.
Because they are a PITA to actually get.
Yes. Yes, they are.
PITA.
Pain in the ass.
So. But they're really not.
Well,
What,
I
amber encased
think
Falcons? If you
it
run,
depends on your luck. Depends on your luck.
like I had 100 leaves the other day. I went through the entire 100 and I got 6.
Oh wow, yeah, that's bad luck there, but.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I was sitting in call with him. I was sitting in call with him the other day, and he just heard me like getting steadily angrier and angrier.
He's like, fuck, and I'm like, are you okay? He's like, yeah, I'm just having. And then he told me the numbers. I'm like, that's kind of shitty luck. And he's like, not really. That's actually better than normal. And I'm like, no, that's kind of bad.
I do not like RNG in this game.
Apparently, RNG does not like you.
It really doesn't. Like, do you not remember me doing the Atma?
Yeah, I do.
Because I was always the last one in the fucking, like, Fate party still going when everyone's like, I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to start doing shit on my own because everybody else had finished.
I saw you. I remember you were a little bit pissed at me because I got mine within like 2.5 weeks.
It's just like that comic from Om Nom 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 Nom, where the exact same thing happened. And
yeah, the new player comes in. It's like, wow, it only took me a whole hour, and they're pissed off as fuck.
Yeah, it's like that took me a whole hour. That was so stressful. And meanwhile, she's been there all day.
Yeah.
And the Rogadin actually has to hold her back from basically killing the Ellison. Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel with it.
It's like, yeah, it gets really brutal. I gotta see how much amber it takes to get that question. Well, I need to get it anyway. Oh, there's the amber tree. Okay. I gotta check the orchestrion roll, please. There, 3? Oh wow, it only takes 3 and 6? Are you kidding me?
It used to be worse. It was like 10 and 15, but they reduced them.
Oh, okay. But even so, they only cost 6 right now, and the orchestrion roll for 6, when a tree falls, is 131k on the market board.
Jesus.
Yeah, easy money. I'm going for it.
Makes sense to me.
Farm amber case vial case. So let's see how the RNG treats me.
$15 million people who gained coverage through the ACA will lose it through the AHCA.
Ouch.
What?
Yeah, you know how Neon said they wouldn't touch Obamacare? They did.
We're trying to, anyway.
They're replacing it with the American Health Care Act, which makes it more expensive. It apparently does remove the requirement to have insurance, apparently, and yet you get fined huge sums of money under it for not having insurance. under this new one.
Wow.
It just takes away the Medicaid. Or the provision for it.
Jesus.
So, however you're getting your healthcare, both of you might want to have a look at it.
I'm not gonna look at it, because if they fuck me, they fuck me. And I will go to jail. That's all there is to it. Because I ain't paying a fine that I think's bullshit, and if they take my Medicare away, well, fuck them. They'll give me SSI at that point.
Well,
And
the
I
thing
mean
about
that.
it is that the thing about the fine is the fact of that it only counts if you file taxes. If you don't make enough, you don't file taxes. You don't get the fine.
Even if I got that fine, fuck it. I wouldn't pay it.
Fair enough. But since it's a government thing, it's akin to taxes. Yeah, you would go to jail.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If I can't afford healthcare, I certainly can't afford your goddamn fine, so...
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, is I don't think people are going to go to jail for that. I think that they would probably try, especially with, again, conservatives power. They would probably try it, especially with for-profit prisons. But it'd probably create a shitstorm. And that depends on if this this American Healthcare Act even passes. They can't fucking agree which breakfast to have in fucking Senate.
That's true.
So I mean, if they can't agree on minute things, they're not going to agree on this shit. I don't think it's going to pass.
I don't either.
Sadly, it might. That's the scary shit. It might.
Why the hell would you bang a tri-bind? One more stun and I'm immune, buddy. You sure it's worth it? Oh, bullshit. Your little limit break was wasted, though. Like I said, make me immune. I fucking dare you. It takes a limit break to deal with my ass, so you know. Nice wasted Imperial arrow, buddy. See what you got. Show me what you got. Nothing? Cool, that's what I thought. Dodge, 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 dodge. Ha-ha! Eat it. You can't even fucking hurt me, dude.
Hello again.
Welcome back.
Wow, that's transparent as fuck.
What?
What's up?
I just read more about it.
Oh yeah.
I was in the bathroom. Oh dear. Yeah. You know how you get more help with it depending on how much you earn?
Yep.
Below a certain amount. Where you get, I think you get a lot more if you earn less than $14,000 a year or something.
Yeah, correct.
Now you're going to get the same amount. Everybody gets the same amount under $75,000 a year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Way to fuck the middle class there.
Oh, and those that have over 75,000 get more tax breaks.
Of course that's what they want.
Yep. Way to
But,
fuck the middle class.
but guys, we're removing the penalty for we're removing that penalty you get if you don't have insurance. We're making it harder for you to get insurance.
Yeah.
And also
Okay.
the longer you don't have healthcare, the more higher the insurance premium is when you do get it, the more you'll have to pay.
Yeah, that completely fucks the poor. That
Sorry,
completely.
the same trick doesn't work twice, idiots.
It's getting ripped apart on Twitter, apparently.
I bet. I mean, that's exactly where. I mean, if it passes, the people are gonna fucking revolt because that directly fucks most Americans, not just a section of them. It's most.
But they're focusing on this idea that, oh, you don't get penalized for not having insurance anymore.
Yeah, just because they, again, it's like just because they call attention to that fact, and compared to, it's pretty much like the analogy you put in, they take the foot out of the trap, but they put their fucking head in it instead. Like, come the fuck out.
Yeah. The ACHA would do away with Obamacare's individual mandate that compels all Americans to buy insurance or face a fine. Instead, it features penalties such as increased premiums for failing to maintain continuous access to coverage.
Way to put more power in the hands of the insurance company there.
The ACHA would also shift funding for people accessing healthcare outside of an employer or Medicare/Medicaid programs and adjust funding for the expansion of Medicaid. Removing the expansion of Medicaid, in fact, after 2020.
Huh. Well, yeah, they want to get rid of Medicare and Medicaid. Just flat out, they want to remove it. Yeah, most Americans actually use it. Whether you are retired or disabled, you use it. And the thing about it is that they want to keep the wealth and have the people who are poor to die off.
More or less.
It's blatant with this.
Oh, man.
Whoa, holy shit, I just got 3 amber within 5. Whoa.
Wow, nice. Look at you, huh?
That's... what the fuck? That actually never happened.
Americans would have to pay a surcharge if they allow their health insurance to lapse. Insurers would be allowed to charge an extra 30% a year to those who allow their coverage to lapse for more than just 63 days.
Oh my god. You know what this does? It forces people to keep on working. To have their coverage. They cannot sit on their ass. They have to work. Oh, that's terrible. That's a terrible way to do it. I know you want people working so that the entire system doesn't collapse, but that's not the way to do it.
Medicaid expansion will be phased out from 2019. Also, they're defunding Planned Parenthood through it. The bill also bows to pressure from it's making women's health organization Planned Parenthood ineligible for Medicaid or for federal family planning grants.
Wow. Yeah, they completely ripped apart the people here.
And now, under the Republican plan, rather than older people getting charged 3 times more than younger people, it'll now rise to 5 times more.
Huh.
Older people. Yeah.
They really don't like the old and sick.
Yeah.
With this plan, it's legalized slavery. You're forcing people to work. You force people to maintain insurance coverage. And if you're old and sick, it hardly does shit for you anyway.
Yeah, they're keeping the provision that allows adult children to stay on their parents' health care until the age of 26. And they're keeping the ban on denying coverage for pre-existing medical conditions, at least.
Yeah.
The rest of it is
even worse.
Yeah.
It's much worse.
Obamacare helped 20 million people, previously uninsured Americans, to get health care, and it is feared that the bill will leave many of those without health cover. Under the existing system, the poorest get the most help. The Republican proposals are more market-oriented, mostly based on age with an element on income. It will also reduce the number of poorer people helped under Medicaid. It's feared that of those on marginal incomes, only the sickest who really need insurance will be prepared to pay the surcharge on lapsed plans. Estimates on the impact of... Yeah, basically, you're fucked.
Yeah, if that goes through, done.
Yeah. If it's done, it's better to either pay your insurance and keep paying it, which is what they want you to do, so they can actually bump up the actual premiums.
Yep.
Or if you get off insurance for a period of time where you can't pay it, you can pretty much never go back on it again because they can put this huge surcharge on you.
Yep.
Which is going to reduce the amount of people who actually have health insurance in a country where you need it.
Yep.
Which then in turn means if you don't have insurance, you're going to be paying out the ass for medical coverage, such as $700 for a walk-in where they just told you have the common cold.
Yeah.
Yep.
The medical system is that fucked.
You guys voted for this, apparently. So
I personally didn't. I at least can say I voted, and I didn't vote for Trump. No.
I would assume you voted third party then, because I don't think you would have voted for Hillary either. She's trash.
No, I voted for Hillary. It was one of those things where
lesser of two evils.
Lesser of two evils. Even though Hillary was not the candidate I wanted as a liberal, compared to Trump and the rest of the RNC, she was far and away better.
Yeah, because realistically, a third party wasn't going to get in, and a protest vote wouldn't have actually helped.
It wouldn't have mattered. And see, it's like even though you're fully within your right to do that, and it's like, and the way I say it, I'm not going to demonize anyone who voted voted third party. I'm going to demonize our current system. I'm going to
Yeah.
demonize the demagogue that is Trump. But I'm not going to demonize someone who had the right to vote it the way they wanted to. And the way that Tom did it, he was in his rights to do it too. The way that he did it, he protested by not voting.
Oh hell,
You know
it's
what?
raining.
You know what? It's his right to not want to use it if he doesn't want to. It's just a matter of I'm just fearful that people have fallen for this demagogue, and now as soon as they fall for this demagogue, and just in a few months of the presidency, you see the effects, and people now are going, oh shit, because his approval rating is falling faster than a fucking meteor headed for Earth.
Yep.
But it's kind of too late right now. And we needed people to be smarter than that on election day. And they weren't. They were bamboozled by this shit.
Those who are really sick now are fucked.
Those who have mental issues and documented mental issues, they're fucked. Like me.
Yep. Older sick people are really fucked.
Really fucked. Yes.
But young people, say around the ages of 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, they're screwed.
And I'm in that exact category. Even if it wasn't mental illness, I'm in that exact category. And since I'm not working, I'm fucked. I'm fucked double ways.
Yeah. All I can say is I'm sorry.
You know what? The thing about it is that, you know what? I can hold my head high. I tried to stop. At least, but individually, I tried. But unfortunately, with our current system, the individual doesn't do shit.
Oh well.
Oh well, it's the end of the world as we know.
Hope the feast is going well though.
Going pretty good, yeah.
Come on, baby. Give me some more amber. Wait, is it just over there? No, that's just a copy. Okay. And daily's reset. I think.
Yep.
Yeah, they did. Right.
Yes, they did.
I have a feeling every single one of those limit breaks that I just saw were aimed directly at me. I think I'm making a name for myself, and I'm not even meaning to.
They see your name and they fucking just go for you.
That's more or less what it's been like, yeah.
They're like, okay, yeah, we see this thing. So our plan is to go for the other DPS. Wait. Is that Serena Lynn? Oh, fuck this. Fuck our plans. Let's get her.
More or less, yeah.
Why? Just do it. Just do it. Seriously, dude. Seriously. We gotta kill her. If we're gonna win this thing, she's like the raid boss. Get the raid boss.
More or less, yeah. And I don't even really think I'm that good. I do what I can, you know?
How many times have you lived by the skin of your teeth?
A lot. Like, a ton. Like, I would say the amount of times I've been KO'd in the 200 and some matches that I've done so far is maybe 7, 8.
It's not due to the fact of your skill, even though your skill is good enough to save yourself multiple times like that. It's the fact that you're so close to death and you never you haven't died. It pisses people off more because they get so close.
Oh, I bet.
Yep.
So congratulations, you are now public enemy number 1 because you live. Just because you live.
Fuck, they really wanted that guy.
And that's 7 Ember.
I need the fucking viewer, goddammit. Seconds till I can use mana draw. Ah shit, I didn't mean to use attunement! I clicked the wrong goddamn button.
Ooh, dear.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
At least that won't hurt me.
Okay. Give me one more, and I'm set with the orchestrions, at least for my use, and then
I
it's just
did
pure
not
profit.
mean to hit attunement there. My freaking finger slipped and I hit attunement. Ugh.
Ooh.
Yeah. It wouldn't be so bad except for the fact that it locks me down for 10 seconds, but it does make me practically invincible. And the funny thing is, our white mage also used attunement right as the Machinists used their limit break after, well, arranged, like Bard or Machinist, one of the two. And they used their limit break and it hit us, but it did nothing.
So maybe that finger slip was a good thing.
More or less.
Okay.
Only problem is 3 of our DPS bit the dust during that. But then again, it's just, it wasn't from a lack of healing, it was from they were positioned weird.
3.55B is tomorrow.
Yips.
Tomorrow?
Yep, on the 8th. I don't know what they're adding though. I would assume the diadem and maybe the MSQ, but I don't know.
Yeah, that'd pretty much be it.
Another relic stab.
Nah.
No.
No,
No, I know.
Yeah.
It's like, they're done.
Oh, we won that one! Oh, nice! Damn.
Animals are pretty much done. Now it's more the fact of just get to 275 and you have one of the most powerful weapons in the game for a while, for a few months, and then we turn them in.
More or less, yeah.
Which I'm fine with that system because that means my the spirit of my weapon has been through me since 2.0.
Yeah, more or less. Okay.
Reincarnation.
I just hope Samurai comes out on top. I hope it really is cool. I'm just... Oh.
In all honesty, considering how hyped not only the players are, but SE themselves are hyped in releasing it, I think they've done good work. I have a feeling they've done good.
Yeah, probably.
Same with Red Mage, because they know Red Mage is polarizing. They know that if they fuck up one of their staple jobs, people are going to be mad.
No, I think this is a good place to stop on the PvP for now. Now I'm just trying to think what I should do.
I gotta make animating
Whatever you
parts. I have an idea. Let's do Void Arc.
No thanks. Fuck Void Arc.
You're a funny man.
Of course, I should do Void Arc in fucking Weeping City at least one more time, or either that or get rid of this goddamn Maki Shilling. Unless I can, I should probably go back to Idleshire and see if I can get one of those orchestrion rolls.
The Equestrian rolls are the
Farthing.
Farthing. Yeah.
Yeah, figures.
And those are Void Arcs, so yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna bother then.
Although the cool, at least SE did it to where Void Arc and Weeping City are not weekly locked.
True, not anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure they used to be. I know Void Arc was, but now it's like when the currency, you can just spam the shit out of it. When I figured that out, I'm like, ooh, that's cool.
Anyway, I think I'm actually going to go ahead and stop the stream for now, actually. Take a bit of a break. I might come back a little bit later today and try to finish off Vice City or something. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and probably dip out of the call and take the stream down, guys. So thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight, and we'll see you a bit later. Take it easy, guys.
Later days.
Bye.